Chapter 351, Fatal Decapitation. Xu Jing was shocked by his own thoughts, but after thinking about it carefully, it seemed possible, for creatures like the alien, if they truly evolve into advanced intelligence,
they could potentially develop into life forms similar to the pioneers. But there was no point in dwelling on it now. Whether or not the pioneers were related to the aliens, it wouldn't help him complete Mission 3.
Xu Jing silently observed the movements within the city. The other pioneers here were also connected to the pioneers guarding the wormhole. The moment Xu Jing and the mech hunter passed through the wormhole, they knew everything.
The entire city was operating frantically. The pioneers within the bone factory were constantly busy. Every so often, a monster would complete its assembly, leave the city, and gather outside, looking around.
There were already hundreds of monsters gathered outside the city, and there wasn't even a single level 5 monster. The vast majority were level 6, with a few even reaching level 7. We can't let them continue to build up like this. Xu Jing was horrified.
He glanced around, his gaze fixed on a skeletal building in the center of the city. When he first arrived, he saw 7 Cardinal level pioneers enter the building. They haven't come out yet. The Pioneer King, is he in there? Xu Jing finally made up his mind.
Even if the other party wasn't inside, the Cardinal level pioneers gathered there must not be let go. This opportunity to capture all the pioneer leaders in one fell swoop was truly rare. He immediately recited a spell in his mind. In a moment,
the black cloud around him began to flow, forming a mass several hundred meters in radius, enveloping him. Then, under his control, the cloud slowly descended toward the center of the city. 5,000 meters. 4,000 meters.
When Xu Jing descended to an altitude of more than 3,000 meters, he finally attracted the attention of some pioneers and monsters in the city. A monster with 2 heads and 3 tails and a mosquito-like head suddenly stood up.
A deep blue light emanated from its mouthparts. Xu Jing's heart trembled. He knew he could no longer hide. A laser beam shot out from his chest and slammed into the skeleton building. I wonder what kind of monster bones this building was made of.
Under the laser beam's attack, it surprisingly didn't collapse. A few cracks appeared. Roar! The pioneers on the ground finally noticed the problem and remembered Xu Jing's presence. They screamed one after another. At the same time,
all the flying monsters in the city spread their wings and surrounded the sky from all directions. Seeing himself exposed, Xu Jing simply stopped hiding and dived towards the ground at the fastest speed, from over 3,000 meters to over 2,000 meters.
It only took a moment. At this distance, he released his soul with all his might, and instantly saw everything inside the bone building clearly. It's inside! Xu Jing was overjoyed and even more unwilling to give up. However,
the range of his soul that he could freely control was only 700 meters. Beyond this range, although he could still launch soul attacks, the power would be greatly reduced. He would also be more likely to suffer backlash,
causing damage to his soul and permanently reducing its strength. Especially when facing 8 pioneers whose mental strength should not be underestimated. He dared not be careless and had to give it his all. 1,000 meters above the ground,
the monsters that flew into the sky finally approached Xu Jing, each one bearing its fangs and claws, roaring and lunging. Certainly, Xu Jing's heart was filled with rage. His spirit exploded, sweeping across an area of several hundred meters.
The strongest and fastest flying monsters all froze and plummeted from the sky. Swish! Xu Jing's 6 wings suddenly retracted. The thrusters on his legs and back opened up, and he rushed straight down, almost perpendicular to the ground.
The distance of 600 meters was reached in a flash. Go to hell! His soul erupted again, locking onto all the pioneers in the building and launching a soul attack. The pioneers' brains were buzzing with shock. Their faces were filled with terror.
Connected through the hive mind, they naturally knew how their fellow mortals who had previously guarded the wormhole had died. Although they were very skilled in using their mental strength, they had no idea how to attack the soul. Despite this,
none of the pioneers were willing to be slaughtered. Since their mental barriers were useless, they all showed signs of madness. The mental powers of all the pioneers combined, transforming into a visible spear. With a bang,
it pierced the sky and blasted towards Xu Jing. Bang bang bang. The 2 sides were nearly 400 meters apart, but the winner was decided in an instant. Without exception, the pioneers within the bone building had their heads exploded, dying.
Wasn't unscathed either. His chest was pierced by the spiritual spear. The exploding spiritual force ripped through his mind. Combined with the continuous, full force outbursts of his spirit, his entire brain was rumbling.
His consciousness was drowsy and listless, but now was not the time to recover. He forced himself to gather his strength. He spread his wings wide, dodged the incoming flying monster, and found an opening to fly with all his might. During this process,
long-range energy attacks were launched from the ground and the sky. Some missed, while others exploded on him. Fortunately, Xu Jing's defense was not bad. These attacks only slowed him down a bit, but he didn't suffer any serious injuries. Soon,
He used his speed advantage to escape from the city and completely disappeared from the sight of the pursuing monster. One day later, in a desolate canyon, Xu Jing finally recovered thanks to the biological self-healing properties.
I almost got into trouble this time, he breathed a sigh of relief. Although this operation was dangerous, it was definitely worth it. The pioneer's only bishop-level king, along with 7 cardinals, were wiped out. Now,
only the ambassador-level pioneers remain in the city. While numerous, these pioneers are too low level. At most, they can create a level 6 monster with their own genes. Furthermore,
it was uncertain whether the ambassador-level pioneers could continue to control the previously existing level 7 and level 8 monsters after they lost the suppression of the correspondingly powerful pioneers. Since everything was alright,
Xu Jing didn't waste any time and immediately took off to gather intelligence. An hour later, he returned to the vicinity of the pioneers' city. Standing high in the sky, he watched from afar. The sky inside the city was filled with patrolling monsters.
The same was true outside the city. The defenses were incredibly tight. Furthermore, according to Xu Jing's observation, among these patrolling monsters, except for some level 7 monsters, the original level 8 monsters had disappeared.
He observed for a while and found it difficult to find the same opportunity as before. He had no choice but to give up for the time being. After thinking for a moment, he turned around and flew towards the wormhole. Chapter 352. Obsidian Replica.
The wormhole was still there. The intense nuclear radiation that enveloped the entire plane had no effect on its stability. But unlike when Xu Jing left, several bone factories had been built outside the wormhole.
The location of the wormhole itself is a geomagnetic field. Pioneers can use the converted magnetic field energy to steadily expand the wormhole channel and also use it to create monsters. It's a win-win situation. This time,
the only one guarding the wormhole was an ambassador-level pioneer. There were quite a few monsters around, no less numerous than when Xu Jing first entered with the mecha hunters. Perhaps because of what happened before,
the pioneer at the scene had become very timid. It hid among the monsters and also sent out flying monsters to patrol the sky. Xu Jing sneered inwardly. Even without the assistance of the human mecha hunters, he remained undaunted.
The strongest points of these pioneers were, for him, their most fatal weaknesses, and he was completely restrained by them. As for the monsters, the level 5 and a few level 6 monsters present could not pose much threat to him. He appeared directly,
his plasma shoulder cannons in his hands firing at full force, attacking recklessly. He placed the flying monsters in the sky in his first attack sequence. After just 2 rounds of fire, the few remaining flying monsters were completely annihilated.
Then Xu Jing flapped his 6 wings. The monsters flying in the sky and circling the ground continued their long-range attacks. After the pioneer controlled the ranged monsters to counterattack several times, he completely lost confidence and fled for his life.
Protecting himself and the remaining monsters, Xu Jing pursued this moving target relentlessly. After eliminating some of the ranged monsters, he leveraged his agility and speed to close within 300 meters of the pioneer, once locked onto the opponent.
Faced with this unexpected and sudden attack, the pioneers could only die miserably among the monsters. Xu Jing ignored the out-of-control monsters. After dispersing them, he returned to the wormhole.
The rebuilt bone factory was still operating. The giant capsule within it continuously absorbed energy from the activated sludge, breeding monsters according to established biological procedures. He slowly descended, surveying the bone factory. Suddenly,
a somewhat absurd thought occurred to him. Can I use my own genes to create monsters? Once this idea came to mind, it became irresistible. Xu Jing was eager to try it out. He didn't understand how the pioneers built the bone factories,
but he had observed how they used them. Furthermore, compared to those in the city, the factories here were much simpler to operate. All they had to do was collect the genes. The rest of the process was completely automated. Xu Jing,
thinking of giving it a try, walked outside the gene collection room without hesitation. The collection room was built for pioneers. He couldn't fit in, considering his size, but it didn't matter.
He squatted on the ground and inserted a little finger into the collection room. This collection chamber was also a special biological organ. Sensing his pinky finger entering, a tentacle with numerous spikes suddenly extended from the wall,
wrapping around his pinky. Then, the spikes on the tentacle actually pierced his armored skin and penetrated into his pinky finger. Xu Jing felt a slight joy in his heart. He waited for a moment and then saw the tentacle retract.
He could see through his soul the tentacle that had collected his genes. It then sent them into another mechanical organ, seemingly extracting them in depth. Then through a series of neural tubes, they were sent to different cultivation rooms.
Xu Jing stood up and walked a few steps to the cultivation workshop. It was huge, occupying 99% of the white bone factory's space. The genes processed in the cultivation room were finally gathered into the capsule in the cultivation workshop.
As the geomagnetic energy poured in, a large amount of active silt surged and filled the bladder, causing it to continuously expand. Not long after, Xu Jing saw two black hands tearing the capsule apart from the inside and struggling to stand in front of him.
This monster stood 80 meters tall. It looked very similar to a smaller version of him. It resembled a mecha hunter, and surprisingly, it also had wings. It also had plasma cannons on its shoulders and plasma chainsaws on its arms. Success!
Xu Jing was extremely excited. He had never thought it would actually work, limited by the factory's crudeness. The monster mecha hunter before him was only at level 5. But as soon as it was born, it established a mental connection with him.
Completely under his control. In addition, this bone factory that received the new gene collection began the process of repeated production on its own. Xu Jing was extremely surprised, but also a little annoyed.
He was also upset about the destruction of the bone factories that had covered the entire plain. But now was not the time to regret. He quickly walked towards the other bone factories and completed the gene collection one by one. Soon,
these factories were running at full capacity, madly operating. If the pioneers were allowed to use these bone factories, they could adjust the genes according to demand and combine them to create different monsters. But Xu Jing didn't know how to adjust them.
Therefore, every factory produced exactly the same humanoid mecha hunter monsters which were weakened copies of him. But for him, this is enough. Xu Jing didn't expect these weakened versions of the Obsidian Fury to be as powerful as he was.
All he wanted was an army of monsters that would obey him with absolute obedience and disregard death. At this moment, Task 3 was no longer a problem for him. It would be great if I could get the construction method of this bone factory.
Xu Jing watched the clones constantly emerging from their sacks. A strong desire arose in his heart. He was ready to capture a few pioneers and interrogate them.
He waited patiently for over 2 hours and sent all the clones he had produced into the wormhole to guard it. Now he had a better option. Instead of completely trusting humans not to destroy the wormhole, he could trust his own clones. Besides,
the pioneers were about to be destroyed. He decided it was better to be cautious. Xu Jing then settled down outside the wormhole. There were currently 4 bone factories surrounding the wormhole. Each factory could produce a clone in an average of 2 hours.
Perhaps the pioneers were frightened by his attack. After half a day, no one appeared. He knew in his heart that the remaining pioneers in the city were either holding on to their end or perhaps creating monsters and waiting for an opportunity to counterattack.
Regardless of the situation, Xu Jing wasn't in a rush. He planned to proceed steadily, building up his strength. By then, he wouldn't need to control more monsters than the pioneer. He just needed enough clones to temporarily hold back any intercepting monsters.
The end. 3 days later, nearly 150 replicas were neatly arranged on the plain. They were motionless. They made no sound. Yet, they gave people a powerful, suffocating feeling. Xu Jing's feet left the ground, flying several meters high.
He surveyed the fleet of clones before him, feeling immensely satisfied. That's enough. He didn't plan to continue manufacturing. The longer he delayed, the harder it would be to deal with those retreating pioneers. After all,
the 4 bone factories here were far inferior to those in that city in terms of function and efficiency. He could produce 4 clones in 2 hours here. The pioneers over there could create 40 or even more monsters in the same amount of time.
And they weren't just level 5 monsters. The Antiverse planet has reached its end. The pioneers are eager to find a new place to live. From the moment they discovered Earth in the Triassic period, they had already set their sights on it. However,
Earth at that time was not suitable for them. Therefore, they chose to wait patiently. To survive until now, they have been controlling the number of monsters, carefully extending the planet's lifespan.
They never imagined that humans would have the strength to resist them, nor did they anticipate the day of their counterattack. This is why Xu Jing did not encounter overwhelming monsters when he brought the mecha hunters into this world. But now, the
forced into a desperate situation, no longer have any scruples. They will, at any cost, drain the planet's energy to create monsters, simply to protect themselves. The longer the time goes, the more unfavorable the situation will become for Xu Jing. Set off.
He issued orders to all the clones, and took to the sky first, flying towards the city where the pioneers were. The clones spread their wings and quickly followed. Half a day later, when it was getting dark, Xu Jing and his clone arrived near the pioneer city.
Outside the city, hordes of gigantic monsters swarmed. Their presence filled the earth and sky, and there were at least thousands of them attack. Xu Jing didn't flinch. With a single thought,
all his clones instantly formed into a formation according to his plan. The plasma cannon pods on his hands and shoulders activated. Hundreds of azure beams streaked across the sky, blasting into the horde of monsters. A deafening explosion echoed.
Swarms of monsters screamed and fell to the ground. The pioneers finally noticed the enemy's approach and immediately organized the monsters to launch a counterattack. They had never imagined Xu Jing had actually learned to exploit their factory.
They were shocked and terrified. In an instant, at least 10 times the number of monsters, the clones, descended upon them, overwhelming them. Retreat! Xu Jing remained calm.
He had long since realized that both he and his clone had a significant advantage over the monster in flight and agility. Their ranged attacks were also strong, making them perfect for a kite fighting tactic as they retreated.
The clones attacked twice more under his command, directly wiping out a large number of monsters. The pioneers were filled with shock and anger. Their opponents were slippery. Even when they sent out their ranged monsters, they found no opportunity at all.
Instead, they suffered heavy losses. In desperation, they temporarily gave up the pursuit and realized the seriousness of the situation. The bone factory stopped operating, seemingly making adjustments. Xu Jing didn't give the pioneers a chance to breathe.
He began to repeat the kite fighting tactics with his clones, depleting the number of monsters. One day later, the advantage in monster numbers that the pioneers had accumulated over the past 3 days was gone. In fact,
the numbers were even lower than before. Almost there, Xu Jing observed the city from afar. If it had been an impenetrable fortress before, it was no longer so.
He also discovered something else. The pioneers had created a flying monster capable of long-range attacks. This monster's flying speed was no less than that of the obsidian clone. Fortunately,
he had achieved his goal and was now preparing to implement the next step of his plan. After dark that day, Xu Jing controlled the clones and launched the attack on the city as usual. However, he himself left the team and quietly arrived high above the city.
Soon, a large number of monsters inside and outside the city, especially the new flying monsters patrolling the sky, were attracted to his clones and gathered together, causing the city's defenses to become weak. Xu Jing muttered to himself, "Dao."
Hundreds of meters in radius gathered. He descended under cover of darkness. Everything went smoothly. He reached an altitude of over 1,000 meters above the ground without being detected. Then, through soul scanning,
he gradually found out the hiding places of the pioneers. The remaining pioneers didn't gather together. Instead, they were scattered throughout the city. Some even hid underground. They were connected by telepathy. If one of them had a problem,
the others would know instantly. Xu Jing wasn't in the least bit anxious. He had anticipated the situation with the pioneers before he took action, and he had a plan for dealing with it. His method was to use nuclear bombs. When he had the mecha hunters leave,
he had the pilots leave behind some of the nuclear bombs. And because humans weren't fighting on home soil, every nuclear bomb brought by the mecha hunters was at least millions of tons, with some even reaching tens of millions of tons.
Xu Jing had brought these nuclear bombs with him when he arrived. The monsters in the city had been lured away, leaving the defenses vulnerable. This was perfect for him to use. After making the decision, he immediately took action, using his mental control.
He activated the delayed detonation button and simultaneously dropped several nuclear bombs towards different locations in the city below. Then he quickly ascended. Boom, boom. Several gigantic mushroom clouds rose into the sky. The earth roared,
and boundless light and heat erupted, illuminating the entire night. The shockwave of the explosion, accompanied by a melting heat, enveloped the entire city. Whether it was the massive monsters or the solid bones of the factories and buildings,
everything was destroyed in the blast. Xu Jing flew to an altitude of over 20,000 meters. After avoiding the explosion, he rushed down without hesitation. The planet Universe itself was in a period of decline. Its radiation energy was incredibly strong.
For the pioneers and the monsters, the radiation from the nuclear bombs was nothing. The damage caused was primarily due to the high temperatures generated by the nuclear explosions, despite the heavy losses sustained in the nuclear bombings.
The roars of monsters heard from far away, and the desperate attempts to return despite the clones' pursuit, indicate that there must be survivors among the pioneers within the city. Xu Jing rushed into the ruined city. His mind quickly scanned the area,
noting that some pioneers were using the massive monsters as human shields. Indeed, quite a few had survived. Time was running out. He immediately unleashed his spiritual attacks, blasting the surviving pioneers in the head. Of course,
he also didn't forget to capture a few along the way. Then, before the monsters returned, he quickly left the city. Chapter 354, New Abilities Earth. Outside the Xuanhuan wormhole, half a month had passed since the wormhole opened, but in just this half month,
the place had completely changed. With the wormhole as the center, a large number of anti-monster cannons extended from the outside of the wormhole all the way to the coast, forming a tight encirclement.
The remaining PPDC mech hunters were divided into 2 groups, surrounding the wormhole. At any given moment, over 20 mech hunters were on full alert, ready for battle. I said, "Can you be serious?" In the Avengers control cabin,
Lambert glared at Jack with dissatisfaction. Jack unconcerned joked, "What's there to be nervous about? Not a single monster has come yet. This means Obsidian Fury is still alive. The pioneers are in big trouble." The two of them were connected by empathy.
He could sense Lambert's anger. Behind that anger was not only the trouble his willfulness had caused him, but also competition for their love. I don't know what those officials are thinking. If we were allowed to enter the wormhole again,
We could just go and explore it. Lambert was a little worried, but then his face turned angry. He roared at Jack, asshole. Our brains are now connected. Can you think of something else? At least stop thinking about Jules. You are impossible. I won't give up.
And don't keep thinking about beating me up. Jack fought back. That's also impossible. Lambert snorted coldly. He turned his head away with a stiff expression. He was so angry that he couldn't speak. At that moment,
A signal suddenly popped up on the Avengers display, catching their attention. Simultaneously, Chuck's voice rang through the communicator. Attention, pilots! An energy anomaly is occurring in the wormhole. All the pilots shuddered.
their concentration instantly shifted. They deployed all their weapons and aimed at the wormhole's exit. At the same time, anti-monster cannons locked onto the wormhole exit and began charging. Furthermore,
The remaining 20 or so mech hunters stationed at the repaired Lost Rocks base entered emergency combat readiness, preparing to rush to the battlefield. Here we come! The signals on the display screens in the mecha cockpits grew stronger.
the sea rippled. As a dazzling red light lit up, a familiar figure emerged from the wormhole. Don't fire! It's obsidian! It's out! Oh my god! Now that it's back, does that mean the pioneers are all dead?
The drivers were talking among themselves, all of them excited, expressing their opinions. Xu Jing scanned their minds and heard every word clearly. He immediately sent a telepathic message to everyone: the pioneers have been exterminated.
The pilots were startled by the sudden voice in their heads. Once they realized it was probably obsidian, they instinctively felt a sense of fear. But then they couldn't help but get excited, and then they cheered excitedly. Xu Jing said no more.
He spread his 6 wings and in the blink of an eye, he soared into the sky. Then he quickly flew towards Jui Mountain. He made no attempt to conceal his whereabouts. His purpose was clear, and he soon arrived at the headquarters of the Vajra cult.
Dylan had received the news and was waiting outside with his followers. Upon seeing Xu Jing, everyone's faces were filled with enthusiasm, shouting and prostrating themselves on the ground. Xu Jing landed in front of everyone. After everyone quieted down,
He communicated some information and arrangements to Dylan through telepathy. Although the pioneers have all died, many of the monsters they created remain. These monsters are now out of control and free,
fighting on their own and scattering across the planet Antiverse. Although these monsters can reproduce, their intelligence is limited. Even though they are numerous, they can no longer pose a significant threat to the Earth.
Xu Jing believed that these monsters could become resources for humans, provided they could control the wormhole. What he needed Dylan to do was to quickly publicize the news of the pioneers' demise.
He wanted to raise the prestige and influence of the Vajra cult. He also wanted to recruit a large number of followers and increase the frequency of prayer ceremonies. His coming back soon, of course. I hope to gain the most power of faith.
Dylan wrote them down one by one. As if he had a premonition, he asked cautiously, Master General, are you leaving? Yes, Xu Jing admitted frankly. You are the Lord's spokesperson. One day you will go to the kingdom of God. We will meet again.
He painted a big picture, but it brought tears to Dylan's eyes and made him even more devoted. The Vajra cult is very positive today. It has countless followers and a strong faith, as long as Dylan doesn't mess around.
He won't face the same fate he faced 10 years ago. After Xu Jing finished speaking, he took to the sky again. His unparalleled speed, coupled with his signal jamming capabilities, quickly allowed him to escape satellite surveillance.
He then plunged into the depths of the Pacific Ocean and dived to the seafloor. After deceiving the sensors, he found a safe place to hide. Less than an hour after he left, Dylan and PPDC announced the most exciting news ever. The pioneers were wiped out.
From then on, humans no longer had to worry about the threat of monsters. The news instantly spread across the world. Everyone who heard it was overwhelmed with excitement. Countless people took to the streets. Everywhere was filled with cheers and screams.
The greatest credit belongs to the Vajra sect, a credit that neither governments nor the PPDC can erase. In just a few days, the number of Vajra cult followers increased several times. They built numerous churches around the world.
Believers repeatedly organized grand prayer ceremonies. No matter how prominent their status, all were incredibly devout. Almost there, Xu Jing stayed at the bottom of the sea. After patiently waiting for half a month,
He spent 1,000 essences to summon the diamond armor. He now had a total of 14 Tuonade essence points. He looked at the plus sign next to the level 1, level 9 physical fitness on the interface and clicked it. The system interface trembled slightly.
the diamond armor's physique had become level 2, level 1. The system prompt immediately popped up. Are you sure you want to integrate the original energy transformed from the power of faith into the diamond armor? Yes, no, Xu Jing didn't hesitate.
The next moment, the Vajra armor's physical strength level began to fluctuate continuous. Level 2, level 3, level 4. His body was changing drastically. but it was as if his consciousness was withdrawing. He felt nothing at all.
The power of faith harvested this time seemed particularly abundant. Clearly, in this populous, technologically advanced world, if gods were proven to exist and save the world, the outpouring of faith among the people would be unprecedented.
The level of the diamond armor continued to rise rapidly, reaching level 2, level 7 before finally slowing down, but then it jumped again with difficulty, reaching level 2, level 8 before finally stopping. How many origin points have I saved?
When the diamond armor was at level 1, each upgrade required 10,000 origin points, and at level 2, each upgrade would require even more. By this calculation,
the origin points he saved this time were infinitely greater than his last time in Godzilla World. It could be said that his gains from traveling through a 1,000-point world this time were no less than those from entering a 10,000-point world.
Furthermore, Xu Jing looked at the system interface. In the Vajra armor's abilities, besides physical strength, a new ability had unexpectedly appeared. Chapter 355. Return and travel again, the core of the earth.
Xu Jing stepped on the seabed, feeling the changes in himself. He had learned from using King Kong several times earlier that standing on the ground had some kind of invisible bonus to his strength. But he had never felt it as clearly as he did now.
It was as if he had limitless strength, boundless power, and an invincible defense. This feeling wasn't a delusion. Xu Jing could truly feel it, with him as the center.
The hemispherical area with a radius of 100 meters beneath his feet was completely under his control. He seemed to have become the core of this area. This area was an extension of his body.
He could freely mobilize the power of the earth within this area to bless himself. When attacked, the earth beneath his feet would first bear the damage. In other words,
if one didn't have the power to destroy the 100-meter diameter hemisphere of Earth beneath his feet with one strike, there was no way to harm him. Even if one could destroy it, the damage to the Earth would have to be deducted first.
Only then would the final true damage be transferred to him. As long as he steps on the ground, he will be able to control the endless energy of the Earth veins, and his physical strength will never be exhausted. It's simply too powerful.
Xu Jing felt like he could withstand a small nuclear explosion without a hitch. Unfortunately, there weren't many opponents here to test his abilities against. He suppressed his inner urge and chose to claim the reward for Mission 3.
As the cooled filled his missile scan range continued to expand, reaching a total of over 2,700 meters, the range he could control with ease reached approximately 1,000 meters. There are actually so many.
Xu Jing had originally worried that the world soul reward for ones and origin points would be significantly reduced, but now it seems that although it hasn't increased by 20% like last time, it has still increased by 10% after receiving his reward.
He didn't waste any more time and chose to return. This time, just like when he came here, he remained sober. A white light enveloped his body. The diamond armor dissipated immediately, and the reappearing obsidian fury was gradually disintegrated.
The massive amount of origin energy generated by the decomposition of obsidian fury split into two parts. The majority of it merged into his soul, becoming origin points displayed on the system interface.
The other part was used to open the passage of travel. Then the system emitted a white light, carrying his soul into the passage. The original system charged 40% of the conversion cost, and also spent money to open the crossing channel.
Xu Jing suddenly understood. Although he knew the system would still make money overall, he had a deeper understanding of the system's exploitation. His soul was enveloped in the system's white light.
Beyond the white light lay a deep darkness that seemed to have no end. In the passage, he couldn't do anything except think. It was utterly boring. But he perked up, waiting to reach the end. What kind of place is the main world?
Xu Jing was still very curious about this. He didn't know how long it took, but a ball of light finally appeared in front of him. The next moment, he was out of the passage. Anhe City, Shu Mansion. Xu Jing, who had been soundly asleep, suddenly opened his eye.
A look of helplessness crossed his face. He hadn't expected that the end of the passageway would reveal his current body. Just as he had traveled through time, a passage opened directly in his mind, shattering his desire to explore the main world. At this point,
less than a cup of tea had passed since he'd crossed over. 10 years in the Pacific Rim world was equivalent to just one night in the main world, and had only been there for about 2 months. He summoned the system and looked at the interface.
The main thing was the origin column. Origin point 6026. It's not enough. Xu Jing sighed helplessly. This little bit of essence wasn't enough. If something went wrong and he needed to summon an outer armor,
whether it was a current King Kong or a flying zombie, it would cost tens of thousands of essence points each time. Then, next time he wouldn't have enough essence points to go to a world with 10 zeros and I couldn't get stuck in this vicious cycle.
It was still early in the morning anyway. Might as well just keep traveling. He closed his eyes again, consumed 10,000 essence points, and chose to travel continuously. In the near future, the real world, on the brink of chaos and collapse,
is becoming increasingly disappointing. Virtual reality technology and online games have found a perfect fusion. This is how the gaming company Oasis was born, becoming a haven for people to escape the world.
This time was different from the trip to the Pacific Rim world. Xu Jing fell into his usual coma. But after waking up, he received information from the system about this journey to another world. To his surprise,
this was another movie world he was unfamiliar with. Furthermore, he had not traveled to a non-human being from the real world, but had become an artificially intelligent NPC in a virtual game world created by people from the real world.
Xu Jing stood at the bar at the entrance of a grand building, staring at his surroundings in a daze. There was too much information in his brain. He also received the memories of his current body. Strictly speaking, it was a bunch of data representing memories.
It took him a long time. He finally combined the information transmitted by the system and sorted out the memories of his current body. He understood the identity and responsibilities of the NPC he had traveled to. This is Ludes, a planet in the Oasis world.
This planet is dedicated to education, with thousands of schools scattered across it. Each school is like a sanctuary with brightly colored marble corridors, spacious classrooms, a virtual library housing every available book,
and various courts and gymnasiums. It has everything you need. If a school like this existed in real life, it would be like stepping into heaven. Xu Jing is the receptionist at this school. He's responsible for guiding and welcoming new students.
He looks pretty much like a security guard. There are over 1,000 schools on the planet Ludes. Every school is identical. They are just multiple copies of the same model code. They are a program. Unfortunately, every school has an NPC receptionist.
In other words, this planet has at least 1,000 NPCs who look exactly like Xu Jing. Xu Jing was dazed again. He clicked on his NPC panel. Occupation receptionist, robot NPC, personality steady, level zoo, gold coins.
Skills, none. Equipment, none. Responsibilities, welcome new students. Action log, no records current month. Area of activity, public school, no, 1873. It didn't even have a name. Xu Jing was speechless, just looking at this panel.
In any game would be considered the lowest level of minions in the novice village, the kind used to slaughter and upgrade new players. Fortunately, his planet, Ludes, was a PvE zone. No PK could be conducted there, making it incredibly safe.
It was school time. Students arrived in all sorts of bizarre ways. Through the fully glassed-in hall, one could see the helipad outside, with its endless array of bizarre vehicles arriving one after another. There were flying saucers,
space fighters straight out of sci-fi movies and games, and even interstellar spaceships. After the students left the vehicle, they could simply wave their hands and transform it into something the size of a palm. This data was then stored in the storage space.
However, those who possess personal interstellar travel tools are either highly successful or have spent significant money. Then there are those who use teleportation rooms, reaching any planet in the blink of an eye. This is the fastest method,
though also the most expensive. As for the poor students, some of them were completely broke. They couldn't even afford a spaceship or virtual fuel, let alone a teleportation room. Their activities were confined to the planet Ludes.
And they spent most of their time at school. On Ludes, there are no monsters to fight, no quest NPCs to level up, and no gold to earn. If you can't leave after graduation, you'll likely be stuck here forever. Of course, if you have good connections,
you can take someone else's boat and leave. This is also the only way for poor students to start their journey to the Oasis world. As long as you leave Ludes, everything will gradually get better. Oasis is great. It's a spiritual sustenance for the outside world.
If you don't have money, you can play with your Malaysian ringgit. Still makes a lot of sense. Chapter 356. Ready Player One. Xu Jing stood motionless, like a statue,
silently observing the students entering the school hall and sorting out the information transmitted by the system. The Oasis was enormous, so large that it consisted of 27 square sections. Each section contained hundreds of different planets.
The distances between the planets varied, but the distance between each section was exactly 10 light years. Whether traveling between planets in this zone or to other zones, long-distance travel is not cheap. Without sufficient fuel, don't even think about it.
One of Oasis' biggest ways to make money is by allowing people to use virtual fuel to refuel their virtual spaceships and charging transportation fees. The rich really can do whatever they want in the Oasis. The artifacts, rare equipment,
and items that occasionally appear at the auction house are all bought by the wealthy. They can enjoy the best services in the Oasis. They can buy the best equipment. They can hire people to help them upgrade or complete quests. In reality,
they can travel the world without leaving their homes and see the scenery of various planets and planes. The only limit is your imagination. Nothing is impossible. For example, you can visit a resort planet, surf 50-foot waves, slide down a pyramid,
Climb Mount Everest with Batman. Experience magical places once only seen in games and movies. You can go to the PvP planet. There are all kinds of monsters for you to slay. Test your equipment and skills. Earn gold and equipment.
Experience the thrill of leveling up. There are also various competitive modes. You can also go to a casino built with planets, where you can win or lose money, get married, or have a one-night stand.
The poor can only use the most basic tactile masks and gloves. Their experience of entering this virtual world is limited to their 5 senses and hands. But the wealthy can purchase the most advanced full-body tactile suits,
allowing them to experience a pleasure that is indistinguishable from the real thing. People come to the Oasis. They can do anything. They can become anything: tall, beautiful, scary. They can change gender. They can change species, of course.
Within the school, many restrictions are in place, or even completely prohibited. Students entering the school are not allowed to use character names. They must use their real names. Furthermore, each student must appear human,
with their gender and age matching their actual appearance. Appearances can be adjusted, but demons and monsters are not allowed. Of course, once you leave school, no one cares what you look like. Your character name will be restored.
And there's no need to worry about your identity being leaked. Everyone's real name, fingerprint, and retinal shape are stored in the data center, protected by a social simulation system. Even ISIS employees can't see a user's real information. This is paradise.
Even those without money can live a happy life in this oasis as long as they work hard. With a little luck, they can even become rich overnight. But it's also dangerous here. Aside from the PvE area, everywhere else is fraught with danger.
Once your character dies, all your money and equipment will be gone. That's a truly devastating situation, making you want to commit suicide. In-game money is equivalent to real-world currency, and a single piece of equipment could be worth your entire fortune.
Even more than a real-world house. Xu Jing sorted through his memories, feeling increasingly astonished. This virtual world in particular looked just like the real thing. Even if he was just a lowly NPC, he still felt the same senses within it. For him,
this is the real world. The various rules made up of code are the laws of this world. He harbored deep suspicions about James Holliday, the creator of the Oasis. This was because the current real world was only in 2045.
While the Oasis had only appeared in late 2012, before the Oasis, the real world outside was much the same as his previous life. No matter how Xu Jing thought about it, it seemed out of place. The 2012 Oasis was like a high-tech product.
It had taken the world by storm. The technology within it was simply unbelievable. Maps of tens of thousands of planets, servers that housed the entire world's population, and tens of thousands of AI NPCs on each planet. Furthermore,
the Oasis world is surprisingly unlimited. Every year the company managing it adds dozens, even hundreds, of planets to this virtual world. 20 years later, a single person wouldn't even be able to explore all of the Oasis.
Even the pace of exploration might not keep up with the pace of development. No matter how Xu Jing looked at it, he felt like Holiday had acquired some kind of advanced technology, taking humanity several steps forward in related fields.
But there was no point in overthinking it. He had traveled through various worlds and seen many strange and bizarre things. He himself was one of them. It wasn't the new student enrollment period. The older students were already familiar with the school.
So no one bothered him with questions. He treated everyone who entered the school as if they were just decorations. He chose to ignore them. In reality, although Xu Jing had the authority to move freely throughout the school,
he rarely left the bar at the entrance to the hall. He would only leave if a student couldn't find a place and needed him to lead the way. This only happened when new students entered the school each year.
The fact that there were no records for that month on his NPC dashboard was enough to explain everything. System. At this moment, people were coming and going. He remained silent. He chose to summon the system first and see what the mission would be.
World Player 1, you can choose return at any time. Currently convert 1 origin point. Identity robot NPCs known. Mission 15 unlock NPC permissions.
Overload. Origin points 10,000. Mission.
Solve the mystery of the brass key.
Reveal it. Start the Easter egg competition. Origin points 20. The thousands. Mission 3C. Collect all 3 keys: brass, emerald, and crystal. Achieve the top spot on the leaderboard. The soul enhancement. Hint 6.
Tip 1. The permissions of the AI NPC can be gradually unlocked by learning Halliday culture. Tip 2. The host can recharge their origin points to the gold item on their character panel. They can also transfer their armor to their personal equipment.
If the character dies, the corresponding recharged gold and armor will be permanently lost. The host will return. Tip 3. The host's soul ability will be activated simultaneously when the NPC character level is raised to level 1.
Hint 4. Hey, monsters killed by the host have their data lost. They will never be revived. Players killed by the host have their spirit weakened. Being killed by the host 3 times within a month will result in a real death in reality.
Tip 5: Killing any entity will not directly increase your origin points, but you will receive gold. After completing Mission 3, you can convert the gold earned into origin points. The ratio is the same as when you top up.
The maximum origin points you can withdraw is 100,000. Hint 6e: the host completes all tasks. Except for the transferred outer armor, you can choose any piece of equipment obtained by the character, including artifacts,
to materialize and bring back to the main world. Tip 7a: How can you become stronger without recharging? Recharge now. Xu Jing read through the system tasks and prompts word for word. He was both surprised and delighted. The rewards for this mission,
especially for Mission 3, were truly a tremendous opportunity. You have to know that the Osis world contains almost every movie and game that humans have ever appeared in. If you take away some artifacts, they are real artifacts with unimaginable power.
But he was frustrated. Even if he topped up, he didn't have many origin points. He had to be more cautious about transferring his outer armor. Otherwise, if someone exploded. Chapter 357. Spending money with tears.
Xu Jing read through the tasks and instructions again, feeling entangled. Except for the first mission, the remaining two are difficult to complete. The news about the 3 keys, brass, emerald, and crystal, and the Easter egg competition,
was known to everyone in the world. Since James Halliday created Osis, he has achieved unprecedented success. He has changed the world and become the richest man in the world. But he was a profoundly solitary man. He never married, had no children,
and no relatives. Rumor had it that he didn't even have a single friend. For the last 15 years of his life, he lived in voluntary isolation, as a wealthy man known to the world.
Immediately caused a frenzy among people around the world. The reason for this is that Halliday left an Easter egg in the Osis game. On January 17, 2040, as the news of his death spread,
every Osis user around the world received a short video. This video is actually a carefully produced movie called Arnock's Invitation. Halliday used his character in the Osis game, the all-knowing Arnold, to create 3 keys.
These 3 keys corresponded to 3 levels. He hid the key in the Osis world and left behind relevant clues, which are puzzles. The first person to collect all the keys will receive the Easter egg he left in the game.
This Easter egg represents his entire fortune, over 500 billion worth of company stock, including control of Osis. The video, less than 5 minutes long, quickly became the most scrutinized film ever made, even analyzed frame by frame countless times.
Anyone interested in Easter egg hunting could recount every shot of it. From the day the Easter egg was opened, a leaderboard similar to the high score list in old arcade games appeared. Also featured is the Halliday Archives. This is Halliday's brain,
containing his thoughts and opinions on every game, novel, film, comic, and 1980s pop culture has ever seen or played. It also includes some of Halliday's daily work and life. From the day it began, this competition instantly became a global event.
Regardless of gender, age, or youth, everyone dreamed of becoming the winner. The emergence of the Halliday Archives has shown people that being familiar with Halliday's various hobbies is crucial for finding Easter eggs. As a result,
the pop culture craze that began in the 1980s has once again swept the world. Various movies, games, and fashions from half a century ago have become popular all over the world. At the same time, a new profession emerged in the game.
They called themselves hunters, specializing in researching and finding Easter eggs. Among hunters, there are lone rangers. Naturally, there are also hunter guilds. Even in reality, there are various Easter egg companies, large and small,
that hire specialized personnel to participate in the competition. And then, a year passed, no one, professional or amateur, had found any clues. No one even knew where to begin the search for the first brass key. Another year passed,
and there was still no improvement. Some people began to lose patience with the game and chose to give up. Of course, this didn't affect Osis operations in the slightest. Halliday had handed it over to a third party for safekeeping.
Osis continued to continuously upgrade the game and develop new expansion packs, generating enormous profits. Any attempt by someone with ulterior motives to acquire it would be unaffected. The Osis is unique,
especially when reality becomes a mess and seems to be approaching the end of the world. People simply cannot live without this beautiful second world. Year after year passed. Until now, 5 whole years. A long wait.
Still no progress on the Easter egg. The only ones still holding on are those who are persistent. Perhaps someone has made some progress, but even if so, those who discovered the secret would not disclose such important information to increase competition.
Xu Jing's second mission was to solve the mystery of the brass key and reveal it to the world. He couldn't help but feel overwhelmed. He didn't think he could easily find something that everyone in the world had been searching for 5 years without success.
Also, although he had some knowledge of things from the 1980s, he was still far behind the people of this world, especially those who had studied them seriously for 5 years. The worst part was that he had never seen a movie in this world.
Even with the information transmitted by the system, he only knew what everyone else knew. He had no foresight and advantage. Instead, because of the 5-year gap, he fell behind everyone else. Xu Jing's thoughts raced. He kept analyzing, thinking carefully.
He actually did have an advantage. That was his learning ability. With his photographic memory, coupled with a powerful soul, he could work tirelessly, rapidly absorbing knowledge and catching up with others. Furthermore,
his powerful soul also helped him analyze puzzles, focusing on key points and retrieving memories like a supercomputer. This was something ordinary people didn't possess. It seems that the first task issued by the system is to guide me.
Xu Jing suddenly had an idea and looked at prompt 1. By learning holiday culture, one can unlock the AI NPC's privileges. Unlocking these privileges also determines whether one can leave their current position, leave school, leave loods, or even move free.
This is also a prerequisite for completing Task 1. As for Mission 3, while the reward was unprecedented, the difficulty was also exceptionally high. Not only would he need to find the 3 keys, but he would also inevitably face competitors.
Xu Jing felt a surge of blood and gore just thinking about it. To him, this Oasis was a vast, real world. But to the players, it was still a game. There were no laws here to fight for the key and eliminate the competition.
No one would show mercy to him if given the chance. Individual players are easy to deal with. What they fear is the guilds and companies. After all, those forces are all wealthy and powerful. Some have equipment and even artifacts.
Xu Jing couldn't help but look at prompt 7. How can I become stronger without recharging? Not to mention the last 2 tasks. Even the study required for the first task wasn't free. The books, anime, movies, and TV series Holiday had read,
the songs he had listened to, the games he had played, all cost money. And the current situation is that his gold coins are 0. Xu Jing sighed in silence. In the past, after entering a world, he would also spend his origin points to upgrade himself.
But this time, the situation was somewhat different from what he had encountered before. The origin points he recharged wouldn't directly enhance his character. Instead, they would be converted into gold coins. However,
that only after completing Mission 3 could gold coins be converted into origin points. Furthermore, the upper limit was 100 Zaluzan. He earned gold coins, not origin points, from killing any monster or human. Therefore,
failing Mission 3 had serious consequences. Not only would the origin points he'd deposited be wasted, but he'd also receive no additional origin points besides the rewards from Missions 1 and 2. Even if he completed Mission 3,
he could only withdraw a maximum of 100,000 origin points. He couldn't withdraw any additional origin points after depositing them. The extra reward for Task 3 is indeed not that easy to get. Xu Jing despised the system in his heart.
Yet he was desperate to complete the mission. Finally he gritted his teeth and, with immense heartache, recharged his essence by 100 points. Chapter 58. Spending money drives me crazy. Learning makes me happy. In the Oasis world,
gold coins are also called Oasis points. The game company has a dedicated deposit window that accepts deposits in all currencies worldwide. The ratios vary. For example, $1 is equivalent to 10 Oasis points in a sense.
The emergence of Oasis is equivalent to the unification of world currency. Humans can accomplish anything in the Oasis world. All physical stores in real life are available in the game. Purchases can be made using Oasis points.
You can choose between virtual and real items. Although there was no option to recharge origin points in the Oasis, the system was omnipotent. As Xu Jing thought about it, the 100 origin points he paid were instantly credited to his account.
He summoned the character panel and looked at the gold coin value. 1,000 obviously. 1 origin point is equivalent to 100 Oasis points, which is 10 times the purchasing power of the US dollar. Xu Jing was in a good mood.
He felt that this ratio was acceptable. Having decided to study hard, he immediately stopped wasting time and began to study Holiday's hobby. He closed his eyes, standing motionless. His character was already in a state of absence. This state,
unique to players, allowed him to browse the web, enter chat rooms and so on. This is the setting of Oasis. Although the character's eyes are closed, he can still see everything around him.
The students rushing to class around him paid no attention to this robot NPC, nor did they notice anything unusual about him. In reality, Xu Jing, as the game's AI NPC, was intelligent, but he didn't have the authority to browse the internet.
This was a backdoor given to him by the system. On the internet, there are various forums and blogs dedicated to discussing Halliday. Hunters in these forums list Halliday's hobbies one by one.
These are all summed up by analyzing Halliday's comments on certain things that they found in the Halliday archive. What books, movies, TV shows, games, comics, and even songs Halliday likes and what he doesn't like. Some people compile detailed lists.
Others simply publish whatever they discover. Anyway, it's all there for everyone to see. It doesn't really affect the Easter egg competition. Of course, if someone discovers a clue in a movie or TV series, most people, except for those seeking instant fame,
Want share it. Those who compile and publish holidays information can gain a lot of attention. Attention means fame. And fame means making money through traffic advertising. This saves Xu Jing a lot of time, without thinking twice.
He simply followed the analysis and summaries of the most popular and famous people attending Contra.
Buy it! Genesis!
Buy it, Pac-Man. Buy it, Batsby. Tomahawk, Double Dragon, Skyfall, Street Fighter, and Tomb Raider. Buy.
Xu Jing fell into a shopping frenzy. Even though these were all very old games, they still required purchase before they could be played. He couldn't go to the real world, and there were no pirated copies in the Oasis.
So he gritted his teeth and bought them all. Soon he discovered that the 10,000 Oasis points he had recharged were all used up. What else can I do? Keep recharging! I want to become stronger. I want to compete with those famous hunters and major guilds.
How can I succeed without spending money? After Xu Jing made up his mind, he embarked on the road of Krypton Gold without hesitation. After topping up his account several times, he finally bought all of Halliday's favorite games.
Then he turned to watching the movie again. War Games, Ghostbusters, Strike Back, Goodbye Life, Rookie of the Year, Star Wars, The Lord of the Rings, The Matrix, and Raiders of the Lost Ark. Xu Jing had seen many movies and remembered their plots vividly.
He scrolled through the entire list, selecting all of them. Buy, even if you support the genuine version. After movies, there are TV series, books, comics, and songs, as long as people analyze what Halliday likes.
He doesn't miss any of it. After buying all the study materials, Xu Jing glanced at the remaining origin points and couldn't help but feel heartbroken, but he changed his mind and felt that this time, travel mission was actually a good thing for him.
He had watched many movies, TV series, books, etc. before crossing over, but it was impossible for him to have seen all of them. The worlds had traveled through before, even though they were parallel Earths,
were largely different from the Earth of his previous life in terms of film and television. And even if there were similarities, the ones he'd traveled through were all giant monsters. How could he easily operate a computer to watch a movie?
And even if he'd collected all the movies from all over the world and from all eras, that would have required a tremendous amount of connections and energy. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. He could catch up on all the things he hadn't seen before.
If he ever traveled to another world in the future, he wouldn't be caught off guard. With this attitude, Xu Jing began to study seriously. He still kept his eyes closed. He turned on a movie and fast-forwarded it. This was also his advantage.
His spiritual power was powerful, and this was also reflected in his extraordinary thinking, countless times greater than any human genius. He understood and memorized the scenes and dialogues of the characters in the fleeting moments of the movie.
A movie that takes others an hour or two to watch only takes him a few minutes, or even less, and he really gets into it. Xu Jing also discovered that the body he had traveled through wasn't entirely without merit.
It also possessed swift reaction times and exceptional computing abilities. However, these abilities seemed redundant with his spiritual abilities. In terms of calculations and memory, they were still somewhat inferior, but that didn't matter.
Even running his mind at full power required a lot of energy. When he got tired, he could take turns, or he could use the latter as an auxiliary, analyzing, calculating, and memorizing together. This would be much faster.
Isn't this equivalent to a dual-core system? Xu Jing watched the movie without losing his focus on his thoughts. Suddenly, he found a few more movies and started fast-forwarding them. As expected, no pressure at all.
This rapid and efficient learning was simply astonishing. He worked tirelessly for a single day, and it was equivalent to a player's months of hard work, a 5-year gap. Now it doesn't seem like much.
It seems like the system has taken every possible aspect into consideration. I don't have to worry about anything. Xu Jing threw himself into his studies. He found that learning in this way was truly a joyful experience,
especially when it came to something he was interested in. He also had no concerns about players discovering what he was doing, because each character's movie or web page was visible only to that character.
No one could peek behind their back unless they had permission. Chapter 359. It's so hard to choose a name. Wade Watts, as usual, condensed his form outside the gates of public school No. On the planet Ludus, he appeared like a ghost.
Just after logging on, a malicious voice called out from behind him, Isn't that Wade? The person speaking was Mark, a man he had a feud with. He was standing with a few of his nouveau rich friends. All of them were dressed in expensive store-bought suits.
Their faces were filled with disdain. Wade didn't want to pay attention to him, but Mark kept insisting. Your beautiful clothes are so cool. Where did you get them? As soon as he finished speaking, Mark's friends all laughed out loud.
Wade was wearing a black t-shirt, dark blue jeans, and a free set of clothing. He turned away and said expressionlessly, Your mother bought it for me. Next time you're home for milk, please convey my gratitude. He knew it was childish, but in the virtual world,
sometimes speaking a little sharper could have a positive effect. As expected, there was a burst of laughter all around. Mark's face flushed with anger. He was about to open his mouth to retaliate, but Wade had already blocked out the other person's voice.
He calmly walked into the school. This sound blocking feature is incredibly useful, especially in PvE zones like Ludes. Just curse at someone and then block them. Even if they hear you, they'll be left staring blankly. Wade uses it frequently.
He never suffers a loss. His technique has long been perfected, but in reality, he is a person who lacks social skills. He was unlucky. When he was still an infant, his father was shot and killed instantly during a robbery. He was raised by his mother, Lotta,
who gave him a superhero-like name. To make a living, his mother was busy with work. She helped him set up an USIS account when he was just a few years old. Then she left him there, letting him explore this new world on his own.
USIS has an interactive educational program. It's free and easy to use. Any child can access it. You could almost say he was raised by it. Wade still remembers spending almost his entire childhood in the virtual community of USIS.
Besides puppets that played with him and sang to him, there were also various interactive games that taught him how to walk, count, read, and write. There is the world's largest public library, even if one is penniless.
He can read almost every book in the world, hear every song, and watch every film and TV series. His happiest childhood memories were closely tied to USIS. But the opposite was true. As soon as he left the internet, he had to face the terrible real world.
In reality, Wade became lonely, shy, unsociable, and had no sense of existence. He didn't fit in with his surroundings, especially after his mother died when he was 8 years old. Things became even more polarized. He moved into his Aunt Alice's house.
Of course, Alice wasn't a philanthropist. She took him in so she could get the extra monthly government assistance. At his aunt's house, he had no choice but to live in a small storage room and even had to fend for himself. Fortunately, he was talented.
He taught himself to repair computers and game consoles. He would then find old machines in the trash, repair them, and sell them. But even so, his aunt and his ex-boyfriend would steal anything valuable from him without hesitation.
Wade once thought his life was hopeless. He wallowed in despair and self-pity. But then at age 13, Holiday's Easter egg saved him. He found a dream worth pursuing. He was graduating from high school in a few months.
He knew his grades weren't good enough to get a college scholarship to continue his studies, so during this time, he was already planning his life. Without a doubt, he chose to become a full-time hunter. It was his only way to escape his aunt's house.
And from that moment on, his character's name never changed. Parsifal, like the knight in Arthurian legend who sought the Holy Grail. It's not that he didn't want to use the more popular Percival or Parzival, but these names had already been registered.
After graduation, I can take a ride with He and leave Ludes. Then I can find a place to level up and earn gold. Then I can get some equipment. The rest will come later. Wade planned this in his head. He and Edge had known each other for almost 3 years.
He was one of the most formidable fighters in the entire OSIS, with an unparalleled reputation. The two met in a hunter chat room. As soon as they started talking, they became close friends. Like natural friends, He never discriminated against him.
Nor did he look down on him because of his low level or lack of strength. The two became best friends. Wade knew. This was because they shared a common trait: their understanding of Halliday. In terms of all sorts of knowledge,
they possessed not only the usual old stuff that everyone else was saying, but also a wealth of obscure details that were practically unknown to anyone. Over the years, their relationship has grown closer. They discuss and research Halliday together.
And they've been secretly competing with each other in various ways. Both of them were confident. If someone were to ever top the leaderboard, it would definitely be them. Coincidentally, Edge also attended school on Ludes.
Their schools were half a planet apart. Wade had never met Edge in person, and Edge had no intention of meeting him. Even if they did meet, it was only after they had left school and transformed into their original characters.
Both parties carefully maintained this tacit understanding. Wade entered the school hall and glanced around as usual. Suddenly, his gaze fixed on the robot NPC behind the bar. The robot had its eyes closed, about to leave. He was immediately astonished.
As a hunter recognized by He, besides possessing a wealth of knowledge, he also possessed extremely keen observation skills. In his 3 years at school, he had never seen such a situation occur when meeting an NPC. Look at this.
Wade took a photo while no one was paying attention. Then he quickly opened the chat window and sent it to H, almost in the blink of an eye. Aki replied, "Isn't this the school's NPC reception?" "That's right." Wade asked, "You go out a lot?"
Have you ever seen an NPC in the same away state as the player? Really not. Aki was confused. Strange. Wait, let me go check on our school's NPCs. He didn't reply for the time being. Wade didn't want to attract the attention of his classmates.
He pretended to be calm and went to the classroom on the 2nd floor. The area was already full of students. When class was about to start, Aki finally replied, "There's no problem with our school. I really want to go over to your place and see the details.
No way, Wade excitedly said. This could be a mission. I found it. What a piece of shit. H showed some disdain. Ludes won't have a mission. Well, see. As the teacher walked into the classroom, Wade added, I'll let you know if I find anything.
As long as it doesn't involve the discovery of Easter eggs, everything else is fine. He couldn't concentrate on the class anymore. His mind was completely focused on the NPC in the lobby. He couldn't wait to find a chance to investigate.
It was generally acknowledged that there were no missions on the planet Ludes. But a strange NPC suddenly appeared. He didn't believe there wasn't something fishy going on. Could it be a hidden mission? Wade was thrilled just thinking about it.
Had been hanging out in various forum chat rooms for years and had heard many similar stories. Players who discovered and completed hidden quests had all received enormous benefits. Some had even obtained artifacts.
After finally waiting for the get out of class to end and patiently waiting for everyone else to leave, he couldn't wait to run downstairs to the hall. The hall was empty. Except for the robot NPC, no other students had arrived. Wade was delighted.
He ran over to Xu Jing, cleared his throat and looked over at him with a sharp gaze. Xu Jing was still absent, but he could see and hear everything. Furthermore, he had noticed the student before the last class. Of all the students,
only he noticed his abnormality. He cancelled his leave status and said calmly, Student, do you have any questions? After all, he was still a school NPC. His responsibilities were to help students with problems. Of course.
This was limited to things like looking up classes, competitions, or finding a classroom. Wade said nervously, My name is Wade. What I want to ask is there anything I can help you with? Xu Jing reacted instantly.
Realizing that the other party had mistaken his abnormal state as triggering some kind of mission, he instinctively wanted to deny it, to make up some excuse. But then something clicked in his mind. He asked, How are you good at games? I mean,
the old arcade or cassette games. Games make up a large part of Halliday's hobbies. He can watch movies, TV shows, and books on his own. But when it comes to games, reading guides and then figuring things out can be a waste of time.
It's best to find someone who's proficient in the game to teach you first. This saves a lot of time. And for some competitive games, it's better to hone your skills against experienced players. Wade was overjoyed upon hearing this. Speaking of other missions,
someone with his level 3 strength probably wouldn't have a chance. But when it came to playing arcade or cassette games, he suddenly felt like he was the best. This was his specialty. Even H couldn't match him.
Although he felt strange about the NPC's question, he still patted his chest and said confidently, When it comes to playing that kind of game, I'm very good at it. I believe there are few people in the entire OSIS who are better than me. Oh!
Xu Jing was slightly stunned. Although his spiritual power was temporarily restrained by the system due to his character level, it was only unable to be released. His perception was still very sharp. He could sense Wade's confidence at the moment.
It was the kind of confidence that only comes from someone truly skilled at the game, not just a facade. Furthermore, judging by his attire, he was likely just an ordinary poor man in real life. He wasn't using any emotion control software.
It was impossible to lie to him without being caught. Xu Jing suddenly had an idea. The system wouldn't have dumped him into school 1873 on Ludes for no reason. Perhaps the protagonist was right there. Could it be the boy in front of me?
He looked at Wade carefully, imagining a story of a poor boy who persevered and worked hard to overcome all kinds of trials and triumph over the Easter egg. It's very possible, because it fits the usual plot of the movie. He made a decision in his heart.
Regardless of whether it was true or not, he might as well seize this opportunity. If he guessed right, then maybe mission 2 would be solved. Xu Jing didn't think he'd find a clue just by memorizing every one of Halliday's hobbies.
It would be a waste not to exploit someone who looked like the real culprit. He immediately said, Very good, right? Come see me after school. Yes, Wade was ecstatic. He shouted his answer. Then he tried to calm down. He said goodbye and ran back quickly.
Second period was about to begin. Xu Jing closed his eyes again and entered the state of leaving again. In front of him, on a screen invisible to outsiders, 10 movies were playing at a dizzying speed. At the same time,
he focused a little on the system interface. A progress bar appeared after task 1. It showed the progress from level 0 to level 1 currently. 7% remained. And every time he finished watching a movie, he would advance about 1%, 2%.
As he finished watching 8 of the movies in progress, the progress bar crept up to the top. With a sudden jump, his authority level dropped to level 1 simultaneously. A new progress bar appeared.
Xu Jing shut down the system and opened the character panel. After obtaining level 1 permissions, the panel indeed changed. In the first column, there's an additional name field. It's still unnamed. The data is connected to the player character data.
In addition, his range of activities expanded to 10 miles outside the school, but that didn't seem to help. As far as he knew, Ludes was nothing but thousands of schools, separated by green spaces, parks, meadows, or woods. There were no castles,
dungeons, or anything like that. There were no monsters either, except for a few wild animals, but killing them wouldn't earn you any experience, gold, or equipment. Xu Jing thought for a moment and began to name his character. He tried dozens of names,
but all of them showed as already taken. With billions of gamers worldwide, almost all of the fun and cool character names that people can remember have been registered. Also, all the fruit names have been registered, so have all the vegetable names.
Even the names of movie characters that have some meaning have been registered. An hour later, Xu Jing was practically going crazy. Had tried countless names, but they were all taken. Even his real name was taken, unless the registered person dies in reality.
Usis will delete the corresponding character. He reluctantly opened the webpage, and after some searching, he found a website that specialized in selling character names. The character names listed at the top are all incredibly expensive.
Some worth tens or even millions of ISIS points. Most of them were pre-registered and then listed for sale. There are also various offers for specific names at high prices, many of which are from celebrities. It's crazy. Xu Jing was helpless.
The existence of the Osis affected every aspect of humanity. The second world wasn't just a name. He could have chosen a name like XX alphanumeric, but he still felt unhappy. By one, he browsed through the names one by one, flipping through several pages.
Finally, a name that matched his current race caught his eye, and the price of 30,000 Osis points was acceptable. This is it. Xu Jing confirmed the purchase. The transaction was quickly completed. He then received a verification code.
Back to the naming interface, he used a special method of adding a name and a verification code to complete the registration directly and obtained the purchased name. This made him feel like Osis was selling character names, even if that wasn't the case.
The name-selling website and Osis were definitely in a cooperative relationship. It turns out that using salary to create happiness, no money to play with cats. Chapter 360. This must be a fake NPC, right? Xu Jing set his character name to hidden.
Then he devoted himself to studying. Time flies. In the blink of an eye, a day has passed. This day was a very pleasant one for Xu Jing. Not only did he catch up on a lot of movies he hadn't seen before, but he also gained experience in increasing his authority.
He gradually began to understand Holiday's hobbies. It was truly a win-win situation. But for Wade, this day was torture. Every class was excruciating. It felt like a whole year. Finally, school was over.
He watched as his classmates left or simply disappeared from their seats. He had to endure it. He waited until he was the only one left in the empty classroom. Oh, he finally cheered, rushed out of the classroom door, and ran to the first floor hall.
Xu Jing had stopped studying when the school bell rang, waiting for Wade. When he saw him appear, he immediately said seriously, "Since you've come as agreed, let's make a deal." As soon as he finished speaking,
Wade received a notification message: Ultron's request. At this moment, his heart almost jumped out of his chest. Ultron, isn't this supposed to be the superhero world of District 3? Why are we here? Also, why is this Ultron different from the one in the movie?
Wade was filled with questions. Throughout Ludes, there were over 1,000 schools filled with the same low-level NPCs, yet his school had a high-level NPC with a name and the ability to issue quests.
But he felt that regardless of whether this Ultron was the same Ultron, there was something fishy going on.
It must be a hidden mission!
He was filled with excitement. He looked at the mission. Guide and accompany Ultron in playing games. 5 hours.
1,000 gold coins. Wade was stunned. This was completely different from the hidden mission he had imagined. It looked like an ordinary mission no matter how he looked at it, but the task didn't seem difficult.
The reward of 1,000 gold coins was a huge sum for him. Converted to US dollars, it was $100. It was equivalent to his income from repairing computers for several days, and it only took 5 hours to play games. From that perspective,
the reward is quite generous. Considering the real world today, unemployment is at record highs. Even the neighborhood fast food restaurants are dealing with job applications that take 2 years to process. This should be a prerequisite for the hidden quest.
That's for sure. He kept guessing and accepted the task without hesitation. I am willing to serve you. Very good. Xu Jing was satisfied. He had spent the entire day upgrading his authority to level 3, besides expanding his scope of activities.
He also gained the ability to issue regular tasks. However, he had to pay for the rewards himself, and he couldn't set them too low. The quest he issued required a minimum payment of 500 gold coins, but he deliberately raised it to 1,000.
If Wade is really the protagonist as he thinks, then this investment is definitely worth it. Maybe we'll know soon. Xu Jing opened a separate chat room in the afternoon. The chat rooms in Osis aren't web pages. They're created as buildings or rooms, like
the larger the space, the higher the fees. Those who purchase a chat room can decorate it however they like. They can use whatever decorations they want. They can remodel it however they want. And they can do it just by thinking about it.
Xu Jing's chat room was simple. It was a room of about 50 square meters. Inside there was a large, comfortable sofa. In front of the sofa was a large screen TV. A Super game console was connected to the TV furthermore.
The shelves along the wall were filled with game cartridges, videotapes, and discs. These were the physical manifestations of the movies and TV series he had purchased. There was also an arcade machine in the room. He could switch to any arcade game he wanted.
There was also a jukebox next to it. It was currently playing the Duran Duran classic Wild Child. While Wade gained access to the chat room, after forming a body within the room, he exclaimed in surprise. His eyes lit up, and he excitedly walked around the room.
Exploring, Xu Jing was very pleased with Wade's reaction. Only someone truly devoted would pour their passion into something Holiday loved, and that was exactly what he was doing.
Perhaps Wade's preconceived notion led him to overlook an important point: chat rooms can only be created by players. Xu Jing naturally didn't try to wake Wade up. He didn't bother him either. It didn't matter if he had a little time.
Wade could let go of every item on the shelf. He truly loved everything there. Ever since he found his dream, he'd been hopelessly obsessed with it. He didn't care even if his grades were terrible. Holiday's tastes weren't specific. He listened to everything.
And so he did. Pop, rock, new wave, punk, heavy metal, he embraced it all. He even memorized the lyrics to everything he heard verbatim. To win the competition, Halliday read every movie and TV show he'd seen and every comic book he'd collected.
He often stayed up late, exhausted, before going to bed, Hez unmatched in his dedication to the game, especially in gaming. Wade discovered he had an unparalleled talent for gaming. Classic are computers, consoles, handhelds, text adventures.
Third-person role-playing games, 8-bit, 16-bit, and 32-bit consoles from the last century. The harder the game, the more he enjoyed it. He could master most action games in just a few hours. Role-playing games were a breeze.
He never used a strategy guide or cheats. Even in the current OSIS, he hadn't officially begun his hunter career yet. But he believed that the day he left Ludes, his name would become as well known as H. No.
He would definitely be even more famous than H. 10 years of hard work to sharpen a sword. One day, it's time to test its sharpness. Wade believed that he would be the first to reach the top of the standings in the future. After touring the room,
he remembered his mission and began teaching. He picked up a few game cartridges from the shelf, sat down on the sofa, and inserted the cartridges into the console. He said, "I'll start with the 2-player game." Good. Xu Jing looked at the screen.
The game being played was Contra. He had played it a few times in his previous life, but wasn't very proficient. In the competition for Halliday's Easter eggs, especially in terms of gaming, his shortcomings are obvious.
Learning by himself is no match for the guidance of an expert. This game lets you adjust your lives. The code is up, down, left, right. After adjusting, you'll have 30 lives. Wade was very conscientious.
He taught everything he could. After all, these games had the most perfect guides online, and he wasn't afraid of competition. In a fair environment, whether one could play a game well wasn't just about guides, it also depended on talent.
Xu Jing found a guide online and listened silently to Wade's explanation. He memorized every detail, including where to find what food items, what kind of enemies would appear, and how to beat each level. Wade played like a textbook, never dying.
Until he finished the game, then he said, "You should have memorized it all. Just practice a few more times. You'll get it right soon." He knew that NPCs were all artificial intelligence.
They could remember what they saw visually and had a strong learning ability. I think I should have learned and mastered it. Xu Jing picked up the controller and started playing the game again. Ever since reaching the first stage of his soul,
he had entered a stage of subtle control over his body. The current OSIS world was real to him. His current body was equivalent to a real body endowed with artificial intelligence, combined with his soul. He felt that even if it was his first time playing,
as long as he had the awareness and reasonable control, he would be able to achieve his goal without any lag. Sure enough, after he got familiar with the shooting, jumping, and lying operations, he started to operate like a perfect machine.
Wade had a smile on his face. In his heart, he didn't agree with what Xu Jing said, but soon his expression changed. He was a little bit unbelieving. He asked in surprise, "You really just learned this?" "Yeah." Xu Jing also cleared the game with 1 life.
Okay, let's move on to the next game. Wade, skeptical, changed the cassette. This time it was Double Dragon. Again, he only taught it once. Then, he watched as Xu Jing mastered the game. Thunderbolt, Chaos, and Fury.
He taught each one once, and Xu Jing mastered them all after watching them. Wade was incredibly shocked. Although he'd expected NPCs to be highly skilled learners, he hadn't expected them to be this strong. This must be a very advanced AI, right? He stood up.
Unconvinced, he walked over to the arcade and sat down. He said, "Let's change things up. Let's play some fighting games." Okay. Xu Jing threw down the controller and sat down in front of the arcade machine. What was he playing? The Battle for the Eggs. Wade said.
Xu Jing's mind stirred. The arcade machine changed to the corresponding screen. He inserted 2 game coins. He gripped the joystick and asked, "How do I play this?" "It's very simple." Wade started talking non-stop. In the 2-player mode of bird egg battle,
each player controls a knight wielding a lance. The primary player rides an ostrich, while the secondary player rides a crane. Not only do players have to control their characters to attack each other, but they also have to deal with computer-generated enemies.
the computer is a vulture knight. When killed, it turns into a green egg. If you don't destroy it, the computer will be reborn from the egg. Also sometimes, a pterosaur will suddenly appear in the game and attack the entire screen. Every time a player,
their life will drop by 1. Whoever loses their last life first loses the game. Wade had been playing this game with Ace for a while. At first, he was badly beaten by Ace, but after practicing dozens of games against the computer every day,
he now beat Ace to a pulp. He vowed never to play this game with him again. At this moment, facing Xu Jing, he felt more dissatisfied than convinced. He had to know that every time he mastered a game, it took him at least several hours.
Without comparison, there is no harm. He felt deeply hurt. Fortunately, NPCs don't compete for Easter eggs. Otherwise, players would be at a huge disadvantage in terms of learning. Wade refused to admit defeat.
Even if he suspected Xu Jing was an advanced AI, he would win. He believed there was no unbeatable AI, especially in a game like Egg Battle, because the program won't improve. Current AI still lacks true thinking ability.
Its adaptability is based on predictable algorithms. It's impossible to predict its unexpected moves. While the opponent's every move may seem perfect, there's always a clue behind it. This is the truth about video games.
At least until humans create true artificial intelligence. Absolutely true. Xu Jing could sense Wade's competitive spirit, but he didn't care. Instead, he felt a little pleased. Wade's superior gaming skills made him feel even more like the protagonist.
Furthermore, with such a formidable expert guiding him through the game, he would learn much faster than if he had figured things out on his own. Let's get started. Wade looked serious and earnest. Xu Jing also focused his attention and started the game.
A few minutes ago, Wade hadn't forgotten he was teaching. He didn't immediately confront Xu Jing. After Xu Jing became familiar with the operation, the 2 sides began the real battle. As soon as Xu Jing started playing, he quickly got into the groove.
Although he had never played this game before, his advantage was still obvious. The power of the soul combined with artificial intelligence. Dual-core operation. The moment you see the screen, you can calculate all the results.
Every attack is incredibly precise. Dodges and retreats are effortless. The trajectory is flawless. However, Wade was indeed a master of the game. With his natural talent, he was able to keep up with Xu Jing's pace. His reaction was unexpected.
Rendering Xu Jing's attacks fruitless, he even set a trap to counterattack. But unfortunately, Xu Jing wasn't a true AI. He was just as quick to react. His moves were just as unexpected, sometimes completely unpredictable. Wade didn't have time to think.
Had already been defeated once. He was at a disadvantage in this competition. But this also fueled his desire to win. His moves became even sharper. The 2 sides fought back and forth, reaching a stalemate. As time went on,
more and more vultures appeared on the screen, forcing the characters they controlled to flee in all directions. Wade became increasingly astonished as he played. He couldn't believe what he was seeing.
He had been so confident in his victory over Xu Jing because he knew the AI wouldn't be able to predict his unexpected moves. But after playing this round, he realized he was completely wrong. Is this really an NPC?
He even suspected that the person playing the game with him was a human with AI capabilities, or in other words, a true artificial intelligence. It's so scary. Fake. This has to be fake. Right.
Wade could feel the sweat dripping down the edge of his mask and forehead. He resisted the urge to wipe his face. He became even more cautious. He didn't want to lose. He was deeply resentful. He frantically punched buttons and wiggled the joystick.
But in reality, he was just struggling to survive. Soon, his character met his end. He was attacked and exploded by a group of vultures. I lost. Wade turned his head, staring intently at Xu Jing. Had been practicing the bird egg battle a lot lately,
and his skills were hot. Even Aki was easily beaten by him. But here he lost to an NPC he'd just learned and was playing for the first time. He had many questions in his mind, but he didn't know how to ask them.
Should I ask if the NPC in front of me is a real NPC? He thought the question was stupid. How could the other party have issued the quest if he wasn't an NPC? You're amazing, Xu Jing affirmed. Only slightly worse than me, but I still have a lot to learn from you.
Let's continue. Wade, the character he controlled, wiped his face with his sleeve. In reality, he was already sweating profusely. Xu Jing asked, "What do you want to learn next?" Street Fighter. Wade still had some hope. 5 hours later,
Xu Jing put down the controller, patted Wade on the shoulder, and said, "Thank you. I learned a lot today." Wade looked dejected. Had already received 1,000 oozes points as a reward. gained a ton of experience, and even leveled up twice.
But he wasn't happy at all. Instead, he was starting to doubt his life. "Will you come after school tomorrow?" Xu Jing said with anticipation. Through today's training, he had verified his own strength and found a faster way to learn. For level clearing exercise,
He could just watch Wade play once. He could even just watch a video online. As for competitive exercises, it would be more effective to practice with an expert. As long as he keeps doing this, it won't be long before he can master all the games.
Wade took a deep breath and asked, "Can I bring a friend here? He was also a master." "Sure." Xu Jing was eager. He took out a blank permission slip for entering the chat room and handed it over. "But I won't pay you much." "No problem." Wade took it, finally.
A smile appeared on his face. "See you tomorrow then." He decided to bring Aichi with him tomorrow. As a good friend, he had to share this good thing with Aichi, as he could play the game, improve his skills, and earn OSIS points and experience points.
Chapter 361. New identity. Later, Xu Jing had mastered all the old games thoroughly, and both Wade and H believed that his level was unmatched in the entire OSIS. In addition,
the chat room has changed its nature and has become a tool for him to make money. Wade brought Ace. Ace introduced Dedong. Dedong brought in his good friend Ashio. These individuals were all well-known figures in the hunter community.
When they gathered together, other hunters caught wind of the situation, believing they had discovered clues to the Easter egg. Consequently, the chatroom received countless requests for access every day. Xu Jing simply expanded the chat room.
He then offered access to renowned hunters for a fee. He expanded the chat room into a high-end hunter club. Only the most skilled hunters were eligible to enter. He now increasingly felt that Wade was the protagonist of this world.
Although he was still unknown, his research on Holiday and the people he knew were enough to tell him that he would one day shine. As for Xu Jing himself, the changes he had undergone over the past month were even more dramatic. During the day,
he watched movies, TV series, and read various books at school. At night, he would study and play games in the chat room. Even when he was in school in his previous life, he had never been so serious. After a month,
Xu Jing's research into Holiday's hobbies surpassed that of most other players. He even made some sensational discoveries. His authority also rose rapidly with this highly efficient learning. It had currently reached level 9, only 2.6%
away from the maximum level of 10, and the increased authority brings him huge benefits. First, his range of movement was no longer restricted. He could now roam freely across the OSIS 27 zones and countless planets. Secondly,
his personal dashboard now had fingerprint and retina entries. However, he hadn't yet filled in these two fields, they were blank. Xu Jing also gained the ability to change his appearance like the player, while there was a restriction against changing races.
At least he no longer had to share the same appearance as the robot NPCs from other schools on the planet Ludes. He simply changed his appearance to resemble Ultron from the Avengers. He no longer played an NPC in front of the hunters,
but began disguising himself as a player. A lone hunter named Ultron, the founder of a high-end club, quickly gained a reputation within the hunter community for his extensive knowledge and exceptional gaming abilities.
Many players love movie characters and have cosplayed them in every possible way, including their appearances and names. Therefore, no one who joined later has noticed the problem. However, Wade and Xu,
the four people who first came into contact with Xu Jing, could not help but feel confused and filled with doubts. They all accepted the mission Xu Jing issued. This was an ability only NPCs possessed. However, Xu Jing's ability to access the internet
and change his appearance were clearly only possessed by players. If NPCs possessed such abilities, the entire world might be in chaos. Let's report it to Uzis. X Studio.
Wade and the other three gathered together to discuss Xu Jing. It was Edge who spoke. His expression was grave. Skynet from Terminator, the Matrix from the Matrix, Vicky from iRobot. Just think about it.
What if this Ultron is actually an AI that's escaped OSS control? Wouldn't that put us humans in danger? Don't be impatient. Wade shook his head and said, I don't think we can jump to conclusions yet. Maybe he really is a player. A player? Dedong denied it.
Didn't you say he was your school's receptionist? If he was a player, how could he have remained silent all these years? Why only now? Don't forget he can issue quests. That's right. H added the speed at which he learns.
And the abilities he demonstrates in the game are impossible for a human to achieve. Also, his studying holiday culture. What do you think he wants to do? Disguise yourself as a player. Win the Easter egg, then you can control the OSIS.
Ash deduced step by step, and was shocked. This was truly a huge conspiracy. The other three took a breath and looked at each other in confusion. Wade finally didn't dare to make any promises. He said, then let's vote by raising our hands.
As soon as he finished speaking, Aki, Dedong and Axu all raised their hands. There was no need to ask his opinion anymore. Wade shrugged and said, okay, I'll do as it.
H had actually been preparing to report the incident long ago. He compiled the evidence he had gathered over the past few days, including photos, videos, and other materials. He then had Wade and the other two sign their names and emailed it to Oasis.
Xu Jing stood at the bar in the lobby of Public School No. 1873. In the school, he still chose to hide his name. He had restored his original appearance. Like an ordinary NPC, the students were in class and he was alone in the quiet hall.
He was in the middle of a break, fast-forwarding through a few TV series. He also focused part of his attention on the permissions progress bar on the system interface. The progress bar on the last tube had reached 99.8%.
Xu Jing patiently studied diligently for half an hour. Finally, he pushed the progress to 100%. The system's prompt sounded at the perfect time. Task 1 was finally completed. And when the authority reached level 10, a prompt popped up. After reading the prompt,
despite having anticipated this, still felt a sense of relief. A worry that had plagued him since crossing over was finally resolved. As an AI NPC, if he were to participate in Holiday's Easter egg competition and appear on the leaderboard,
it would definitely be a little awkward. All these troubles were solved by the system at this time. Next to him, an NPC exactly like him was created from nothing. Bit by bit, this is a replica of the Lude's Planet School NPC from now on.
This new NPC will take over his original duties without any flaws. His original data will also be completely erased from the server, leaving no hidden dangers. Xu Jing didn't wait for his replacement to be created. He quickly rushed out of the school,
changed his appearance, hid the name Ultron, and then left the planet Ludes through the teleportation room. He didn't return to the chat room. Instead, he closed it. Recently, Aki's seemingly unintentional filming and questioning couldn't be hidden from him.
The name Ultron is no longer acceptable. I also need a legal identity. Xu Jing walked out of the teleportation room. He felt no pity for losing the reputation he had bought with 30 Savas and Oasis points.
He had recently made a fortune by running a large chat room and high-end club. He had earned over 400,000 Oasis points. Money makes things easier in the Oasis, as long as you don't mind breaking the law. There are plenty of channels for getting things done.
Various transactions are carried out in the Oasis black market. Chapter 362 Brass Key Clue. During this month, Xu Jing had gained a lot of information that ordinary people didn't know by running the chat room. Among them are several unknown websites.
Most of the items sold on these websites are illegal and cannot be exposed. He registered an account on a website called Elite Data. Then, for a small sum of money,
he purchased the system access rights and password to the US federal citizen registration information. In reality, even those working for the government often turn to crime due to financial constraints or greed.
The information he purchased was leaked by a government official. With this information, Xu Jing easily logged into the Citizen Registration and Archives Management Center. He then created a new citizen file,
entering the fingerprint and retinal shape information of a deceased person that he had already prepared. This way he had a legitimate identity in the real world. Xu Jing, Chinese, 20 years old, Bachelor of Social Sciences, clean credit score, and,
of course, a made-up social security number. After completing this, he entered the same information into the fingerprint and retina entries on his character's personal panel, thus binding the character to the fake identity. Oasis has a clear rule that,
unless there are special circumstances, company employees are not authorized to access any player's information. Therefore, Xu Jing no longer had to worry about his NPC identity being exposed. He was now a legitimate Oasis player. No problems could be found.
Furthermore, he was essentially still an NPC. Fingerprints and retinal information were completely unnecessary. His player identity was merely a disguise, like a demon in painted skin. He hadn't considered inheriting Holiday's estate.
Even if he found the Easter egg, he wouldn't have to worry about anything in the real world. By the time the third party managing the Oasis thought of seeking his information through the courts, he would have already returned to the main world.
Just buy a new name and there won't be any problems if you change your appearance. Xu Jing then familiarly logged on to the website selling character names. He flipped to the last few pages and spent 1,000 Oasis points on a rather unremarkable name, Andrew.
The name was the same as the robot in Robot Butler. If he hadn't recently caught up on countless movies, he would have thought of it. Perhaps because the name wasn't as famous as Ultron, the price wasn't expensive. Walking down the street on a strange planet,
he naturally changed his appearance accordingly. The streets were bustling with people. There were all sorts of strange and bizarre characters. It was not uncommon for someone like him to change his appearance when the mood struck him.
Xu Jing arrived at a commercial planet called Tianping. It was still a PvE zone, unlike Lude's, however that had a high-end equipment market. His purpose was to purchase a set of equipment and then find a place to level up. Once he reached a sufficient level,
he would search for the first key. As for where the first key to the Easter egg is, he already has a clue. This clue was inspired by his conversation with Wade about Holiday while playing the game. Although Xu Jing hadn't yet visited the Holiday archives,
He had read numerous biographies. The hunters knew his life story like the back of their hands, and discussions of it were everywhere on the forums. Almost every biography and discussion about Halliday reveals that he was socially awkward.
Despite his high IQ, he was a complete failure at studying. His entire focus was on comics, fantasy novels, movies, and games. Especially games. When Halliday was in junior high school,
he was obsessed with Dungeons and Dragons and often studied the player's handbook. But he had no friends who shared his passion, so he had to study on his own. But his classmate, Ogden Morrow,
noticed his reading and invited him to join their weekly running group meetings at Morrow's house. Halliday met a group of homebodies like him and formed his first circle of friends.
Morrow became Halliday's best friend and later a business partner and collaborator. Their personalities complemented each other, and they started a social gaming company. Halliday was solely responsible for developing the games,
while Morrow handled all business and public relations matters. Starting in 1990, over the next decade, they released a series of incredibly popular action and adventure games that transformed the gaming industry. By the end of the 20th century,
Halliday was widely considered the greatest game designer of his generation. Then, after more than a decade of silence, social gaming companies suddenly released Oasis, changing the industry and the world.
Even though no one had found any clues to the brass key in 5 years, everything about Halliday remained the hottest topic in the Oasis. Xu Jing's ears were practically calloused from hearing about it. But for the sake of his mission, he had to delve deeper.
He even wrote down all the information he could find and analyzed it thoroughly. The key to finding the first key came from a video Halliday released after his death. In the video, his character, Arnold, hinted that the key was invisible.
It was hidden in a dark room at the center of the maze. And that maze was in my head. Without a doubt. The most important clue in this sentence is the maze. The brain represents the Halliday archives. This means the archives contain information about the maze.
But anyone with an eye for Easter eggs would have thought of this. That's why countless people flocked to the archives long ago, searching for clues to the maze. However, there was no mention of the maze in Halliday's archives.
The movie, like fragments of his memories, only contained the life memories he was willing to share from childhood to adulthood, from youth to death. Wade had visited the Halliday archives. While teaching Xu Jing how to play games, he discussed Halliday's life.
He mentioned how Morrow invited Halliday to a party for a tabletop role-playing game, and how they played it throughout middle school. This information also occupies a large part of the archive's content about Halliday's life.
They play Dungeons and Dragons the most. They also play other games, but relatively rarely. The speaker may not mean it, but the listener may take it seriously. This is what inspired Xu Jing. While learning to play games, he also studied the history of gaming.
The emergence of tabletop role-playing games pioneered the genre and also spurred its development. In this type of game, mazes are presented as adventure stages, dangerous areas containing all sorts of wonders, puzzle treasures.
These areas can take the form of caves, man-made structures, monster lairs, dense forests, or mountain paths. There are villains and ferocious creatures wandering in the maze. There may also be traps, unknown facilities, and ruins.
The tabletop role-playing game Dungeons and Dragons is a prime example. Large mazes spanning dozens of floors and hundreds of meters beneath the city walls are common. Xu Jing was certain that the clue to the brass key must lie in this type of game.
The type of game that existed in the Oasis and Dungeons and Dragons was the most likely suspect. Chapter 363. Do you want to continue to recharge? Since Jing made his discovery, he has been studying the rules of early role-playing games seriously.
He discovered that Dungeons and Dragons and its various modules, expansion packs, were the prototypes of the quests in Oasis, and the characters in Dungeons and Dragons were the players' roles in Oasis. In some ways,
these early role-playing games were virtual reality simulation systems that existed before computer games became popular. Think of it this way. Halliday created the Oasis. Think of him as the host of a game of Dungeons and Dragons.
The players are the role players, and now Halliday is dead, but even in death, he still organized an Easter egg hunt. When he thought of this, Xu Jing's thoughts suddenly became clear.
If this game was viewed as the story of a carefully designed Dungeons and Dragons module, then Halliday was clearly the dungeon master. If we were to speculate further, Halliday designed this game before his death. Does that mean this module is a tomb?
And tombs in the game also represent mazes. Therefore, Halliday likely built his own tomb somewhere in the Oasis and hid the brass key inside. With that thought, Xu Jing narrowed his search further, a Dungeons and Dragons module with a tomb-like setting.
He researched a wealth of past Dungeons and Dragons data and ultimately came across a supplement published in 1978. It was titled Tom of Horrors. The moment he saw the title, he knew he had probably solved the mystery of the brass key.
But Xu Jing wasn't in a rush to announce his discovery to the world. He planned to first get some better equipment, level up, and then explore on his own. After all, according to the game's traditional characteristics,
the first person to explore the map would definitely receive extra rewards. As far as he knew, there was a planet called Gygax in Ozis. The planet's code was written by Holiday himself and named after Gary Gygax.
Gygax is the father of Dungeons and Dragons and the creator of the Tome of Horrors module. The entire planet of Gygax was filled with remastered Dungeons and Dragons modules. It was very likely that the target he was looking for was among them.
The more Xu Jing thought about it, the more excited he became. He couldn't wait to get there, find his target, then get the brass key, be the first to top the leaderboard. He quickened his pace, passed through the online store,
and entered a giant C-style archway. Inside the archway, it was more like a vast city than a commercial street selling high-end equipment. Cylindrical transparent cans stood on both sides and in the center of the street. Inside each can,
a piece of equipment or prop floated and rotated. The surface of the can also indicates the equipment's attributes and price. If you want to purchase it, just click it and a purchase confirmation option will pop up. As soon as Xu Jing entered the gate,
his attention was drawn to a prop at the door. Son of Destruction can kill everyone on a planet, including the owner. Price 2,000 Sarazan. Without a doubt, this was a tool comparable to a divine weapon, and it was incredibly dangerous. The moment he saw it,
he wanted to buy it. Even if he didn't use it himself, he didn't want to be threatened by someone holding it. But seeing the price, Xu Jing could only sigh. The over 400 Xuanhuan points had earned from scamming a bunch of hunters weren't enough to buy it.
Even if he topped up his origin points, he'd still have to top up nearly 16,000 now, including the reward for completing Mission 1. He only had a little over 10,000 origin points left. I hope it's still there next time I come.
Xu Jing finally turned his head. He took a step forward past the Son of Destruction and walked inside. Holy grenade! The next thing he saw was a spherical grenade. It was capable of killing everyone within a 100-meter radius.
It looked like a crude version of the Son of Destruction. Xu Jing didn't hesitate and bought it for 20,000 Oasis points. Ordinary equipment here is replaced periodically. However, special items remain in stock until they are purchased. Duplicates are.
Especially items like the Son of Destruction, which are comparable to divine artifacts. A second one rarely appears. After buying the Holy Grenade, Xu Jing didn't even look at any other magic equipment and went straight to the high-tech equipment area.
In the Oasis, each world has its own rules. For example, magic is allowed in some worlds, but not in others. The same goes for technology. If your ship strays into a world where high technology is forbidden, the warp drive will instantly stop,
forcing you to abandon ship and escape. There's also the dual space, where technology and magic coexist without restriction. The opposite is the null space, where both technology and magic are forbidden.
Fighting in this space relies on individual attributes and skill, so wherever you go you must understand the spatial rules there. Be cautious at every turn, otherwise, even if you can destroy a city with a single forbidden spell,
you'll become a weakling in a technological space where magic is forbidden. Of course, these rules are all for the PvP world. In PvE areas, while the use of technology or magic is not prohibited, PK combat is prohibited. Attacks can destroy fixed buildings,
flowers, grass and terrain, but they cannot cause any harm to players or NPCs. For example, a nuclear bomb can destroy everything, but the player at the center of the explosion will be safe and sound. Even the player's equipment is protected.
Although Xu Jing can perform the functions of a player, he is essentially a robot NPC. Therefore, he has no chance of using magic. In addition, the place he was going to upgrade this time was a high-tech world where magic was forbidden.
It was similar to the Resident Evil, therefore technological weapons were the first choice. In the technology area, everything from small pistols to large fighter planes and spaceships was available. Although Xu Jing had over 400,000 Oasis points,
he still could afford to buy many pieces of truly high-tech equipment, like fighter planes and spaceships. If he only bought the unarmed ones for travel, he could afford them. But if he added weapons, it would be completely beyond his spending power.
He didn't consider ships without offensive capabilities for the time being. Teleportation was expensive, but it was also faster. As long as he had enough money, he could be anywhere in a flash, without wasting any time. Jing had a storage space on his body.
It had 50 slots in total, allowing him to shrink and store various equipment and items. After taking a look around the tech zone, he decided on the equipment he wanted to buy and immediately began shopping. Pistols, rifles, submachine guns, sniper rifles.
He bought one of each. Then he bought a large amount of ammunition. He also bought a rocket launcher and a motorcycle for transportation. Finally, he chose a body armor vest. After buying these ordinary equipment, I didn't spend too much money.
The total amount was less than 100 Xuanhuan points. After Xu Jing stored his equipment, he returned to the entrance of the technology area. There were two special pieces of equipment there that made him hesitate.
Chuck Taylor All-Star Shoes. The wearer gains increased movement speed and the ability to briefly fly at low altitude. Price 500 zerand. Super Shield can be equipped on the arm, equipped with an energy shield regenerator.
Provides the wearer with an energy shield, can withstand most technological weapons and elemental magic attacks. Price 1 Zalozen. Do you want to continue recharging? This damn capitalism. Chapter 364. This is the last time.
Whether it's Chuck shoes or Super Shield, they all look very practical. Converting to origin points, the former would cost 5,000 points, while the latter would cost 10,000 points. Xu Jing still had over 300,000 oozes points on him.
He had to keep topping up whatever he wanted to buy, but he only had over 10,000 origin points, which meant he could only buy one item. I really want them all. He was torn. He hesitated to continue to top up, after all, even if he completed task 3.
He could only claim a maximum of 100,000 origin points. The more he topped up, the more he would lose. At this moment, a young woman with short red hair, large hazelnut eyes, a round jawline, a pointed chin, a slightly chubby face, a well-proportioned figure,
and a very sexy appearance approached from the magic equipment area with the sound of clattering footsteps. When she arrived, she first glanced at Xu Jing curiously. Then, her gaze went straight to the transparent jar containing the chucks. Then,
her eyes lit up. She quickly rushed over and pointed at the purchase option. Beep beep. As the purchase was successful, a sound rang out. The chucks in the jar instantly disappeared and appeared in the other person's hand. MMP. Xu Jing had no time to stop it.
Everything happened too fast. At this moment, he felt both annoyed and relieved. It was a very complicated feeling. The woman squatted on the ground and put on the chucks she had just bought. As soon as the shoes were on her feet,
they automatically adjusted to the perfect size. She then raised her head. Noticing Xu Jing's complicated gaze, she asked, "What do you want to buy?" Xu Jing spread his hands. "Yeah," he said helplessly. "I was just hesitating and then it was gone."
The woman laughed out loud. She stood up and said, "I wanted to buy it the last time it was refreshed, but I didn't have enough gold coins. Luckily, I came quickly today. I should have hesitated." Xu Jing thought about it now. If he continued to top up 2,000,
he should still be able to accept it. But since someone else got there first, there was no point in regretting it. He looked at the other person carefully. Suddenly he said, "Are you Artemis?" As a renowned hunter in the oozes,
Artemis' fame is even greater than H's. Her blog is one of the most popular and widely read online. There are two reasons for this. First, she often expresses unique perspectives on Halliday's hobbies, offering in-depth analysis and well-reasoned evidence.
This always earns applause. As for another reason, she was a very powerful free hunter. She often hunted down the sixth person, then posted the videos online. It was very satisfying to watch and she gained countless supporters. You must know that in the oasis,
the sixth person is the public enemy of all hunters. These are hunters employed by IOI, the world's largest internet service provider and the second largest company in the world. After Halliday's death, IO attempted to acquire the oasis several times,
but to no avail. After encountering obstacles, they established the egg research department and devoted all their resources to finding Easter eggs, hoping to gain ownership of the oasis. Originally, this wouldn't have been resentful. Many companies,
like IOI, had established Easter egg hunting teams. There were also numerous hunter guilds. If you counted them, there were now hundreds of guilds with thousands of members. However,
the sixth man's purpose in acquiring the oasis was completely different from that of other companies and guilds. Their mission was to deliver the oasis to their evil masters. IOI intends to flood every world and location of oasis with countless advertisements.
It will then charge users a certain level of fees and prohibit user complaints and free speech. If IOI succeeds, Oasis will no longer be the wonderful second world that many envision. It will become a dystopian world.
A theme park where money worship reigns supreme. Hunters, therefore, are disgusted by the existence of the sixth man. In Oasis, mocking the sixth man is a common pastime and entertainment among hunters on forums.
Many high-level hunters will not let go of the sixth man if they encounter him. There are even websites dedicated to tracking the sixth man's whereabouts. Some hunter guilds even devote their primary efforts to hunting the sixth man.
Xu Jing recognized Artemis not because he was a famous sixth man killer, but because of his analysis of Halliday's pop culture. When he bought movies, books, and other materials, he often did so based on the articles posted on the other party's blog.
He also benefited greatly from the numerous guides he found there. Artemis wasn't surprised to hear Xu Jing call out her name. Even if she had hidden her name, familiar fans would have easily recognized her. She raised the corner of her mouth and admitted,
"But don't expect me to give you my equipment." Xu Jing shook his head. "No need. I just wanted to say thank you. The articles on your blog have been very helpful to me. You're welcome." Artemis waved her hand dismissively. "It's all right, I'm leaving."
She said this and turned around, leaving the technology equipment area with graceful steps. Xu Jing didn't care. He looked at the remaining equipment. This time, he didn't hesitate. He gritted his teeth and directly recharged
7,000 origin points to buy the super shield. Strong defense was crucial to his own safety. He had already invested nearly 6,000 essence points in the mission. With this opening, further top-ups seemed less of a hassle. This is the last time.
I will never top up again, Xu Jing vowed to himself. He must level up as quickly as possible. Then, he would find a way to earn Oasis points. Then, he would get a few more artifacts. As long as he completed Mission 3, everything would be worth it.
After buying the super shield, he only had a little over 10,000 Oasis points left. This money was reserved for teleportation. He had no money. He didn't feel like wandering around anywhere else. He left the commercial street and went to the teleport station.
The teleport station is a large temple with a dome supported by white pillars. Each pillar has an Asus teleport icon on it. The teleport room is built next to the pillar. The teleportation room is divided into 2 parts.
The left half is for external teleportation, and the right half is for entering Libra. There were quite a few people inside the temple, coming in and out. There was a line in front of the pillars that led to the outside.
Xu Jing randomly found a line and joined the queue. Soon it was his turn. After entering the transport room, the door automatically closed. Go to the biochemical star in District 9. He gave his address.
A line connecting his current location and his destination appeared before his eyes. The distance and the cost of the transfer 9752 Oasis points were calculated. So dark, Xu Jing cursed inwardly. This trip, spanning half the Oasis, was truly unfair.
However, he didn't regret it. Instead, he decided to pay. Soon, a message indicating successful ticket issuance appeared before his eyes. Then, a flash of white light followed, and he disappeared into the light. Chapter 365. The whole world has gone crazy.
In the chat room created by Aki, Wade, Dardong, and Ashu were all present. The 4 of them sat together, their faces solemn. The atmosphere was extremely depressing. Ultron disappeared. The school's NPCs returned to their original state.
The chat room was closed. Those hunters who had been scammed claimed that Aki, Dardong, and Ashu had set them up, leaving them with no way to express their suffering.
Even stranger was the fact that the mission information they had received from Ultron had been automatically deleted. The gold and experience points they had received were directly transferred to their previous missions or monster-killing gains.
All of this was done without leaving any trace. Finally, after an investigation, Uzi's company unexpectedly replied that there was nothing wrong with the NPC at School 1873. As for Ultron, Usis confirmed that he was a player. However,
no one knew any more specific information. After all personal information about players is protected. All of this is Ultron's fault. Aki clenched his fists. He was furious. He had waited a week, and this was the result. That's too bad.
Daedong said gloomily, if Ultron's conspiracy succeeds, it won't succeed. Wade suddenly said, we can definitely stop it. How to stop it? Ash looked at Wade. Let's team up. As long as we win the game, we can stop it. Wade looked around at everyone and added,
although my level is still low, I will never hold you back. The other 3 frowned and remained silent. After all, Oasis is just a network. Even if you're familiar with someone on Oasis, no one knows what kind of person they are in real life. For example,
you might see a beautiful woman on Oasis, but in real life, she might be a middle-aged woman or even a shaggy-haired man. Lun hunters all have their own pride, especially those as renowned as He and his 3. Each one is confident,
believing they can find the Easter egg and obtain Halliday's legacy on their own. Seeing that they were silent, Wade sighed helplessly and said, since you don't want to then. Wait, Aki suddenly spoke. I have no objection. After he finished speaking,
he looked at Daedong and Ash with a questioning look on his face. All right, Daedong extended his hand. I'll join. And me. Ash also reached out his hand. Wade extended his hand, but looked at H, wondering why he was helping him. What are you looking at me for?
Edge avoided Wade's eyes oddly. I just want to save the world, he said, extending his hand to join the 3 of them. Wade smiled and said, then we're in this together. Listen guys, I don't care what you think, but if I'm the one who gets the Easter egg.
Humph! IQ said disdainfully, you underestimate me too much. I can do it too, so do we. Daedong and Axu laughed. At this moment, the relationship between the 4 of them suddenly became more harmonious than ever before.
And their trust in each other increased. Okay, Wade also smiled. Then, with a serious expression, he said, in that case, I have a secret to tell you first. He lowered his voice and leaned closer and said, I already know where the first key is. What?
Then they all became excited. Where? Tom of Horrors. Wade announced the answer and then slowly explained the basis for his hypothesis. Planet Gygax. Xu Jing walked out of the teleportation room.
Time in the Oasis is synchronized with reality. 5 days have passed. Over the past 5 days, he'd raised his level to 60 by constantly hunting zombies and completing quests, while still a long way from the maximum level of 99.
The attributes and health he'd gained were more than enough to sustain him in his Easter egg hunt. if he added his now unrestricted soul. Even a level 99 player would be no match for him. Gygax isn't very large, it's about a quarter the size of Earth.
The entire planet consists of a single continent. Aside from a few lakes, there are no oceans on this planet. The sky is always dark and lifeless. After Xu Jing entered Gygax, he automatically obtained a map of the entire planet.
A three-dimensional sphere floated before him. He moved the sphere with his hand. There were many skull symbols on it, representing the various Dungeons and Dragons modules. He had considered searching for each of these modules. It was pointless.
Since the Oasis was founded, every module shown on the map had been thoroughly searched and plundered by hunters. If there was a Tome of Terror hiding a key, it would have been discovered long ago. Where will it be? Xu Jing looked beyond the display module.
At the forests, grasslands, and wilderness that separated each instance. He had already made preparations before coming here. He had taken a crude illustration from the book where he found the Tome of Horrors. The illustration was of a small mountain.
He opened a high-end Oasis map recognition plug-in he had purchased and dragged the Tome of Horrors illustration onto the image. He then searched for it against a map of the entire planet Gygax. A historic discovery is coming. Jing felt a little excited.
After waiting patiently for about 10 minutes, the results finally came out. No, how could there be no? This result was completely beyond his expectations. He didn't find any similar terrain. At this moment, Xu Jing was completely stunned. His heart felt empty.
All his excitement vanished in an instant. Only disappointment remained. Is my guess wrong? He was a little confused, but he intuitively felt that something was wrong. Xu Jing looked at the search results again. Suddenly, a light bulb went off in his head.
He realized what he had overlooked. This planet, named after the creator of Dungeons and Dragons, boasts various Dungeons and Dragons mods. However, even among the known mods, I couldn't find the Tome of Horrors, designed by Gygax himself. There are none in Gygax.
Which just goes to show, Xu Jing reaffirmed his speculation. The brass key was indeed in the Tome of Terror, but the Tome of Terror was hidden on another planet. Where will it hide? He was having a headache. Before Holiday's death,
the Oasis had already existed on thousands of planets, and Holiday could have rebuilt the Tome of Terror on any of them. Even if he had the energy to search all these planets one by one, the cost of the teleportation array would be astronomical.
Xu Jing stood in the teleportation temple, pondering the pros and cons. At that moment, the door to a teleportation room not far from him opened, and a familiar player walked out. Parsifal, isn't this Wade? The other person hadn't changed his appearance.
Then, to his even greater surprise, Aki, Dedong, and Ah Shu appeared from the teleportation room one after another. Xu Jing's heart skipped a beat, realizing he wasn't the only one who knew the secret.
Perhaps it wasn't just Wade and his group. Oasis had billions of players. There were definitely more than just a few smart ones. If another hunter had figured out the Tome of Terror, then all the smart people must have been keeping it a secret. Forget.
Just announce it and complete mission 2. Don't let it go by accident. Xu Jing made his decision and immediately logged onto the largest hunter forum and his personal blog. He had already been preparing for mission 2. He had registered his account a month ago.
He had already become somewhat well known within the hunter community through his constant posting and publication of technically advanced, in-depth analyses of Holiday culture. Announced the real clue to the brass key, he had chosen a rather standard title.
In reality, any news about Easter egg clues would be a hot topic in itself. Anyone who saw it would be tempted to click on it, and when they saw the author was him, they were sure everyone who knew him wouldn't miss it.
Xu Jing detailed his speculation and concluded, so I'm certain, the brass key is in the Tome of Horrors. But where is this tomb? I can tell you exactly, it's not in Gygax. Perhaps only Halliday knows, but there's another way. Want to get the Easter egg?
Just match the map of your current location. Perhaps soon, the Tome of Horrors will be found. He then uploaded the illustration of the Tome of Horrors. He then directly uploaded the cracked version of the Oasis map recognition plug-in he had purchased.
Along with a tutorial less than half an hour later, his blog was ranked #1 in the world's trending searches. His forum post was also pinned to the top, whether on the blog or the forum.
The number of replies was increasing at a rate of dozens or even hundreds per second. Crazy. The whole world is crazy at this moment. Countless messages requesting video, calls,
or emails flashed incessantly on the virtual screen in front of Xu Jing, which only he could see. Downloads of the illustrations and plugins he released were growing at a frenetic pace. Free hunters in the Oasis were mobilizing.
Major hunter guilds and the Sixth Man were also gearing up. Warships and fighters were gathering. Whoever found the Tome of Terror first would seize the initiative. The media frantically followed the news. Major television stations quickly switched programming,
focusing all their resources on the clues about the brass key. This was Khalid's legacy, over 500 billion, including control of the entire Oasis. Who the hell cared about entertainment television programs? Xu Jing didn't go anywhere.
He blocked all communications. He waited patiently in the teleportation temple, following the news on various websites and television. In this situation, there wouldn't be just one or two people on each planet searching for a matching Tom of Terror.
Once a discovery was made, it could be concealed. It would quickly spread to the world. As expected, in just 10 minutes, the Tom of Terror was discovered, as soon as he received the system notification that the mission was complete.
The media rushed to release the news. In Lords, after Xu Jing saw the news, one can imagine how surprised he was. Who would have thought that Holiday would actually build the Tom of Terror on a PvE planet? A planet with nothing but a school.
But if you think about it from another perspective, this actually proves that Lords is an incomparably perfect treasure hiding place, because no hunter would go there to look for the brass key. Why would Holiday choose Lords? Unless...
An answer suddenly flashed through Xu Jing's mind. Unless Holiday hoped that the person who found the key was a student. But now is not the time to study this. He turned and walked towards the teleportation room.
The most urgent and important thing is to rush to Lords. After all, it's a PvE area. Even if those big guilds or companies send space battleships there, they won't be able to harm anyone. He shared the same sentiment as Wade and his 4 companions,
who had just arrived in Gigax. More accurately, it was the vast majority of people. Now everyone in the Oasis who had any interest in Holiday's legacy was desperately rushing to Lords.
The students who were attending Lords rushed to the hidden location of the Tom of Terror. Wade and the other 3 were in a state of profound confusion. They had arrived thinking they had found a clue.
They were ambitiously aiming to obtain the key and climb the leaderboard. But before they could even act, they discovered their secret was known to the entire world. Furthermore, they had come to the wrong place. This idiot, he must be crazy for fame.
He actually announced such important news to the whole world. This is fucking bullshit! He cursed and swore. Furious, Wade smiled bitterly and said, but this guy called Pretender's Letter has really become famous. Now the whole world knows him.
Xu Jing stood in the middle of the teleportation queue, listening to the excited chatter of the players around him. He felt secretly pleased. His blog and forum account had indeed become famous.
Even world-famous celebrities these days couldn't match his popularity. This can make a lot of money. With such high attention, he could earn a lot of Oasis points just by doing something casually.
If he were willing to appear on TV, he would definitely earn more. However, he was just an NPC and could do nothing about it. Even if he was a real player, he couldn't show up. Otherwise his whole identity would be exposed.
Xu Jing guessed that the emails he had blocked must have been from advertisers. But getting to Lords was the most important thing. He planned to deal with it later. The team moved forward quickly. Soon it was his turn, after entering the teleportation room.
After paying the fee, he disappeared in an instant. This time, he teleported to Public School No. 571. The Tom of Horrors was located on a small hill in the forest behind the school, its entrance buried in broken sandstone.
The students at Public School 571 were probably the most frustrated by this moment. No one had expected the brass key to be right behind their school. For 5 years, not a single student had been so bored as to explore the forest.
As Xu Jing walked out of the teleportation hall, he heard the deafening sound of an engine overhead. He looked up. He saw the sky filled with formations of fighter planes. They belonged to various guilds and corporations, circling low and low.
Covering the sky and the earth, it obscured the entire sky. Chapter 366, Death Highway Race. The scene before my eyes was like an alien invasion. It was terrifying. Xu Jing's eyes flickered, after looking for a moment.
He made a decision. Judging from the number of fighter planes and warships in the sky, the 6th had an absolute advantage, almost squeezing out the armed forces of other guild companies. There are hundreds and thousands of them, and they are still coming in.
This is why the other guilds were slow to react, allowing the 6th person to seize the initiative. Xu Jing didn't waste any time. He pulled out his motorcycle from the storage space, stepped on the accelerator, and rushed towards the Tom of Terror. Soon,
he arrived at the small hill where the Tom of Horrors was located. But when he arrived, he found that the situation was very bad. A transparent energy dome enveloped the entire hill, blocking all incoming hunters within the energy field.
Hundreds of 6-man hunters were urgently installing teleport jammers to prevent the hunters from directly leaping in. Additionally, a large number of high-level mages were setting up anti-magic barriers to provide an additional layer of protection.
Sun Amon's 6th man. It seems these bastards have been preparing for this day for a long time. Fuck your ancestors. I will kill you every time I see you from now on. The hunters who were blocked outside cursed loudly and were furious.
Although Lords was a PvE zone, it didn't prohibit attacks or destruction. It simply meant that players or NPCs couldn't be harmed. The 6th person was using a force field that could block others.
It was obvious that the 6th Guild had been preparing various tactics to compete for the Easter egg. They were currently using warships and fighters in the sky to delay the other guilds from entering. From within,
they were using reasonable means to block the hunters who arrived first. Their main personnel had most likely already entered the Tom of Terror and begun their exploration. Xu Jing was in a bad mood. He pulled out his bazooka and blasted the force field.
Large blockade force fields like this weren't considered personal equipment. They weren't protected by PvE rules. With enough attack power, they could still be destroyed. After he took action, the other players followed suit,
launching a barrage of attacks that practically enveloped the entire hill. Rumble, countless lights of various colors exploded, like a massive fireworks display. But when it calmed down, the force field remained completely intact. Holy shit!
What the hell is this? This is totally unethical. Gan Niang! The players were furious, cursing and continuing to attack. Meanwhile, someone posted a video or screenshot of the 6th man's actions. Within 10 minutes, the news spread.
Then all the major guilds reached a temporary agreement to unite and deal with the 6th person. Since the battleship was blocked and couldn't get in, they could only teleport here. Half a day later, as the well-prepared hunters from various guilds arrived,
various misses, spells and even tactical nuclear bombs appeared. But all these attacks were useless. The blocking force field device used by the 6th person, even if not at the level of a divine artifact,
was definitely at the level of a legendary item. It remained unscathed under all the attacks. A day passed. Everyone was almost in despair. The only good news was that the standings were still empty. Xu Jing had no choice, although he had anticipated this.
It was only after experiencing it firsthand that he realized how insignificant an individual's power could sometimes be when facing an organized guild in the game. This was especially true against a large organization like 6 Man,
with a clear division of labor and well-trained personnel, like an army. Just as he was considering whether to transfer the zombie armor or diamond armor to his personal equipment, the other guilds were finally forced into a corner.
Well, informed hunters spread the rumor that an antimatter bomb listed on the equipment and props trading website for a huge price had been purchased. Just as the players were discussing this, the combined guild teams actually took out the antimatter bomb.
This antimatter bomb had incredible destructive power, directly blasting the blockade. The moment the blockade was shattered, the surrounding hunters swarmed towards the hillock. But just then,
a message popped up on everyone's screen. The brass key puzzle has been solved. The first challenge has officially begun. Along with this announcement, portals appeared on various planets. These portals could directly send people to the first challenge.
Those who succeeded would receive the brass key. All fooled by the 6th man, Xu Jing didn't rush out when the blockade was broken. The 6th man had occupied the Tom of Terror for an entire day, yet the leaderboard remained empty.
That was enough to explain the problem. And just as the blockade was broken, a system announcement appeared. The first challenge was open to the entire OSIS. This was definitely related to the 6th man. What exactly is going on?
Perhaps the answer can be found in the Tom of Horrors. He posted it online. Sure enough, well-informed media outlets had already reported the reason. In the Tom of Horrors, the first person to explore will receive a large amount of experience, gold.
At the bottom of the tomb lies a demigod wizard NPC, who is the dungeon's ultimate boss. Although the demigod wizard was powerful, a player with a high-level artifact could still defeat him if challenged.
Holiday certainly wouldn't allow the challenge to be so crude and unskillful. Therefore, the final challenge is actually a death highway race. The demigod wizard will open the dungeon portal to the challenge location. At this time,
the first person to see the demigod wizard will be able to choose whether to open the challenge to the public. If you reveal it publicly, you will receive a divine artifact as compensation.
Only players who enter the Tom of Terror can challenge it. The death highway race refreshed every 2 hours. The 6-man's team had been trying all day, but they couldn't succeed. The moment their containment force field was destroyed, Sorrento,
the 6-man supervisor, decisively announced the challenge. Otherwise, the 6th man, having incurred public outrage, would undoubtedly be ostracized by the major guilds in the upcoming challenges. They might not even be able to reach the portal.
In this incident that detonated all the hunters, the major hunter guilds might have seemingly triumphed, but the true winner was actually the 6th person. Not only did they receive a divine artifact as compensation,
but they also inflicted heavy losses on the major guilds. Even if the cost of that astronomical antimatter bomb was evenly split, it would still be a significant expense for each guild. The media outlets were expressing their opinions,
speculating about the artifact the 6th man had obtained and the difficulty of the death highway race. The players were incredibly excited. For the free hunters, the open challenge gave everyone a chance to compete for the brass key.
Players who owned cars eagerly headed to their respective planets' portals, hoping to grab a first-mover advantage. Players who didn't own cars also rushed to the sales shops to buy them. Make money and spend money.
There was no point in exploring the Tomb of Horrors anymore. The hunters who had rushed in rushed out again and dispersed in the blink of an eye. Xu Jing walked around inside and, after confirming that there was nothing valuable,
he slowly to the teleportation temple. The Death Highway race was like a dungeon. The maximum capacity was 120. Now, players from all over the Oasis were frantically rushing to challenge the portal. The number of dungeons was increasing by hundreds.
Even thousands, per second, even if you were from the same hunter guild and queued together. Being randomly assigned to the same dungeon would depend on luck. When Xu Jing returned to the temple outside Public School No. 571,
a blue swirling portal was also operating there. A long line formed in front of the portal. Every player was extremely excited, discussing their opinions on the speed race. Aside from the sixth person, no one knew what would happen in this speed race.
After the sixth person had screwed over the major guilds, he had temporarily withdrawn from the competition and would not participate in the next one. But no one thought the sixth man had given up.
The prevailing sentiment online was that Sorrento was up to something shady, because that's just the kind of guy he is, deceitful and cunning. He'll do anything to achieve his goals.
No information or videos can be transmitted from within the challenge instance. The sixth person is also keeping it a closely guarded secret, therefore, no one knows the specific details of the competition within.
Online speculation is based solely on the instance's name. Xu Jing thought about it. He didn't rush into the queue. Instead, he decided to wait and see. The sixth person worked together for a whole day, but still couldn't pass the competition.
He didn't think anyone could pass it alone. There were many hunters who remained calm and watched like him. Currently, the majority of people entering the dungeon were ordinary players, if we want to distinguish them.
Hunters are people who make a living by hunting for holiday Easter eggs. They are similar to professional gamers. They are generally very skilled, have a deep understanding of holidays' popular culture,
and are able to earn Oasis points to survive in the Oasis. Ordinary players come in all shapes and sizes. Some are as skilled as the most renowned hunters, while others are so wealthy that even hunters have to avoid them.
Then there are those who travel the Oasis specifically for work, study, or leisure. Even if all the hunters were added together, their number wouldn't even be a fraction of the total number of ordinary players. If the first key challenge hadn't been publicized,
ordinary players wouldn't have been so enthusiastic. But now, with a chance to claim Halliday's legacy, no one would be able to sit still. As the match time approached, a light shield appeared in front of the portal,
blocking out players who hadn't had time to enter. Xu Jing found an open chat room and entered it. Like an ordinary player, he chatted with others about Halliday's hobbies and waited patiently.
It could be said that his announcement of the clue to the first brass key, coupled with the unveiling of the challenge portal, reignited everyone's enthusiasm for the game, just like when Halliday first released the Easter egg hunt video 5 years ago.
As for the man who published the clue, he has now become a household name, praised and lauded by countless players. Hearing people talking about himself, Xu Jing suddenly remembered that he still had countless emails to deal with.
He apologized to the person he was chatting with, then left the chat room. He returned to Lude's and found a deserted spot. He sat on the floor and read his emails. The people who emailed him were all kinds of people. In just over a day,
tens of thousands of emails accumulated. Some were fans, some congratulated him, some asked for help, some wanted to be interviewed, some were scammers, and there were even a few idiots threatening him.
Xu Jing filtered through the labels and threw all the emails of this type into the recycle bin. Then he looked at the rest. The first thing he saw were invitations from various renowned hunter guilds, Raptor Hunters, Tribe of Destiny, Hand of the Brass Key,
and even IOI. They all sent him emails inviting him to join or become an Easter egg research consultant. The highest annual salary offered was 3 million. Xu Jing uniformly rejected these invitations. After processing those emails,
he looked at the section labeled Business Contacts. He filtered out the ones that required a physical presence. The ones that remained were mostly advertising partnerships. This was exactly what Xu Jing wanted. His blog, Letters of a Pretender,
had already garnered far more attention than Artemis. Now was the time to make some money. He immediately selected 5 responses, quoted a price, and listed 2 conditions. 1. The transaction must be conducted through Oasis,
without revealing any of his identity. 2. The advertising fee must be paid in full upfront. Shortly after the email was sent, a reply arrived, with the exception of 2 companies that disagreed.
The other 3 all agreed to the terms and sent them along with the contract. Xu Jing took a quick look, focusing on the financial details. Finding no issues, he signed and sent it back. The 2 sides reached an agreement.
The 3 companies sent advertising content and then directly transferred the compensation. Xu Jing published an analysis of the death race and included advertisements from 3 companies. The first deal was done.
After watching the 7-digit gold coins on his personal dashboard, he immediately set off, returned to the teleportation temple, and teleported to Libra Star. It was still the same commercial street for equipment trading. As he entered,
he looked at the transparent tank at the entrance. The Son of Destruction was still inside. There was no need to hesitate. Xu Jing was worried about someone else buying this powerful weapon. Otherwise, if they really encountered it,
he would be unable to escape. He gritted his teeth and spent 2 million Oasis points to buy it. Then he looked back at the place where the holy grenade was sold. It had been refreshed again. The item inside had become a Zemeckis cube.
This cube could reverse time by 1 minute within a 100-meter radius. It was priced at only 50,000. Bought it. Xu Jing didn't even think twice before putting it in his pocket. He then took a tour of the magic equipment section.
He spent 300,000 on the famous elf decapitation blade. He then bought 2 beam pistols in the technology section, as well as an Aurora motorcycle, which appeared in the movie Tron Legacy, after the advent of the Death Road race,
which allowed for unlimited vehicle types. Sales of various racing cars in Oasis skyrocketed. The importance of owning a good car became self-evident. Money came quickly, and was spent even faster.
He restocked his ammunition and replaced a few pieces of equipment. The 3 million Oasis points he had just acquired were already squandered. Have to continue making money. Xu Jing felt a great deal of pressure.
He had to accumulate at least 10 million Oasis points before returning to exchange them for 100,000 origin points. Furthermore, if he wanted to buy a divine artifact, he would need even more money. Every time a divine artifact appeared at the auction house,
the lowest price reached over 5 million. As soon as he left the shopping street, news of the Death Highway race flooded the Oasis network. The first race after the public challenge had concluded. Chapter 368 Highway Speeding.
The internet was abuzz with lamentations. This competition was too difficult. The number of players entering the competition was in the hundreds of millions. Millions of dungeons had been opened, yet the leaderboard remained empty.
Not a single player had successfully challenged the challenge. Finally, details about the Death Highway race have surfaced. It's a city road race. The terrain is complex and unpredictable, and roadblocks can pop up at any moment.
A single mistake could result in a car crash and death. But that was just the appetizer. Next up, a high-speed train derailing, crashing into a bridge, and falling from the sky. A malfunctioning heavy truck suddenly darting out of an intersection.
A multitude of giant, solid iron balls dangling and swinging above the road. And then there were the potholes that could appear at any moment. Not only do you have to face these catastrophic situations,
but you also have to survive with over 100 other players blocking you from the front and back. A single careless move could result in a car crash and death. If you think that this is all the difficulty, you are totally wrong.
In the second half of the race, on a narrow street surrounded by tall buildings, a giant Tyrannosaurus Rex appeared, almost occupying the entire street, blocking the way and pursuing the car.
Any car facing this Tyrannosaurus Rex would be unable to withstand a single stomping blow, and when you manage to dodge and shake off the Tyrannosaurus Rex and get on the highway, the real nightmare has just begun.
Remember King Kong climbing up the Empire State Building to play basketball? That bastard Halliday actually designed an Empire State Building right next to the highway. That enraged, magnified King Kong will leap from the roof and collapse the highway.
If you manage to leap over it, King Kong won't give up. He scales buildings and leaps with incredible speed. So far, all the players who've made it to the end have been caught up and crushed by King Kong.
The park at the end of the highway is clearly the destination, but under King Kong's protection, it feels like a world away. No one can reach it. The internet was abuzz with complaints. Hundreds of millions of players had perished in this challenge.
Their gold and equipment had been completely destroyed. The losses were truly devastating. By now, everything about the speed race has been revealed, and everyone knows the difficulty of the challenge. Major media outlets offered suggestions,
and chat rooms and forums were filled with player discussions. Xu Jing walked along, browsing the information online. He didn't return to Ludes. Libra also had a challenge portal. The situation he faced was more severe than any other player. For players,
the price of death is a reset. They can start over. But for him, he only has one life. If he dies, he has no choice but to start over. All his previous investments will be lost. The second challenge was about to begin. He was ready to participate.
Danger lay ahead, and he had no way out. The queue formed again in front of the portal. But compared to before, most of the hunters who had been on the sidelines had begun to participate.
Many ordinary players who had known better had given up their unrealistic fantasies. Despite this, more people were still enthusiastic and the queues were still very long. After waiting for about half an hour, Xu Jing finally reached the portal.
He took a step forward and passed through without any hindrance. His biggest worry, the inability to enter, was no longer a problem. He breathed a sigh of relief. After entering the dungeon, You're at the starting point of the race.
It's at the head of a highway bridge facing the ocean. There are white lines marking the parking spaces on the road. From the seat to the right, there are 20 rows in total. The advanced players were vying for the front parking spaces. Xu Jing, however,
Made his way to the front traffic light and stood at the edge, gazing across. The bridge ended here. Ahead lay the vast sea like a cliff. In the distance, he could see a city on the other side of the sea, also with a section of the bridge facing it.
Looking back behind the starting point is a massive, solid wall. Atop it stands a massive Statue of Liberty. In just a few moments, all the front parking spaces were taken. Rows of various racing cars were neatly arranged. Xu Jing didn't care.
He returned to the last section and pulled out a toy, like Aurora motorcycle from his storage space. He dropped it into the only remaining parking space by the bridge. The motorcycle landed on the ground, transforming into an ethereal blue,
three-dimensional model. Then, starting with the wheels, it was enlarged and assembled. In the blink of an eye, it became a real motorcycle. Xu Jing put on his helmet, climbed onto the bike, twisted the handlebars,
and drove through the gap between the two cars ahead. He drove until he reached the middle and front section before stopping. In this instance, video, email, and external chat were all disabled, aside from the car.
His weapons and items were also locked and unusable. This is a speed race. The difficulty is hellish. After waiting for less than an hour, the match was about to begin. Across the sea, the city buildings shifted. Across the sea,
A cross-sea bridge rapidly emerged, stretching towards this end. Boom! The moment the bridge was connected, the overhead signal light began to flash, switching from red to yellow, simultaneously.
the torch held high by the Statue of Liberty in the background blasted out a flare, trailing white smoke, which descended parabolically toward the center of the bridge. The players focused their attention, stepped on the accelerator,
And the tires screamed under the braking of the disc brakes. Bang! Signal flares dropped in an instant, and countless beautiful fireworks exploded. Xu Jing turned the handlebars all the way to the limit. A dazzling blue light flashed across the car's body.
The front of the car lifted. Like a wild horse unbridled, it rushed forward. The roar and hum of the throttles of the various racing cars around him was as loud as a swarm of locusts. He was like a light and graceful butterfly dancing,
flying through the gaps between the many cars. Soon, he surpassed all the vehicles and rushed to the other side of the sea. The deadly, sharp obstacles that occasionally appeared on the bridge presented no threat to Xu Jing. He dodged them, or leaped over them.
The wind whistled. His entire body had become one with the motorcycle like a nimble blue light, accelerating faster and faster. Woo! A high-speed train lost control, went off the track and roared towards him. Squeak!
A sharp friction sound suddenly rang out. Xu Jing tilted the front of the car. He stomped his foot hard on the ground. The car suddenly drifted, arcing outward. He twisted the handlebars just as he dodged the train. The next second,
he accelerated to maximum speed, leaping over the bridge and into the city. Then he rushed out of a heavy truck blocking his way. The swinging iron ball, the hidden potholes, nothing could stop him. Wow! Who's that guy on the Aurora motorcycle up there?
Damn awesome! The two cars following closely behind Xu Jing were from the same hunter guild. One of the drivers exclaimed through the communicator, "Don't talk nonsense. Follow me." The other person didn't dare to be distracted, with Xu Jing leading the way.
They had a great advantage and could avoid most dangers. Chapter 369. An underground passage was discovered. Xu Jing was completely focused. As the leader, he avoided competition from many other players, but he still faced Holiday's various schemes. Soon,
he entered the city streets. As he turned and sped, the ground rumbled and shook, accompanied by a ferocious roar. Squeak! He slammed on the brakes, spun around in a circle, and stopped at the corner. Damn!
The two hunters following closely behind him had no time to react. They could only grit their teeth and drift past him, then appeared in the Tyrannosaurus Rex sight. Xu Jing sneered inwardly. He turned the handle again, dashed around the corner,
and charged head-on into the Tyrannosaurus Rex. The Tyrannosaurus Rex's attention was completely focused on the two racing cars. It lowered its head to bite them. It raised its legs to trample them. It intercepted them.
The already narrow street only had enough space between its legs for the width of a car to pass through. Xu Jing took advantage of the opportunity when the other party was dealing with other vehicles. After a slight adjustment, he easily passed through. Roar!
The Tyrannosaurus roared and gave chase. But after a few steps, it gave up because it was no longer fast enough. It could only vent its anger on the vehicle behind it. Xu Jing slowed down and drove onto the highway, facing the slightly glaring sunlight.
He looked up and saw King Kong clutching the top of the Empire State Building with one hand. With both feet planted on the building, he leaped down towards him, roaring. Woo! He suddenly turned the throttle all the way to the floor. The car accelerated sharp.
Just as the shadow cast its shadow, he narrowly escaped. Boom! A large section of the highway behind him collapsed. Amidst the dust, King Kong leaped with all his might, landing on a nearby building. He then leaped several more times, continuing in pursuit.
Xu Jing crouched low. He drove at top speed. He could hear King Kong's roar getting closer. He suddenly had a bad feeling. Roar. Seeing the finish line approaching, King Kong stepped onto the building and leaped forward, passing him and landing in front. Boom.
Another section of the wall collapsed. King Kong was blocking the gap, staring at him with a fierce look. Squeak. Xu Jing slammed on the brakes and stopped just in time, less than 10 meters in front of King Kong. He took off his helmet and looked up at her.
Feeling no awe, King Kong snorted, stood up, beat his chest, and let out a deafening roar, but he didn't attack further. Instead, he slowly crouched down and hid. Xu Jing sighed. He knew he could get through, but his heart was filled with doubts.
This King Kong's speed and agility are definitely not normal. His perception far surpassed that of the player. Thinking back, he sensed something was wrong. Just now, during the pursuit, King Kong's speed had increased several times in a row. By the end,
it was even faster than his car. If he were just an ordinary player, he would definitely think that his luck was too bad after failing, just a little bit. But Xu Jing sensed a problem. He intuitively felt that even if he switched to a faster car,
he would still be unable to escape King Kong's pursuit. This is a King Kong who can cheat at any time. He made a judgment in his heart, but he was even more confused. This challenge is simply impossible for anyone to complete.
Doesn't Holiday want someone to inherit his estate? Xu Jing was deeply puzzled. Even as he pondered this, several more race cars sped towards him. The players inside were filled with excitement. King Kong had disappeared.
All they had to do was leap over the gap ahead, and they would have the first key. Xu Jing had no intention of stopping or warning. He simply watched, his eyes coldly on the sidelines. He watched as one racing car after another took flight,
only to be snatched up by a giant hand that suddenly extended from the gap, crushing the players inside along with them. Roar. King Kong poked his head out and roared demonstratively at Xu Jing. Xu Jing ignored him, as long as he didn't move forward.
He willed attack again. After thinking it over, he released his spirit. He felt that something was not right about this challenge. Outside of the dungeon, his spirit scanned the Oasis world, except for certain special circumstances.
Everything seemed very real. He didn't feel at all that this was just a virtual world. After entering this challenge dungeon, Xu Jing used his soul for the first time. During this scan, he immediately discovered a problem. Everything around him,
under his spiritual scan, unexpectedly transformed into lines and three-dimensional models. Although these models were fixed, they gave the impression that they could be reorganized and changed at any time. Interesting. For the first time,
Xu Jing felt as if everything was illusory. All seemingly real objects seemed like illusions made up of zeros and ones. He immersed himself completely in it. These lines that made up the world seemed to possess magical power in his perception.
But the game was about to end. He didn't have time to study it carefully before he was swept out of the dungeon by a powerful force. Do it again. Xu Jing couldn't wait to join the second queue. Not long after, he entered the portal again.
Although each match lasts 2 hours, the actual playing time is less than an hour. The rest is preparation time. People are currently very excited about the holiday Easter egg. Xu Jing had just entered a new instance, and within seconds,
the instance was already full. He didn't rush to grab a parking space. Instead, he released his spirit and began scanning back and forth at the starting point of the bridge. The current lines are static, forming the bridgehead.
Although each line contains magical power, he still cannot grasp the key points. It feels like seeing flowers in the fog. Before they knew it, the game had begun. The other players had already prepared themselves, but Xu Jing,
still standing at the traffic light, lost in thought, seemed possessed. Is that person probably a fool? The players sitting in the car were thinking in their hearts. Boom! The bridge on the other side docked successfully. The signal lights flashed.
Amid the roar of the engines, Xu Jing suddenly made a discovery. The moment the bridge was complete, a three-dimensional model suddenly appeared in the empty space beneath the bridge, which was part of his spiritual senses, and within the model,
there are two lines extending toward the opposite bank and the bridgehead. They're surprisingly parallel to the lines that make up the highway above. It's as if they were a projection of the highway above.
The three-dimensional model disappeared in the blink of an eye, as if it had never appeared. But Xu Jing knew he was definitely not seeing things. He had encountered this situation before in the virtual world outside the dungeon. For example,
when a building was destroyed, his spirit could sense the lines and patterns that made up the building, even though its structure was unstable. Only then did he feel that the world was illusory.
Is this an underground passage that is more stable than the structure that makes up the replica? Xu Jing suddenly had a flash of inspiration and came up with an astonishing idea. Chapter 370, The Holiday Archives.
This passage wasn't like other objects within the dungeon. A single scan revealed it to be illusory. Instead, it was like objects outside the dungeon. It was remarkably stable, and the more stable it was,
the harder it was for Xu Jing's spiritual sense to detect it. The entire instance was derived from this passage. Perhaps it would only appear when it connected with the hidden passage at the bridgehead, as it had just done. Once it stabilized,
it would immediately disappear. Xu Jing could hear the roar of engines. Racing cars raced past him. In a blink of an eye, he was left alone. He turned around and looked behind the bridge at the city wall beneath the towering Statue of Liberty.
In the instant the passage flashed by, his mind locked onto the lines that formed the passage and traced its extension. The entrance to the passage is connected to a piece of land in front of the lower wall of the Statue of Liberty.
Xu Jing wanted to laugh uncontrollably. While players around the world were racking their brains to win the competition through speed, he made an unusual discovery. Who could have imagined that this death highway race could not be won through normal means?
Because Halliday didn't want people to get the key through normal competition. Even if the player drives a rocket, he can't beat the cheating King Kong. The true method to winning the race was actually right at the starting point.
A secret passage that was unobstructed and would definitely lead to the finish line. Xu Jing immediately released his motorcycle, mounted it, and slowly drove towards the patch of land connecting to the passage. He soon reached his target location.
But what puzzled him was that there was no movement on the ground. There was no underground entrance at all. What's missing? Xu Jing's mind scanned the city wall and its surroundings several times, but he couldn't find any mechanism to unlock it.
He fell into deep thought. Even after the game ended, he still hadn't figured it out. He felt like he was missing a spark. It was hard to grasp. He did not participate in the third game, but was teleported to the Holiday Archives. Since entering the Oasis,
Xu Jing had heard countless people mention the archives, but this was his first time there. The archives only appeared after Halliday released the Easter egg video. Here are things Halliday is willing to show the world.
The clues to the 3 keys and the method to pass the level are all hidden there. It's said that all the records inside have been meticulously organized. Relevant photos, family videos, surveillance footage, babysitter videos,
and even some of Halliday's memories have been made into a 3D stereoscopic image. Halliday also archived every movie, book, TV show he'd ever seen, and game he'd ever played in the mezzanine level of the archives.
The popular culture that people study as Halliday's favorites is based on direct archival records or contextual discoveries. Some of Halliday's likes and dislikes are straightforward and clear. With clear answers, others require careful consideration.
And many are still controversial. Xu Jing knew the answer from the speed race, but he didn't know the process of disintegration. However, he believed the archives must have the answer he was looking for, so he came here.
Pushing open the transparent glass door of the archives and ascending a dozen flights of stairs. The first thing I saw was the information desk in the center of the avenue. Standard robot NPC. This NPC's forehead was covered in wrinkles.
His face looked old, but he looked energetic. His every move exuded the demeanor of a European aristocratic butler. Although his name was hidden, he was definitely not one of those commonplace creatures that Xu Jing had encountered in the past.
Upon seeing Xu Jing, the NPC smiled and said, "Hello, young man. I'm the curator here. I think this is the first time I'm meeting you. How can I help you?" Hearing this, he said seriously, "Hello, my name is Andrew.
This is indeed my first time here. I'd like to see various records about Halliday's life and work." "Oh, that's too much. If you want to read it all, it'll take days." The curator sighed and shrugged. "But since you want to see it, I'm happy to help you. Come with me."
He put his hands behind his back, turned around and started walking. Xu Jing hurried to follow. The director walked steadily and quickly, explaining the archives. Soon, he led Xu Jing up a spiral staircase.
The circular corridor upstairs was lined with long corridors. On both sides of each corridor, from the outside to the inside, there are numerous huge transparent rectangular windows, like large televisions that can play 3D images through the windows.
You can see the scenes of Halliday's life and work. The curator was standing at the stairwell, pointing to a long corridor across the way. He said, "Start from this corridor. Go all the way in from the left. Once you reach the innermost part,
go all the way out from the right. Once you're out, walk clockwise around this circular corridor, looking at each corridor one by one. It's arranged chronologically from Halliday's childhood to his adulthood. It's all here." "Okay." Xu Jing nodded. "Thank you."
The curator smiled. "I won't bother you anymore. Have a great egg hunt," he said and turned and walked down the stairs. Xu Jing didn't care. He entered the corridor in front of him and stood in front of the first window at the entrance.
The window was originally dark, but when he stood still, it instantly lit up. An image of a child playing a video game in a room appeared. The image was three-dimensional.
Xu Jing could also adjust the viewing angle using the virtual control panel in front of the window, zooming in or out, and fast-forwarding or rewinding the video. He was currently watching images of Holiday as a child.
He stood in front of this window for a full half hour. After realizing he was just playing various games, he moved to the second window. The second window showed a middle-aged couple arguing. The man was drunk, and the woman was aggressive.
They cursed at each other and eventually came to blows. Holiday, meanwhile, huddled in a corner, looking truly pitiful. After patiently reading through the story, Xu Jing moved on to the next one. He was like an invisible bystander,
appearing in Holiday's life, watching and listening to the things he experienced and analyzing the hidden meanings within. Maybe it's a certain plot, maybe it's a certain sentence. Anyway,
he wasn't going to leave until he found a way to enter the underground passage in the dungeon. As for whether the players outside would be able to pass the challenge, Xu Jing wasn't worried at all.
Because relying on speed to pass the level was absolutely impossible. Chapter 371, Reversing. Time passed day by day. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed. During this time, Xu Jing treated it like work.
He would arrive at the archives early in the morning and leave at midnight. He was completely absorbed in searching for answers. Hearsay was ultimately not as profound as seeing something with one's own eyes, however.
He did not forget to pay attention to the outside world's situation regarding the Death Highway race. Since no one succeeded in the challenge, the enthusiasm for this competition gradually died down. The price of death was not something anyone could bear.
After learning such a painful lesson, many ordinary players finally calmed down. Most of those who haven't given up are hunters now. After all, during the 5 years without a clue, the major guilds and free hunters persevered.
The situation now is much better than before. At least there's a goal. And the 6th person rejoined the race 2 months ago. Xu Jing wasn't in the least bit anxious. He had already read most of Holiday's life and work records,
and intuitively felt that he was getting closer to the answer he wanted. The social gaming company founded by Holiday and Moro grew bigger and bigger until, after launching Oasis, they became the richest people in the world. As a result,
the two gradually began to have differences over the company's development. Sometimes they would argue at work, but neither could convince the other. However, despite this, they remained best friends. 2029, Social Gaming Company, Office Party.
Xu Jing entered a new corridor. After viewing the first 2 windows, he came to the 3rd window. The virtual screen in front of the window opened. It displayed the title of the content that would be played in this window. Although the title was Party,
it was clearly over from a few waiters cleaning up the place. Only Holiday and Morrow remained. Holiday was wearing light blue jeans, a dark t-shirt, and a faded blue jacket. He wore thick glasses and was picking up trash from his desk.
They'd probably mistake him for someone insignificant. Morrow, by contrast, was different. He wore a shirt, tie, and trousers. He wore a black vest. His hair was neatly combed. He stood to the side, his hands in his pockets.
He showed no intention of helping. Okay, James, I'm going, he began. He waited for Halliday to look over and continued. Everything changes, James, for the better. Halliday disagreed, retorting, some things are perfect just the way they are. Take comment.
Morrow shook his shoulders and said, but people don't live in the game. Comet blasting, I know, Halliday said. But he obviously didn't listen. He had his own thoughts. Morrow quickly said yes. But before he could finish, Halliday interrupted him and said,
but people do live in the games we make. Morrow was speechless. He felt a little mad. He said helplessly, say whatever you want. I don't want to talk about this anymore. Yes, of course you don't want to talk about this. You're going to kick me out of the company.
Morrow said, his temper rising. Listen, new inventions bring responsibilities you don't want to take on. Now that you've built something people want and need, you have to set limits. Set some rules. Halliday continued to pick up the trash.
Turning his back, and he said, I don't want to make any rules. I'm a dreamer. I create the world. Morrow said gravely, our work is beautiful, James, but it has changed. It's no longer a game. But I haven't changed. I still like the way I was at the beginning.
Back when it was just a game, Halliday didn't seem like someone who would easily compromise. His voice was calm, but he was adamant. All right, we're back to square one. Morrow spread his hands. But that's the thing, like it or not, there's no going back.
He didn't want to say anything more, so he turned and walked out the door. It's like this again. Xu Jing sighed. Had been seeing mostly the same footage in recent days. Morrow and Halliday were arguing more and more, and their relationship was becoming strained.
He turned around and was about to go to the next window. But suddenly, Holliday's voice rang out again. Why can't you just retreat? Xu Jing exclaimed in surprise. He quickly turned around and saw Halliday on the screen approaching him.
It seemed as if he was standing directly across from him. Just once. Back up, fast as you can. Floor the accelerator. Back up at full speed. Halliday asked and answered himself, smiling nervously. Xu Jing's mind buzzed. He froze in place.
Then he burst into laughter. The answer he'd been searching for had finally arrived. Someone else might not think of racing after hearing Holiday's last words. Even if they did, they might still hesitate.
No one could be sure if they would crash into the city wall and die if they backed away at full speed. But Xu Jing was different. He was absolutely certain that there was a passageway in front of the city wall behind the starting point.
He couldn't bear to read any further. He turned and left the corridor. He then left the archives and headed towards the teleportation temple. There's still half an hour until the next game. If I go now, I can make it in time.
Xu Jing arrived at the temple quickly. The challenge portal wasn't lined with the long queues it had been 3 months ago. There were only about a dozen players. He waited for a few minutes before entering the dungeon.
There was no competition for the spots behind him. He arrived at the end and found an empty spot. He didn't rush to release his motorcycle. After all, motorcycles can't go backwards.
Xu Jing wasn't sure if turning around would trigger the conditions for the passage to open. After some thought, he decided to take out the ordinary car he had bought earlier, just to be on the safe side.
The hunters around him glanced at him and then ignored him, treating him as an ordinary player. The race started soon. As soon as the traffic light turned green, the cars, which had already been running at full speed, rushed out in an instant.
After Xu Jing waited for all the cars to clear, he shifted into reverse gear and floored the accelerator. Woo! The car's tires screeched. The 100-meter gap was covered in the blink of an eye, just as it was about to hit the city wall behind it.
The ground suddenly tilted, revealing the entrance to an underground passage. Success! Xu Jing cheered inwardly. As he rushed down the slope, he quickly turned the steering wheel, making an inverted U-turn and returning to the same direction as the racetrack.
Everything around him was a transparent green. Without even needing to unleash his spiritual energy, he could see a 3-dimensional image composed of lines, and he was currently speeding through such a 3-dimensional passage visible to the naked eye.
Chapter 372. Top the standings. There are no obstacles in the passage. All you need to do is keep your direction in mind and drive backwards as fast as you can. Xu Jing managed to control the car by paying attention for a moment.
Then he couldn't help but take in the surroundings. Through the green light curtain, he could clearly see the situation on the highway above. But the players couldn't see him. It was as if they were in 2 different worlds. The popping roadblocks,
the winding highway, the dangling solid iron ball, the sudden appearance of Godzilla. Each and every one of them rose from the passage he was in. Composed of data, they became physical objects and descended upon the player.
This gave him the feeling that he was in a relatively high-dimensional space, launching a dimensionality reducing attack against another space. But none of this had anything to do with him, although he had left last.
He had already caught up with the fastest group of players by the time he got on the highway. Boom! King Kong leaped from the Empire State Building, repeating his mission of chasing and intercepting players. But he couldn't see Xu Jing either. Xu Jing looked up.
He watched helplessly as he passed the opponent. It was so easy. Bang! At that moment, the passageway not far behind him opened up. The ground above the highway collapsed, creating a ramp exit. Outside the exit is the end of this race.
He reversed the car and leaped out, entering the park gate at the end in an instant. At this moment, King Kong in front of him noticed something and turned around and roared in anger. Xu Jing was in a good mood.
He drove another 200 meters along the road behind the park gate and finally arrived at a circular square. Instruments of all sizes danced around. A resounding chorus of horns and strings played the music from Star Wars,
where Princess Leia awards Luke and Han their medals. The fountain sculpture in the center of the square rotated and retracted into the ground. Then a golden oval column slowly rose. Countless fallen leaves were swept up by a gust of wind.
A tornado formed 3 meters in front of Xu Jing. In the center of the tornado, a tall, gray-robed human wizard who looked like Gandalf from The Lord of the Rings appeared out of thin air. This is Holiday's character, Enoch in the game.
He is known as the all-knowing prophet. Well done, Jedi Padawan. He stood with his back to the sun. Like a god, he gazed down at the shorter Xu Jing. You crossed the finish line first. Xu Jing didn't agree. There wasn't any excitement about the pilgrimage.
Holiday was already dead. What he saw before him was just an advanced artificial intelligence. He walked over a few steps and said, as if to a quest NPC, "It's an honor to meet you, Prophet Enoch. It's my honor." The music grew louder.
Arnold extended his right hand. In his palm hovered the brass key, the object that countless people had sought for 5 years. Xu Jing reached for the key. The moment he grabbed it, the music faded, but then a notification sounded on his personal dashboard.
He had gained enough experience to level up several levels. At the same time, the leaderboards above each planet flickered, and his character's name Andrew appeared in the empty space at the top. Go get your clue.
Arnok bent slightly and pointed at the rising pillar in the center of the square. The top of the pillar opened automatically. A scroll floated up and spun continuously above. Xu Jing walked over, picked up the scroll, opened it, and began to read it carefully.
A creator who hates his own creation, a hidden key, a step not taken, backtracking, escape from the past. As he read this clue over and over again, he suddenly had an idea. He thought of a video he had seen in the archives before. Holiday is not married.
However, he has met someone he likes in his life and dated them. That woman's name was Karen Underwood. She was one of the first employees at the social gaming company. Holiday went on a date with Karen. They went to a movie together. Afterward,
He wanted to ask her out for a dance, but being a bit shy, he couldn't bring himself to say it. He didn't have the courage to confess his feelings. So the date ended. This message came from a conversation between Holiday and Morrow.
Holiday was deeply regretful about the date and shared his secret with his friend, which made Morrow, who was eager to hear the news, burst into laughter. If you only knew this information, it would be a big deal.
But everyone in the world knew that Morrow's wife was Karen, and that they left the social gaming company after getting married. Xu Jing had speculated about the real reason for Morrow's departure when he watched the video.
Perhaps it wasn't just due to the conflict with Holiday's ideologies. The biggest reason might be Karen. Holiday could accept his friend being with the woman he loved. He was jealous and drove Morrow away.
There were numerous rumors in the media claiming that Morrow's departure was due to a complete rift with Holiday. There were also reports from employees within the social gaming company that by the time Morrow resigned,
Holiday and Morrow had not had direct communication for a long time. As for the various speculations from the media, the two of them neither confirmed nor denied them. A step not taken. Xu Jing stared at the words on the scroll. Gradually, an idea came to him.
It's about Holiday's regret. After the movie, he wanted to ask Karen to dance, but he ultimately didn't. This one step made him miss the chance to confess his love and kiss his beloved. It became a lifelong wound.
And ultimately broke up with his only friend. Returned the same way. Is this to make up for the regret? Xu Jing's thoughts became clearer. Whether it was true or not, he decided to follow this clue. It seemed he had to go to the archives first.
The films Holiday collected in the archives aren't meant to be watched. Instead, they allow players to enter the films directly, participate in the plot, and even change it. Xu Jing was very familiar with this routine.
It was very similar to the system functions he had. He planned to first find the movie that Holiday and Karen had seen on their date, and then go inside it to see if there was any hidden secrets. After all,
the films in the archive were recreated using code written by Holiday himself. It's like a small world. It would be too easy for him to change or hide something. After Xu Jing made his decision,
he immediately exited the dungeon and returned to the teleportation temple. As soon as he returned, he discovered that his emails in Usis had completely exploded. It was even more ferocious than the emails on his blog before, almost every second.
The number of emails was increasing by tens of thousands. I checked the internet again. Sure enough, he had become a household name. His name was everywhere in the headlines, like the mysterious Andrew making history. The brass key held Andrew.
It was Andrew. The media went crazy. The players went crazy too. They desperately sent him emails. It was their only chance of contacting Xu Jing. Chapter 373. Xu Jing temporarily blocked all emails.
His character name was hidden. As long as he didn't reveal it, no one would be able to recognize him. On the way to the archives, excited players could be seen everywhere. They cheered and rushed towards the teleportation temple.
They all looked like they couldn't wait any longer. What a sin! Xu Jing was speechless. His success had reignited a wave of enthusiasm for challenges. Even ordinary players who had given up were once again overwhelmed with enthusiasm.
But he wouldn't meddle in other people's affairs. It wouldn't take long. The bitter lesson they learned would make these people see the situation clearly again. The archives were empty. There were few people there.
The curator smiled brightly upon seeing him and said, "Andrew, congratulations." Thanks. Xu Jing wasn't surprised that the curator knew he had succeeded. This was because the curator, like Arnold, was the special NPC responsible for the holiday Easter egg.
He smiled and said, "Director, I want to check the records of all the movies Holiday watched between November 23rd and 27th. 20th. This record doesn't just include what Holiday watched online, it also includes what he saw in the cinema."
The archives have detailed information. The curator raised his eyebrows and asked in surprise, "Do you have another clue?" Xu Jing nodded and admitted, "I think the second challenge lies in the movie. There was no one else around."
So he wasn't worried about being overheard. "My time is precious." The curator said calmly, "You have 3 more search opportunities this month. Are you sure you want to use them?" "Yes," Xu Jing said affirmatively. "Then follow me."
The director walked towards the film archive on the mezzanine. Xu Jing followed behind and arrived at a spacious and enclosed hall. No one else was present. The curator snapped his fingers. Suddenly, countless videotapes appeared,
floating in every corner of the hall. Each one represented a film Holiday had seen. From his fingertips, a dozen azure rays of light emanated. They scattered in all directions, locking onto a dozen videotapes, attracted by the rays.
They were drawn towards them, surrounding them. This was the result of Xu Jing's search, The Shining, The Fly, The Depths. Xu Jing looked around, reading the titles of the movies one by one. He had seen all of them during his recent frantic film studies.
He was a little unsure what movie Halliday had watched on their date. Have you made your choice? The curator asked. Xu Jing hesitated for a moment. He reached out and grabbed the tape of Deep Love. He said this one. There were only about a dozen movies anyway.
He was way ahead in the competition. He had plenty of time, so he decided to watch them all, of course. Thinking that Halliday was going on a date, he felt that a man with Halliday's personality would be unlikely to take a girl to a horror movie.
So he decided to watch some romance or comedy first. The curator said expressionlessly, "Let's go now. Good luck." As soon as he finished speaking, the ground Xu Jing was standing on suddenly sank, and in the blink of an eye,
he entered the movie world created by Halliday. IOI Corporation Conference Hall. The leaders of the Egg Research Department gathered together. The atmosphere was somewhat solemn. Who is he? Andrew, how did he do it? As soon as the meeting started,
someone raised questions. That's the question you should ask. Who cares? Sorrento, who was presiding over the meeting, looked unhappy. He continued, the Halliday competition is crucial. It's no less than a war. The battle is for control of the future.
But this Andrew doesn't even have a teammate, his alone, and we have an army. But he got the first key. Not everyone likes and supports Sorrento. Sorrento's expression turned even uglier. But he had to hold his composure and say yes, just one key, to win.
He needs to collect all 3 keys. Boom, boom, boom. As soon as he finished speaking, there was an urgent knock on the door of the conference room. Standing by the door, the contract worker department director, Vernali, opened it. A staff member hurried in.
Holding a tablet, he handed it to Sorrento and said, another person has completed the challenge, and more than one. Sorrento took the computer and looked at it. His face suddenly darkened like a summer sky covered with dark clouds.
4 more names had been added to the leaderboard. Parsifal, Aki, Dadong and Ashu. He read out the names one by one. After a long silence he said, it's easy to keep a secret alone, but with many people, it's easy for the secret to leak out.
I want to know how they passed the challenge. I also want to check their real-life identities. The meeting couldn't be held. The Egg Research Department under his leadership boasted an army of well-trained hunters.
Numerous Easter egg experts provided logistical support. They had the money and equipment they needed. Yet, they achieved nothing. Meanwhile, the freelance hunters were constantly finding success. This severely impacted his plans and his prestige. Archives.
Xu Jing was searching for the whereabouts of the Jade Key. He had tried romances, comedies, science fiction and action films, but unfortunately, he found nothing in any of them.
Is Halliday really going to invite someone to see a horror movie? Xu Jing was speechless. This was the kind of movie he had initially ruled out. He intended to continue, but unfortunately, the curator had disappeared. This NPC was somewhat mysterious.
He wasn't always there. Instead, he seemed to be at work. He was mostly there during the day, but rarely at night. It seems I can only come back tomorrow. Xu Jing walked out of the archives. He subconsciously looked up at the standings in the air.
Visible to everyone, he was stunned. He was still in first with 100,000 points, but second through fifth were all taken. In order they were Parsifal, Aki, Dadong and Ash. Their points decreased by 1,000 points each time. So fast.
She's truly worthy of being the protagonist. Xu Jing was now certain that Wade was the protagonist of this movie world. He knew it well. If he hadn't cheated with the soul scan, he would have likely wasted a lot of time trying to figure it out.
Had been so focused on searching for clues in the archives, and might even have overlooked the answer. After all, he was working backwards from the known answer to the problem, while Wade was working step by step to arrive at the answer.
I must hurry up and make the most of tomorrow. Xu Jing felt a sense of urgency. He logged onto the internet and checked several mainstream news websites. They were all discussing the leaderboard. Some even had hunter experts analyze it.
It looked very much like the real thing. In addition, many media outlets have called the 5 players who made it onto the leaderboard the Oasis 5. Xu Jing remained silent. After reading for a while, he closed the news and opened his email. In just one,
he received over 3 million emails. If Wade and the others hadn't also made it onto the leaderboard, the number would likely have been even higher. Chapter 374. Obtaining the artifact. With his previous experience handling blog emails,
Jing skillfully filtered and deleted most of them. The remaining emails were mainly business-labeled ones, along with a few with unusual labels. He looked at one of the emails. It was from someone who surprised him. Andrew, congratulations. First,
let me say I know you. That day, at the entrance to the tech zone on Commercial Street, I snatched the chucks you wanted to buy. I wonder if you still remember me. Although you've hidden your name, I still know it.
This is because I have a special piece of exploration equipment, and I want to tell you, while such equipment is rare in the Aces, there's definitely more than one. Okay, having said all that, I actually wanted to ask you, how do I get past the first level?
I know you won't tell me easily, but I can trade you for other intelligence. And I guarantee that the information I'm talking about will be very important to you. It's worth it. If you agree to the exchange, please come to my chat room.
The access password is MTF Artemis information worth a key. Xu Jing suddenly became interested in the information Artemis had mentioned. The other party's research on Halliday was substantial. Every blog post was thoroughly analyzed.
After thinking for a moment, he searched for the other party's chat room, entered the password, and instantly entered it. Artemis set a reminder. Moments after Xu Jing entered, she followed him in. She was clad in patina armor, a scimitar slung across her back,
and 2 beam pistols holstered at her waist. She looked like she had just emerged from a PvP zone. After seeing Xu Jing, her face lit up. She got straight to the point and said, "It's nice to see you again. I won't waste any more words.
The information I want to exchange with you this time is about the third key and some of the sixth person's plans." Oh, Xu Jing was extremely surprised. He hadn't even gotten the first key yet he dared to claim to know the third key, however.
Instead, he asked, "Are you sure?" Artemis said solemnly, "I swear in the name of the hunter." "Then you go first." Xu Jing is not one to suffer losses. Artemis had anticipated this. She had no room for negotiation, so she simply said,
"The clue to the third key is related to Arnott Castle." She then recounted the basis for her judgment. Ever since Halliday's death and the release of the Easter egg video, countless hunters have swarmed like locusts,
swarming every place in the Oasis that seemed to hold a key. This is especially true of planets whose codes were written by Halliday himself. Among them, the most popular is Cthonia,
a fantasy world created by Halliday during his high school days as a member of a gaming club. Within this world, there's a castle named after Halliday's character Arnott Castle. For a long time, this castle has been sealed off by a mysterious force.
No player has ever been able to enter. People can only admire its majesty from afar. Outside of Arnott Castle, there is an Atari 2600 game console. However, this console is also blocked. Xu Jing understood immediately after hearing this. However, he said,
"This information is known to almost every hunter in the Oasis, and you have no evidence to prove that Arnott Castle is related to the Crystal Key." "No, I do." Artemis hesitated. Gritting her teeth, she said, "I got crucial information from a quest."
The Crystal Key can be obtained using that game console. Whoever obtains the 3 keys can use the power that sealed the castle to enter. There's a door inside that requires 3 keys to open. Xu Jing was slightly stunned. He could sense it through his soul.
This was indeed very important information. Still, he hesitated, saying, "The information you provided is indeed useful, but too many people already know it. Even without proof, others will ignore it, therefore."
Exchanging the method for the first level isn't enough. Artemis smiled. She spoke confidently. "What I'm going to tell you next is information about IOI. Why don't you listen first?" "Okay," you say. 3 months ago, when the challenge was first announced,
the sixth person, while everyone's attention was focused, secretly established fortifications outside Arnott Castle. And I also know the function of the artifact Sorrento obtained from the Tom of Horrors. It's an Orb of Osivax, a level 99 artifact.
It can create an impenetrable magical shield. This shield is indestructible and impenetrable, and can only be dispelled by the corresponding spell. Furthermore, this shield is powerful enough to seal off the entire Arnott Castle. Damn!
Xu Jing couldn't help but curse after hearing this. He knew the situation was serious. If this was true, then even if he got 2 keys, he wouldn't have a chance to get the third one. IOI's move of cutting off the source of funds was simply invincible. How's that?
"Do I have enough information to trade with you for the first level clearance?" Artemis asked. "That's enough," Xu Jing admitted. This information was indeed very useful to him. At least now there was still a chance to disrupt IO's plan. Otherwise,
if the other party succeeded in their conspiracy, it would be too late. He didn't rush to explain the challenge method. Instead, he asked, "But I still have a question. Why didn't you exchange with Parsifal and the others instead of contacting me?"
Artemis replied, "Because they formed a team. Compared to them, I think you are more trustworthy. I think it's because you think it's easier to compete with me, right?" Xu Jing smiled and said, "Whatever you think." Artemis snorted.
"I've already told you all my information. It's your turn." Okay, Xu Jing wouldn't go back on his word. He didn't dwell on the previous question anymore. He said directly, "The first challenge is very simple. Just reverse at full speed."
"There is a safe and clear passage behind, so that's how it is." Artemis suddenly realized. "Thank you very much," she said seriously. "I'll keep it a secret." As she spoke, she sent a friend request. Xu Jing gladly accepted it. Then she said, "Good luck to you.
I hope you can catch up with me." After he finished speaking, he noticed Artemis' face was filled with confusion and uncertainty. He found it amusing. Without waiting for her to ask, he immediately exited the chat room. After returning to the Oasis,
He first browsed a bunch of requests for business partnerships. Again, no identifying information was revealed, but this time, his character's likeness, name, and even his voice were being sold. After making a fortune,
Xu Jing first purchased a piece of equipment, Superman's camouflage glasses. These not only disguised his appearance, but also made his character's name invisible to special equipment. After dealing with these, he continued to look at other emails.
Of the remaining emails, I actually sent him over 10,000. It was practically a barrage of emails, more than a dozen per minute. It hasn't stopped yet, and these emails all indicate major partnership proposals. Please read them immediately.
Xu Jing read several of them. The content of each email was identical. They were all sent under Sorrento's name. They didn't mention any specific collaboration, simply asking for quick contact via private chat. Although the email from IOI seemed respectful,
it still contained a threatening tone. Xu Jing hadn't figured out how to deal with IO's conspiracy yet, so he filtered out the emails. Then he looked at another one. The sender of this email claimed to be his fan, and the email was labeled Artifact Clue.
He was still very attentive to artifacts. Although there were countless Oasis planets, the number of artifacts that had appeared was no more than 100, and most of them appeared in the early days. They were rarely seen now. Each artifact is unique.
Few people would even bother to auction it. Because of this, every artifact that appears at auction attracts numerous guilds and wealthy individuals, always fetching a sky-high price. Xu Jing began to read the email.
The sender claimed to be a holiday researcher. He said he had discovered a well-hidden pizza restaurant on the planet Algede. The pizzeria was ordinary, but it was identical to the one in Holiday's hometown shown in the archive footage. Seeing this,
Xu Jing's expression grew serious. While watching Holiday's experiences, a pizza parlor appeared in several scenes. Holiday often didn't go home directly after school, but instead went to that pizza parlor to kill time.
The restaurant is divided into two parts, a restaurant and an arcade. However, there are also arcade machines in the restaurant, so you can play while eating. The fan who wrote in went on to describe the pizza shop he had found.
And it was exactly the same as the one he knew from the video. There is a problem here, Xu Jing asked himself. If he had discovered a store like this, he would definitely have had a lot of thoughts. Sure enough,
the fan made a significant discovery inside the pizza shop. In the store's sundry room, there was a Pac-Man arcade machine with a damaged sticker. This arcade machine is actually not broken. If it is plugged in, it will start and run normally. More importantly,
the highest score on the leaderboard for this arcade machine was 350 points, just 10 points shy of the maximum possible score, and the challenger was surprisingly Holiday. And this arcade machine doesn't require coins. Instead,
you need to insert a quarter. Each person only has one chance to try. If you want to break the record, you must get all the points. The fan who wrote in had diligently practiced Pac-Man for months. Ultimately, the challenge still failed.
The fan shared this information with Xu Jing. But there were also requests. The other party requested that if Xu Jing succeeded in the challenge and obtained the artifact, he would like to know how to clear the Death Highway race. Jing's heart was moved.
Regardless of whether what this person said was true or not, he wanted to go there and take a look. Of course, if it was true and he gained something, he wouldn't mind telling one more person how to unlock the brass key.
But that would have to wait until he figured out a way to deal with IOI and got the second key. The curator was away, so he had some free time. He immediately rushed to the teleportation temple and was teleported directly to the planet Algede.
Is not only a PvP zone, but also a dual zone. Both magic and technology can be used here. This is the largest museum of vintage video games in Oasis. The entire planet lacks land or volcanic craters, just countless green dots.
Like a series of connected airports, the terrain here is more complex than a maze. A vast network of underground passages, stairs, elevators, ladders, slides, and secret doors forms a vast network, like an underground mausoleum.
And there are nothing but arcades here. No one has the patience to explore. So it's no surprise that the pizza shop from Holiday's childhood has remained undiscovered. Xu Jing followed the map included in the email and made his way to the planet's core.
He wasn't worried it was a trap. First, the enemy didn't know when he would arrive. Furthermore, if there was an ambush, his soul scan would have detected it in advance. He entered a tunnel and soon arrived at a large exhibition hall.
He walked along the street until he reached a dead end. Finally, he found his destination, Happy Hour Pizza. It seems to be true. Xu Jing was delighted. He scanned the store with his soul. There were no other players around.
There were only a few NPC employees in the store. He walked into the store, dodged the NPC staff, and headed straight for the back room. Sure enough, there was a Pac-Man arcade machine with a completely black screen and a damaged sticker.
He also discovered a quarter fixed to the top of the arcade machine's lid, attached to the hook. Seeing this coin, Xu Jing thought of the Will video holiday released after his death. In the video he lay in a coffin, a coin covering each eye.
The coin was exactly the same as the one fixed on the arcade machine in front of him. He tried to pry the coin apart with his hands, but the coin seemed to be locked in place by some force. No matter how hard he tried, it couldn't budge at all.
What exactly did Holiday leave behind? Xu Jing was even more certain that something was wrong. He quickly plugged in the console. Electronic music suddenly began playing. The graphics were running normally, but he didn't rush to start the game. Instead,
he made some arrangements around the area and locked the door to the grocery room. You only get one chance. To get the highest score in Pac-Man, you must play all 256 levels perfectly, eat every single bean and ghost on the screen, and don't die once.
This game has been around for over 60 years, and fewer than 20 people have managed it. Xu Jing was certainly confident he could do it, but he also needed to do it without being disturbed. He flexed his fingers, readying himself.
He dropped a standard quarter into the slot and selected single-player mode. The game officially began. Use your left hand to control the joystick. Change direction. Swallow the beans, never ending. Waka waka!
Xu Jing manipulated the joystick with expert control. His focus was focused. His eyes focused solely on the two-dimensional game world before him. Nearly 4 hours later, as the music signaled the end of the game, he succeeded.
He perfectly achieved the highest score. What will the reward be? He was a little excited. Suddenly, his eyes turned to the immovable quarter. The coin fell off the stick and rolled slowly towards him with a clang. So that's it.
Xu Jing grabbed the coin that rolled towards him. It instantly disappeared from his hand. Then, he unexpectedly received a notification from the system. The moment he saw the prompt. Level 120 artifact 25-cent coin, 1.
If the host character dies in the Oasis, he can be resurrected once. 2. If the host materializes and brings it back to the main world, the user's strength must not exceed Class A. Perfect resurrection is possible after death. Chapter 375. Crazy plan.
I really got a magical artifact. Xu Jing was excited. Although this artifact would be somewhat reduced in value if it were exchanged for the main world, it was still powerful. After all, this involves something that can resurrect the dead.
Even if it can only revive an ordinary person, it is definitely extremely rare. Moreover, this resurrection coin is effective for beings below rank A. He gathered himself, unplugged the arcade machine, and quickly left the pizza shop.
After obtaining the resurrection coin, Xu Jing realized that this artifact was best used in conjunction with the Son of Destruction he had purchased. The Son of Destruction is said to be able to wipe out an entire planet, including its user.
Regardless of how powerful or defensive a player is, they will inevitably die. However, the resurrection coin guarantees survival. An extremely crazy idea suddenly popped up in Xu Jing's mind. If Io's plan were made public,
it would provoke a war between the major guilds and IOI. Then, while the two sides were fighting, he would directly use the Son of Destruction to clear the field. Ordinary equipment might be completely destroyed by the Son of Destruction's explosion.
But legendary and artifact-level equipment would definitely be preserved. In this way, wouldn't all the dropped equipment be available for him to pick up? Although the resurrection coin was powerful, Xu Jing thought carefully. At his current rate of improvement,
it wouldn't take too long for him to reach rank A by then. The coin would be of no use to him. As for giving it to his family, firstly, there was only one. It would be suitable for anyone else. Secondly,
his uncle had already begun practicing the Beiming divine art. He would later guide the rest of the family, including his parents, in the practice. In some cases, Beiming rebirth might not be much worse than a resurrection coin. Xu Jing made his decision.
Divine artifacts were hard to come by. He wanted a second one. Even if he had the money, he might not be able to wait until it appeared at auction. He might as well give it a try.
Then there would be tons of divine artifacts and legendary equipment to choose from. He could always find something more satisfying to exchange for it. His thoughts raced. A complete plan gradually formed in his mind.
He immediately opened the email and replied to Sorrento. As the leader of the sixth man, Sorrento's life wasn't easy. After all, he was just a manager, not a shareholder of IOI. With more and more hunters appearing on the leaderboard,
he and his team hadn't achieved anything in 5 years. The pressure he faced was unimaginable. He needed to produce results quickly so he could give the board an explanation. But what frustrated him was that neither Andrew, who was at the top of the standings,
nor the 4 Parsifal players behind him had leaked any information. IO's investigation into the true identities of these 5 individuals had made no progress. The sixth man was notorious. All the hunters were enemies.
All the emails he sent to the Oasis 5 fell on deaf ears. He had no chance of bribery. When Sorrento was at his wit's end, one can imagine how excited he was to receive an email from Xu Jing. He couldn't wait to reply.
As soon as Xu Jing returned to the planet where the archives were located, he received a chat invitation token from Sorrento to the real conference room. Real meeting rooms are a higher class than chat rooms. After using a token,
The invited character can be holographically projected into the other party's real-life space. There's no need to worry about encountering any traps. Xu Jing returned to the holiday archives, found a seat, and used the invitation token.
After the connection was successful, his reflection appeared in a spacious observation room. He turned around. Before him lay a massive, semicircular conference table, 20 feet high. 3 capital letters, in pure chrome, hovered in the center. Welcome.
The renowned Sorrento has been waiting for a long time. He greeted him with a beaming smile and extended his right hand to Xu Jing. Nolan Sorrento, our business manager. It's an honor to meet you. Xu Jing stood still.
Sizing up the approaching Sorrento, he was dressed in a formal business suit. He had blonde hair, brown eyes, and a hooked nose. His smile reminded one of a hyena. His hypocrisy was tinged with sinister cunning. However, he showed no sign of disgust. Instead,
he smiled and shook hands with the other person, saying, "Same here." Sorrento's heart tightened, realizing Xu Jing was a tough opponent, but his smile only grew wider. He complimented, "How can I compare to you? You're a global celebrity now."
Xu Jing chuckled and said, "More than that, right? Perhaps there are even more people around the world who want to get clearance information from me. That must be what you're thinking right now." Sorrento was taken aback for a moment, then smiled.
In the time it took to say these few words, the team behind him analyzed Xu Jing's personality and offered their opinions via the micro-communication device in his ear. That was to get straight to the point. I love chatting with smart people.
Embarrassed at all. So, what's up? Interested in working at IOI, as long as you're willing to come. You'll get the best treatment here. Top-notch accommodations, offices, and a dedicated team and a $5 million annual salary.
You'll have the best of everything, and in the Oasis you'll get countless weapons, magic items, spaceships and even artifacts. Oh, Xu Jing replied calmly. He walked to the window and looked outside. This conference room commanded a commanding presence.
Countless well-trained 6-man hunter employees, clad in identical, advanced, full-body sensory suits, were landing on the Oasis, their equipment neatly arranged. Judging by their movements,
they must be engaging in a racing challenge. Whenever someone died in Oasis, someone would quickly arrange for a replacement device. Their devices could be used to create alternate accounts. As for lost equipment and gold, IO had plenty of money.
Are you tempted? Sorrento walked over to Xu Jing. Just come. These 5,000 well-trained employees will all obey your orders. You have the support of the entire team. The logistics team also includes a large number of holiday scholars, game experts,
pop culture historiographers. They can help you find solutions to any difficulties. If you join us, we'll be even stronger. If you find the Easter egg, you'll get a bonus of 30 million. Wow, so much money. Xu Jing whistled.
Sorrento's face lit up with pride. He continued, I admire you. If you join my team, we can be equals. I'll be in charge of management, and you'll be in charge of the games. We can work well together.
Xu Jing turned around and said with a smile, although your conditions are very good, I refuse. The atmosphere suddenly fell silent. The smile on Sorrento's face vanished. After a moment's silence, he said calmly, I think you should reconsider this. Haha.
No need. I've thought it through clearly. There's no way I'm joining you. Sorrento took a deep breath. His face remained expressionless. Yet his anger grew within him. He stared at Xu Jing silently. After a long pause, he said,
I don't think you realize how powerful we are at IOI. You were able to obtain the first key safely only because we didn't notice you at first. The threat in his words was obvious. But Xu Jing didn't buy it at all. He wasn't in reality in the Oasis.
As long as he was careful, he wouldn't be afraid of any means. What? Threats are the way to go since invitations didn't work, he said sarcastically. Then, with a smile, he patted Sorrento's shoulder. Why are you in such a hurry? I won't join you.
But I didn't say I won't cooperate with you. So do you want a guide to the first level? Chapter 376. Xu Jing, the man everyone wants to kill. Sorrento's face was filled with surprise. He finally understood. Xu Jing had come prepared. Furthermore,
the opponent's formidable nature had truly exceeded his and his team's expectations. But they had already prepared a backup plan. He narrowed his eyes. Then he burst into laughter. Interesting. As expected of the famous Andrew.
You're even more amazing than I thought. He stopped laughing and tried to take the initiative again. In that case, then listen to my advice. We will immediately transfer 5 million to your Oasis account.
All you need to do is tell us step by step how to pass the speed challenge. Once you've done that, you'll be free of both money and money. You can continue your Easter egg hunt on your own. The details of this transaction will be kept confidential.
No one will know. No. Xu Jing waved his hand. Disdain was on his face. I have the right to decide the terms of the deal now. You have no right to negotiate. Do you understand? I'll tell you. Listen, if you disagree, we'll go our separate ways. Okay.
Sorrento's expression changed, but he remained calm and said, Okay, tell me. I just have 2 small demands. Xu Jing said with a smile. First, I want $10 million. That's 100 million OSIS points. 5 million won't satisfy me at all.
What else? Xu Jing's smile widened. He continued. In addition, I want 5 artifacts: the Ring of Teleportation, Findoro's Search Tablet, the Sword of the King, the Serpent's Destruction Shoulder Cannon, the Orb of Ozawax.
Don't tell me you don't have them. I know they're all in your possession at IOI. When he arrived, he specifically researched the artifacts that had appeared at auctions in recent years and were purchased by mysterious individuals.
Although I had never admitted it, everyone knew that, with the exception of the final orb, all the other artifacts had been purchased by them. Sorrento gasped, genuinely frightened by Xu Jing's exorbitant price. The 5 artifacts, converted into US dollars,
would be worth only 20 to 30 million at most. Compared to Holiday's 500 billion legacy, it was nothing. But artifacts were something you couldn't come by easily. Used wisely,
they could even change the situation and influence the outcome of the Easter egg competition. He was also wary of the Ozawax orb Xu Jing had mentioned. He was even more suspicious after all. They had just acquired this artifact from the Tom of Terror.
While there were speculations, no one knew what it was. Furthermore, those present at the time were all contract employees of the Sixth Man. It seemed likely someone had leaked the information. Sorrento cursed inwardly.
He resolved to return and thoroughly investigate. He suppressed the thought for the moment. He said gravely, "We can't meet this condition. We simply don't have that many artifacts right now. Some of these you mentioned are disposable. They've already been used.
Others have long been traded away." "Oh, then, how many of these 5 artifacts do you have now?" Xu Jing was delighted. He could tell Sorrento was bargaining. But that was exactly what he wanted in reality. His true goal was the Orb of Ozawax.
The threat of this artifact was a constant thorn in his side. If he didn't resolve it, he wouldn't dare rush to obtain the Emerald Key. Furthermore, if he obtained this artifact, once his plan was successfully implemented,
it would be perfectly suited to protecting himself and allowing him to secure the 3rd key with peace of mind. Sorrento had no idea of Xu Jing's plan. He pondered for a moment and said hesitantly, "Only the Sword of Kings and the Orb of Ozawax remain."
IOI actually possessed far more than just these 2 artifacts. He wouldn't reveal the others. He also had the Teleportation Ring and the Search Tablet. However, there was no way he could hand over such a special artifact.
If the Ozawax orb had been newly acquired and a trader hadn't leaked the news, he would have found an excuse to keep it a secret. Besides, he still had a lot of use for this artifact. If it was gone, he could find a replacement.
But that would still be a waste of time. But now he had no choice but to grit his teeth and compromise. Xu Jing snorted coldly and pretended to be dissatisfied, saying, "Besides these 2 artifacts, I also want 30 million US dollars. You..."
Sorrento's face turned blue with anger. "Don't push your luck. You're not the only one who's passed the 1st level. I can still go find Parsifal and the others." Xu Jing laughed heartily and said, "Then go ahead and find them."
"If they're willing to make a deal with you, I lose." He had interacted with Wade and the other 3 and knew they deeply hated the 6th Man and would never compromise for personal gain. Sorrento fell silent. The conference room was filled with cameras.
The board members were being watched, and he was allowed to make his own decision via the intercom. Furthermore, he had just received news that the 6th assassin, Artemis, had also received the brass key. The pressure on him was growing. After a long moment,
he stared at Jing intently. He gritted his teeth and said, "Okay, I promise you." "Great." Xu Jing smiled and extended his hand. "I wish us a happy cooperation." Sorrento shook Xu Jing's hand. He said coldly, "Let's do the deal now. You decide the location."
"Then let's 571 on Lude's planet." Xu Jing didn't want to delay, to avoid any more trouble. Now, after making the decision, he left the meeting room and quickly headed to Lude's. In the PvE area, the 6th person could pull any tricks. Soon,
he met Sorrento again. Under the notarization of the OSIS system, the 2 parties completed the transaction. Xu Jing obtained 2 artifacts and a total of 400 million OSIS points.
He also faithfully told the other party the strategy for the speed race challenge. "Are you sure you won't consider joining us?" Sorrento extended his invitation again before leaving. "No, I still prefer being a free hunter."
He actually had no choice. Joining IOI would require physically moving to their headquarters, something he couldn't do. Otherwise he wouldn't care about hunter honor. He would definitely join and use IOI to help him complete his missions. That's a shame.
Sorrento sighed. Meaningfully, he added, "If you can't make it, IOI welcomes you anytime." Xu Jing smiled and said goodbye. He quickly understood what Sorrento meant by that last sentence. Less than an hour later,
after Sorrento had climbed to the top of the standings, a portion of their conference room conversation was edited and uploaded to the OSIS network. Suddenly, Xu Jing became the object of scorn among all hunters. Online, he was savaged.
No longer praising him but instead criticizing him. Even Moro, who had long been absent from public affairs, publicly spoke out in front of the media. expressing concern for the future of Usis.
Wade and the other three all issued statements, saying they were ashamed to be considered one of the Osis 5. They also vowed to hunt him down like the sixth man. All the major hunter guilds issued hunting orders for him.
And the entire Oasis was calling for his death. His fan clubs disbanded one by one. Fans either turned from fans to haters, turned from love to hate, or disappeared completely.
All the major advertising companies that had signed contracts with him announced the termination of the contracts and would no longer hire him as their spokesperson. In just one night, Xu Jing, the virtual world superstar, the legendary hunter,
and the one they called a god, completely fell from the altar. But no one knew. Xu Jing didn't care at all. These blows that would have crushed others didn't affect him in the slightest. Spend your money. Destroy your stage.
Xu Jing's emails exploded again, but this time they were almost all insulting him. He blocked all of them. Then he found the fan who had previously given him the clue to the resurrection coin and sent him the walkthrough for the first level.
After doing all this, he simply set the email to reject and then checked the leaderboard. In just a few hours, the remaining few spots on the list had all been taken by the sixth person. Xu Jing had actually been mentally prepared for Sorrento's move.
If the other party thought this would force him to add more people, they were completely wrong. He wasn't from this world. He didn't care about reputation. And the hunting orders from the major hunter guilds had to be met before he could be found.
He immediately spent a considerable amount of Osis points to change his look. Then, with his deep pockets, he logged onto the equipment and props trading network and purchased a complete set of legendary gear from head to toe.
The equipment will be mailed to the designated locker, and he only needs to take the purchase number to pick it up. It's great to have money. After Xu Jing sighed, he opened his blog. Sorrento had set him up. Now it was his turn to fight back.
Although his reputation within Usis was ruined, his blogging credentials remained intact. After all, he had originally registered under a different, fake identity. He still enjoyed a passionate following. He wasn't afraid to take on the challenge.
He first published an analysis of the first level's challenges. He concluded that it was impossible to beat the game at a normal speed. He also offered several suggestions, some of which were almost directly suggesting reversing. As expected.
Once his blog post was published, it immediately caught the attention of all hunters. In the next competition, the fan who had previously obtained his strategy successfully challenged it. Then,
the fan who wanted to become famous posted the detailed strategy online. Perhaps the fan no longer wanted to be associated with Andrew, so he attributed the success to the letter from the pretender. It all seemed perfectly seamless.
The players were immediately excited. Although it was already midnight in the real world, countless people were awakened from their slumbers and excitedly boarded the Usis to begin the challenge. Xu Jing's blog once again garnered worldwide attention.
The Pra-Andres fletter ascended to the top, earning him cult-like adoration and admiration from gamers. Great God, please accept my knees! Andrew's not worthy of being a legend at all. Only you, the great God, are worthy of it.
Haha, Sorrento must be dumbfounded. Xu Jing casually flipped through the comments. They were all selfless praise for him. For most players, even if they knew they had no chance of winning the Easter egg,
just being able to participate in the challenge was immensely satisfying. Many people also had this thought: what if the next two levels happened to be their strengths? Wouldn't that give them a chance to win the Easter egg? Amidst this nationwide frenzy,
Sorrento became the most infuriated. He was nearly exploding with rage. The strategy had acquired at the cost of 40 million and 2 artifacts hadn't even begun to spread before it became a household name, widely known throughout the Oasis.
This incident also severely impacted his prestige within IOI, and many board members became dissatisfied with him. If it weren't for a few people who firmly supported him, he might have lost his position, even though Xu Jing hadn't seen Sorrento's plight.
He could tell from just thinking about it that he was definitely having a hard time. But this was just the beginning. He waited patiently, taking time to retrieve the legendary equipment he had purchased. Then he returned to the archives. It wasn't until dawn,
when the director reappeared, that he posted his second blog post, which he had already prepared, about the six-man building fortifications outside Arnok Castle and attempting to monopolize the crystal key. In this article,
he vouched for his character and confidently announced that the key to the third key was on the Atari 2600 game console outside Arnok Castle. His blog was at its peak popularity at the time, even if most people hadn't slept all day.
This one post would instantly perk them up. All sleepiness vanished. After reading the blog post, countless people flocked to Xuanhuan. Finally, the sixth man's actions could no longer be concealed and were completely exposed. The players were outraged.
Meanwhile, the major guilds took action, mobilizing their members and gathering their warships. They prepared to sail towards Xuanhuan. A major war was imminent. This wasn't a PV planet like Ludes, facing the combined might of the major guilds.
The sixth man couldn't hold out for long. Time was running out. Xu Jing immediately approached the curator and asked to re-enter the film world. There are 3 horror movies left. Which one are you going to enter? The curator asked.
Xu Jing glanced at the 3 videotapes floating in front of him. Finally, his gaze stopped on The Shining. He grabbed the tape and said, "This one. The creator who hates his own creation."
This clearly means that the author of The Shining hates the movie adapted from his novel. He also found out about it last night when he was bored while waiting and had a detailed understanding of the remaining 3 movies.
"Are you sure you want to enter this movie?" The curator took the videotape and asked again. 100% sure, Xu Jing said confidently. "Director, please take me in quickly. I hope you can bear it." As soon as the curator finished speaking,
Xu Jing fell into another world. The Overlook Hotel from The Shining appeared before him. He walked into the hotel fearlessly. Passing through 2 doors and down the stairs, he arrived at the hotel lobby. At the end of the hall, on a long table,
beside it lay a thick stack of papers. No one was in the hall. There was no breeze. Yet, the papers floated up, one by one, as if counting down the seconds. Disappearing into thin air, Xu Jing had no time for puzzle games.
He released his spirit, enveloping the entire hotel. Everything there, including the horrific things Holiday had created, was revealed under his scan. He soon found the clue. There was a large black and white photo hanging in the corridor.
In the center of the photo were Holiday and Karen. Seeing this photo, Xu Jing knew he had entered the right place this time. Moreover, his guess about the second key puzzle was completely correct. Without stopping,
he headed straight for the ballroom next to the photo. He had already spotted Karen, in the ballroom filled with zombies. As he passed the elevator, 2 twin sisters in blue dresses stood quietly side by side at the door, staring at him without blinking.
Xu Jing simply ignored them and disappeared without a trace. As long as he didn't let fear take over, all the horrors here could be considered illusions. There was no danger at all. For him, who had even seen and killed real ghosts, this was nothing.
He quickly arrived outside the ballroom, opened the door and walked in. Chapter 378. The biggest war in Ace's history. This is a ballroom from hell. Xu Jing took a few steps into the gate when the road disappeared. Before him lay a chasm. It was bottomless.
Mist filled the air below, emitting rays of pale green light that enveloped the entire ballroom. Amidst the soothing and beautiful music, a group of zombies in formal attire danced gracefully in the air, seemingly in a state of weightlessness. In the center,
Karen, dressed in a blue evening gown, was being held hostage by an ugly zombie, her face filled with terror. Xu Jing observed for a moment. Calculating the right moment, he suddenly leaped out with a small sprint. Bang, he landed,
stepping on the heads of 2 zombies. Then, with another powerful stomp, he leaped out again. The latter's heads were shattered by his stomping, sending them plummeting into the abyss. After several attempts, Xu Jing finally reached Karen. He leaped forward,
knocking aside the zombie dancing with her. Then, hugging Karen, he leaped onto a suspended boulder. Karen stood up in shock and looked at Xu Jing without saying a word. Xu Jing thought about it and made an invitation. "Can I ask you to dance with me?"
Karen's face lit up with a beautiful smile. She responded, "Do you know how long I have been waiting for this invitation?" As soon as she finished speaking, an unparalleled light emanated from her body.
The surrounding zombies instantly turned to ash under the light. Then, Karen's body also dissipated. Countless flying ashes and spots of light condensed. Arnold reappeared and stood before Xu Jing. "Well done, you found my emerald key." As he spoke,
he bent slightly and extended his right hand. An emerald-colored key floated and spun in his palm. Meanwhile, not far away, a door appeared, requiring a key to open. "Thank you." Xu Jing grabbed the key. He turned and followed the floating stones to the door.
He inserted the key into the door. A scroll slowly floated out from inside. Open the scroll. It contains the clue to the key if you knew the final answer. Divide it by the magic number. Everything you need, want,
and desire is within that tragic fortress. Sure enough, it was in Arnak Castle. The moment he saw the words, Xu Jing breathed a sigh of relief. He quickly exited the Shining and rushed to the teleportation temple. Sector 10, Planet Thonia.
Ever since the 6-man's plot was exposed, hunters and players throughout the Oasis have taken action. The Stargate vibrated continuously. Spaceships streamed out of it in an endless stream.
The entire cosmic space surrounding the planet was blocked by thousands of warships. These warships were huddled together, densely packed like a swarm of metallic locusts, surging towards the brown-blue planet.
Such a scene had never been seen since the Oasis was founded. Major television stations and news media broadcast this unprecedented spectacle live to the world from every angle, and the center of this madness is, of course, Castle Arnak.
The 6th man once again deployed the blockade force field, enveloping the entire castle, but this time, it wasn't in Ludes. The 6th man's warships in the sky couldn't stop the other guild's warships from entering. At this moment, countless fireballs, lightning,
lasers, missiles, Electromagnetic cannons or ion cannons continuously attacked the shield formed by the blockade force field. The shield shone with a red agate light. It trembled and swayed under the attack. It seemed to be crumbling. Players crowded together,
surrounding the entire castle from the sky and the ground. Within the force field shield, thousands of fully armed six formers formed a square formation, surrounding the entire castle. Above them were rows of floating tanks and fighter planes.
At any other time, such a large army would have been a terrifying and invincible enemy. But now, compared to the countless players outside, it seemed insignificant. Sorrento stood among the six-man's troops,
his face sullen as he gazed at the crowd outside the shield. He now held a deep hatred for the mysterious individual who had posted the message on the Pretender's letter blog. Yet, despite Iowa's power, they couldn't even trace their origins.
It was as if such a person didn't even exist in reality. The players' attacks continued. The force field shield could no longer hold out. Just as the real battle was about to break out, everyone heard a system notification from the OSIS.
The scoreboard suspended in the sky flickered continuously. Dazzling fireworks exploded across Xthonia. The same scene unfolded on every planet in the OSIS. Someone got the Emerald K. Oh my god, so fast. Who is it? Everyone's eyes were fixed on the standings.
Soon, the leaderboard refreshed. The first row of letters appeared, one by one, forming a name. Andrew, 200. Wow! A thunderous roar of surprise erupted from the crowd. Everyone looked at each other in bewilderment.
They had never expected that the first person to obtain the Emerald Key would be the traitor they had so bitterly denounced. But upon reflection, everyone felt it was natural. However, their feelings were deeply mixed. Damn it, it's him.
Sorrento suddenly realized he must have gotten the clue to the Emerald Key long ago. He even began to suspect that the mysterious person who posted the blog might be Andrew. We must not let him succeed! Hatred flashed across Sorrento's face, no matter what.
They couldn't lose Castle Arnak. Otherwise, they'd be eliminated early. He wasn't completely without confidence this time. For this war, he had staked the six-man's entire fortune. The divine artifact Mechagodzilla, the divine artifact that summoned Hell's Gate.
In addition, there were 5 Quas divine artifact mecha lions that could combine into the King of Beasts, and over a dozen mechas from Macross and EVA. These are the rarest large-scale war artifacts,
each of which is powerful enough to determine the outcome of a war. The Easter egg belongs to me. No one can win without my consent. Sorrento's face was grim. He walked to the front of the formation, in front of all the players, and even the live TV footage.
He pulled Mechagodzilla from his storage space and threw it onto the open space before him. Click, click, his mecha immediately stretched out, enveloping him, reaching a height that reached the height of Arnak Castle. Roar.
Mechagodzilla's eyes turned from dark to bright yellow. He raised his head and let out a roar that shook the earth. At the same time, dozens of core members of the sixth man behind Sorrento took out their various artifacts and props,
transforming into large and small Gundams or large war machine monsters. A portal, blazing with blood-red flames, materialized out of thin air in front of the shield. With a terrifying roar, a 3-headed hellhound burst forth first behind it.
The ferocious faces of various hellish demons could be vaguely seen. Attack! Sorrento shouted a command. The blockade surrounding Arnak Castle suddenly vanished. The sixth man's army let out a cry and charged towards the player positions outside. Kill!
The major guilds and free players were suddenly awakened. Though shocked by the sixth man's display of strength, they remained undaunted. They pulled out their most valuable artifacts and equipment,
instantly forming a massive mechanical army that reveled the six mans. Leading all their players, they charged forward to meet the enemy. Chapter 379, Destruction Explosion. Pile.
Ordinary players might have joined this epic war out of sheer participation, but for the major guilds and those interested in Easter egg hunting, they now had another reason to capture the castle. That is to prevent Andrew from getting the third key.
Even though many people realized that Andrew might have a direct connection with the Pretender's letter, or even be the same person, his selling of the first-level strategy to the sixth person was simply to harm him. But at this moment,
all the honor and worship, as well as the stance, are nothing compared to Kaladis' 500 billion legacy. The first level's walkthrough has been released. There's also a clear clue for the third level. Now all that's left is the second level.
Many people think this is very close to the Easter egg. Since everyone has a chance, why should they give it to Andrew? Whoever controls Arnak Castle will have the chance to win the Easter egg competition, control the OSIS in the future,
and become the world's #1 company. The war broke out. The sixth man's army and the combined forces of players led by the major hunter guilds surged together like 2 torrents. The battlefield stretched from the ground to the sky,
centered on Arnak Castle and spreading across the entire planet. Every player involved in this greatest battle in OSIS history was consumed by a frenzy of excitement.
The sounds of explosions from various magical and technological attacks and the roars of the people merged into one. When Xu Jing arrived in Tonia via teleportation, the war was raging. He cautiously approached the edge of the core battlefield,
hiding in a relatively safe place and observing from afar. On the battlefield, the most conspicuous creature was Mechagodzilla. It was the largest mecha on the battlefield and had received the most attacks. However,
it seemed that no weapon could effectively damage it. Not even the main guns of the battleships could stop it, leaving only scorch marks on its hull. Besides these, there are also various mechas. They form the main force on the battlefield.
The aftermath of the battle makes it impossible for ordinary players to even get close. If they are not careful, they may be wiped out. The sixth man currently held an absolute advantage in high-end war equipment.
Even the combined might of the major guilds could only manage a limited victory. Furthermore, the Hell Gate, constantly burning through resources, enabled the Sixth Man Legion to withstand the massive onslaught of ordinary players without losing a single inch.
It seems they are all there. Xu Jing's eyes lit up. The divine equipment was all in the core area of the battlefield. Without hesitation, he took out the Son of Destruction. He grasped the two sides with both hands, twisted them gently, and then snapped shut.
Boom! His vision was filled with a blue light which immediately engulfed him. Xu Jing's vision went dark, his soul roared and shook, he instantly lost consciousness. He didn't know how much time had passed. When he regained consciousness,
he was still standing there, as if everything that had just happened was just an illusion. But he knew it was no illusion. The entire planet of Thunia was silent. The original Arnak castle, the fortifications built by the Sixth Man,
and the thousands of players who had just been fighting fiercely were all destroyed. Aside from a Yelida 2600 gaming console and a floating crystal gate in the distance, the entire planet's surface had been raised to a vast plain, including the sky.
The warships that covered the sky and the earth were all gone. Hiss! Xu Jing took a breath. This Son of Destruction wasn't like a resurrection coin. The system didn't provide instructions for exchanging it back to the main world.
He had no idea what its power would be once it was exchanged, but judging by the damage it was causing, even a divine artifact wouldn't be as powerful. Without time to think, he immediately took out his Aurora motorcycle, mounted it,
and rushed towards the center of the battlefield. Before anyone arrived, he unleashed his full power of spirit and soul, scanning the surroundings. Anything that remained from the Son of Destruction's explosion was either a legendary item or a divine artifact.
Most of these items were blown away by the shock wave and scattered in all directions. Xu Jing scanned the area and soon discovered a number of things that looked like magic wands, hovering a few centimeters above the ground, glittering.
He changed direction and rushed on his Aurora motorcycle. As he passed by, he crouched down and grabbed it in his hand. Artifact Hayatashin's transformation device. 1. It can be used once a day in the Oasis, and each time lasts 3 minutes too.
If the host materializes and brings it back to the main world, it can be used once every 3 days. Each session lasts 3 minutes. A user binding is optional. Damn! The moment he saw the system prompt, Xu Jing couldn't help but curse.
He never dreamed that this thing was actually the first generation Ultraman transformation device. In the previous battlefield, he had never seen any Ultraman, and he was not mentally prepared at all.
Who knew which unlucky soul had dropped this transformation device? It still had the number of users it had that day. Clearly it was saved for the final showdown. Xu Jing was incredibly excited, with just this one artifact.
He felt like even if he used up the resurrection coin, it wouldn't be a loss. He continued his efforts. 10 minutes later, he found Mechagodzilla and several other mechas. These mechas included Lepatron, Mazinger, Sphinx, Iron Man,
and several Gundams. He almost wiped out all the various mechas that had just displayed their might on the battlefield. Xu Jing also obtained several unique artifacts. Among them was the teleportation ring he had requested from Sorrento.
This ring could instantly teleport to any corner of the Oasis. However, it could only be used once a month. The owner had already used it this month. Otherwise, it would have been enough to have saved his life in the previous explosion. Of course.
Besides the teleportation ring, there was also Thor's hammer, the Lance of Longinus, the Crystal Ball of Destiny, and the Gate of Hell. As for the legendary equipment, he simply filled his storage space until it was full. There's no time.
Xu Jing knew that if he continued to expand his search, he would definitely find more. But it was too late now. Not all hunters and players had joined the battle. After the drastic changes that had occurred here,
countless people hoping to take advantage of the situation were surely rushing in. If he continued searching, although he wasn't afraid of anyone competing for it, he might lose the big picture and lose the chance to control the Atari 2600 game console.
Xu Jing immediately drove towards Arnak Castle, where only one door remained. A few meters away from the gate was the game console, still intact. Soon, he arrived at the gate and took out the Osavax orb. This artifact requires a magician to wield.
But there's a clever trick: give it to a pet fairy. Fairies aren't the monsters of Chinese mythology. They're spirits from the magical world, less than 10 centimeters tall. It has a pair of dragonfly-like wings on its back. It can hover in mid-air.
In addition, fairies can help their masters fight and use simple magic. Chapter 380. The final winner. In the Oasis, fairies are considered rare pets and are even the playthings of the wealthy.
After Xu Jing cheated Sorrento out of $40 million, he was naturally considered one of the rich men. While waiting last night, he commissioned a professional at the auction to buy one from another player at more than double the price. At this moment,
he took out the orb and released the fairy from the pet space. He also handed over the spell note. He had the fairy-like appearance of a 15 or 16-year-old. He had shoulder-length blonde hair and looked incredibly beautiful.
The moment she took the note, she understood the accusation. She immediately flew to the orb and chanted the spell in a clear and moving voice. The breath of the serpent, the allure of life and death, heralding the birth of life.
The spell needed to be recited 3 times. Xu Jing stood guard vigilantly, his mind scanning the surroundings, waiting for the orb to open. Soon, the spell was complete. Countless natural energies converged from all directions. Boom!
The Osawac sphere exploded with a dazzling light. With the crystal gate as its center, a translucent circular light shield was formed, covering an area of 2 miles in radius. It worked. After carefully scanning the shield,
Xu Jing felt a surge of confidence. This was the most stable shield he had ever seen. He was the only one inside the shield. He collected his pet fairy and walked towards the Atari 2600 game console.
The mainframe was located at the edge of a river covered in thick ice. It was protected by Halliday's power blockade, and thus untouched by the Son of Destruction. Xu Jing held 2 keys in his hands.
He passed through the invisible blocking force field that stopped everyone in their tracks without any hindrance and approached the main unit. He hadn't figured out how to get the key for the 3rd level. He knew it was about playing games.
But there were thousands of games designed for the Atari 2600 console. Halliday had played almost all of them. He still held many of the current records. Xu Jing didn't try lightly. Although there were no hints, his spirit was already on guard.
This was likely his only chance. But he was not in a hurry, because now he had time to think slowly. For the major media outlets in the real world, they've never had to worry about making headlines since the day the brass key clue appeared.
As the competition for Easter eggs becomes increasingly fierce, they have endless news to report and endless topics to discuss. The start of the Battle of Thonia has attracted widespread attention from around the world since its inception.
They broadcast live the biggest battle in Oasis history and discussed the final ownership of Arnak Castle. But no one could have imagined that the ultimate victor of this battle wasn't the 6th person, nor the major guilds, but a lone hunter.
When the player character dies, the screen doesn't immediately go black. Instead, it automatically switches to a 3rd-person perspective, replaying the moment of death in slow motion. Every dead player in Thonia saw it. A flash of blue light instantly erupted,
enveloping the entire world. It was as if the universe had been torn in 2. Everyone who saw this scene was shocked and panicked. Then a hunter cast a series of prophecy spells, revealing the truth, Son of Destruction.
A terrifying item capable of killing all players on the planet, including the user. This item wasn't a divine weapon, but its power was even more terrifying. After the equipment and props commercial street refreshed, many people had seen it.
But no one had considered buying something so devastating it could destroy both the enemy and the player. When the item disappeared, many people speculated that the 6th player had bought it. But now the truth has been revealed.
The person who bought this item was a free hunter. This hunter was unscathed in the horrific explosion, becoming the biggest winner. No one in Oasis has ever been resurrected. The media and players alike speculated on the truth behind this.
Discussing the scattered artifacts and the identity of the free hunter, they initially thought the hunter was after the lost artifacts and other equipment. Regardless, collecting all the equipment at the scene would be an unimaginable sum of money for anyone.
Many players and hunters who had not participated in the war before and had escaped the disaster took action and rushed to Cathonia. However, by the time they arrived, the greatest advantage had already been taken.
They also discovered that a new shield force field had been erected, centered around the original Arnak Castle. There was only one person in the force field. It was the free hunter who had previously used the Son of Destruction.
He had also passed through Halliday's blockade and reached the Atari 2600 console. As a result, the identity of this free hunter was finally guessed. Andrew, only Andrew, who had obtained 2 keys,
could break through the blockade and try to obtain the 3rd key. The whole world was in uproar. The major guilds that had been cheated cursed bitterly and tried to manipulate public opinion to direct hatred towards Andrew. But this time,
many people saw clearly and were unaffected. Among them was Artemis, who published an analysis on his blog that the Pretender's letter and Andrew were the same person. Only then did people realize that Andrew was not in cahoots with the 6th person. Instead,
he had set a trap and severely tricked the sixth person. With this, the truth finally came to light. Countless free hunters and players changed their previous attitudes, issued apologies, and developed a frenzied admiration for Andrew after all.
whether it's the six man or the various guilds, they're all controlled by powerful companies or forces in the real world. This makes it difficult for the larger number of free players to identify with them. Andrew was different. He was a lone hunter,
Easily manipulating the major guilds and ultimately winning. This kind of personal heroism is in line with the expectations of the general public. Wade and the other three began to suspect that Andrew was the Ultron who had disappeared. However,
their voices became insignificant and instead attracted countless ridicules. The media reported the news frantically. People were discussing when Andrew would get the third key. No one seemed to think he would fail.
the major guilds once again organized their forces and rushed to Cathonia, jointly attacking the shield. But it was useless. No one understood better than Sorrento the defensive capabilities of the shield created by the Osirwax orb. Furthermore,
The shield's coverage reached 360 degrees from head to toe. There was no blind spot. Even magical technologies like space jumps couldn't penetrate it. As time passed, more and more hunters gathered around the shield. The attacks on it never ceased.
the guilds threw every weapon they could think of at the shield. They tried magic technology, teleportation, counterspells, special items, and even artifacts. But all ended in failure.
The few meters separated by the shield seemed to be the farthest distance in the world. An atmosphere of despair finally spread among the hunters of the major guilds. Everyone knew it. This game was about to end. It was just a matter of time. Chap.
Cold and silent, Xu Jing stood on the river ice, with the Atari 2600 game console turned on in front of him. He shut down the OSIS network, blocked his incoming emails, and didn't even glance at the endless stream of friend messages Artemis sent him.
In order to think quietly, he finally blacklisted Artemis. All his thoughts were focused on solving the third puzzle. Xu Jing listed all the thousands of games designed for the Atari 2600 console and looked through them one by one. The Tempest,
The Ostrich Rider. These are possible. Centipede, Sword Seeking, Night Walker, Laser Blaster, and Super Spin King. These should not be any of them. He muttered to himself, his mind racing every time he saw a game name.
He would extract and analyze all the relevant information and then make a judgment. As time passed, Xu Jing eliminated more and more of them. Some of them might be temporarily put aside. Magical Adventure. After seeing this game,
Relevant information flashed through his mind. Released in 1979, designed by Warren Robinette, the first Easter egg in gaming history. Xu Jing suddenly stopped, his eyes gradually brightening. The designer of Magical Adventure hid his name in the game.
there's an invisible block in a dark room. If you find it, simply drag the block to the home screen and you'll find the game's first Easter egg. This Easter egg is the name of the game's designer. Could it be this?
Xu Jing recalled what Holiday had said in the video. The key was invisible. It was hidden in the dark room of the maze. He resisted the urge to try it immediately. He highlighted Magical Adventure and put it aside.
Then he continued to sort through the remaining games. He only had one chance. If he didn't even look at what was ahead, all his previous efforts would be in vain. It took 2 days for Xu Jing to finally screen through thousands of games.
99% of them were ruled out, but there were still dozens of possibilities on his list of options. The remaining games either have records held by Halliday, or are related to something the other player said.
But what Xu Jing couldn't get out of his mind was the Easter egg in the Magical Adventure. He thought for a moment and pulled out a crystal ball from his inventory. A thick layer of mist filled the crystal ball, flowing continuously. It looked hazy.
This is the level 80 Artifact Destiny Crystal Ball. It can be used once a month. While the level is a bit low, if you have a clear goal and simply ask yes or no, there's a 50% chance of getting the correct answer. Is the crystal key in the Magic Adventure?
Xu Jing placed his hands over the crystal ball. He closed his eyes. He concentrated his mind. He asked the question he wanted to ask. The next moment, the mist within the crystal ball gradually dissipated, revealing a vague human figure.
Although he couldn't see clearly, the tall figure and the classic wizard robe were enough for Xu Jing to make a decision. Without hesitation, he took out Magical Adventure, plugged it into the Atari 2600 game console and started the game.
In terms of difficulty, there are many games that are more difficult to complete than Magic Adventure. Therefore, the crystal key is definitely not obtained by winning the game. The only way is to find the Easter eggs within.
Xu Jing made a mental decision and immediately began manipulating the joystick, spinning around in the maze, searching for the hidden block. This was a simple operation for him. It didn't take long for him to find his target and drag it towards the home screen.
Bite. The moment the cube entered the main screen, the game console screen suddenly went black. Click, click. The ice beneath Xu Jing's feet trembled. A crack spread from the game console towards him. He was startled, thinking his deduction was wrong.
He instinctively pulled out his Zemeckis Rubik's Cube, ready to turn back time for a minute. But in the next second, with a splash, the game console fell into the river. Then, past, Xu Jing felt relieved.
He put away the Rubik's Cube and looked around calmly. A massive icicle crashed overhead, crashing onto the river surface and shattering into pieces. Then a strong wind arose, gathering the shattered ice fragments. An ox figure gradually formed.
The crystal key was floating quietly in his palm. Xu Jing said nothing and took the crystal key. Go ahead. Arnuk turned and looked at the crystal door not far away, activated his flying boots, and flew to the front door.
He inserted the 3 keys into the keyholes one by one and twisted them to open. Snap! The crystal gate suddenly shattered into pieces. It seemed to connect to a castle hidden in another dimension. The castle's gates now flung open. A hall,
grander than a church, was filled with gold and jewels. Atop a massive pillar in the center, formed by 2 coiled eastern dragons, sat a giant egg gleaming with dazzling golden light. Another Anak stood beneath the pillar. In one hand he held a pen.
In the other, he held documents. He said, "Come on, just sign these documents. The Oasis will be yours. You will be its sole owner." "Well, it's a nice place, isn't it?" he said as he handed the pen to Xu Jing, who was approaching. His face was full of smiles.
Xu Jing looked around. His gaze lingered on the Easter egg above for a moment. Then, he frowned and looked at Anak in front of him. The Arnold before him was different from any he had seen before. He seemed to be particularly spiritual.
As this thought came into his mind, he carefully released a trace of his spiritual power and sensed the other party. As a result, this feeling made him extremely surprised. The Arnold in front of him actually had a real soul!
Xu Jing released his spirit and then retracted it. Anak didn't notice. His spirit wasn't particularly powerful, like an ordinary person's. Although he possessed godlike power within the Oasis, he wasn't a true god after all. This is Holiday.
His face remained expressionless, but a judgment had occurred in his mind. He thought that Holiday might have injected his soul into the Oasis, becoming the Arnold before him. So what is the purpose of setting up this Easter egg?
Xu Jing pondered this with trepidation. Perhaps the other party was looking for someone who truly understood him, loved Oasis, and could keep it going forever. Only in this way can the Oasis be guaranteed to exist, and Holiday will never die.
What are you still hesitating about? Holiday urged. Sign now. After you sign, everything here will be yours. Sign your sister. How could Xu Jing dare to sign casually? His thoughts raced. He realized in time that this might be a trap.
Although Holiday is not good at socializing, it doesn't mean he is stupid. On the contrary, he is very smart. First, you need to obtain the 3 keys. Only those who truly understand him can do so. But Holiday was still worried, so he set up one final test.
Xu Jing wasn't worried about his identity being discovered. After all, the system's power was far beyond the reach of someone like Holiday, who could only act like a GM in the Oasis. He quickly recalled his own experience in clearing the level.
Although he had used his soul to cheat, he figured the other party would be able to detect it. After discovering there weren't any major loopholes, he breathed a sigh of relief. But he couldn't let his guard down, because the current test wasn't over yet.
Signing is impossible, but what reason should be used to refuse? This requires careful consideration. Xu Jing feigned excitement as he took the document and pen. He sat down at the table, as if he was about to sign. Despite this,
his mind quickly recalled Holiday's life experience, and soon, he had the answer. I can sign this document. Xu Jing dropped his pen and shook his head. When Moro transferred all his shares in Oasis to Holiday,
it was with this document that Holiday lost his best friend. This was the biggest mistake of his life. If this is a test, I won't make the same mistake as him. Holiday stared at Xu Jing in amazement. His lips moved.
His expression was one of delight and astonishment. Finally, he smiled. With a look of relief, he said, I just wanted to confirm it again. As soon as he finished speaking, his form of Anak shattered. Everything around him also shattered and reassembled.
The magnificent palace disappeared, including the dazzling eggs also vanished. Instead, there was an ordinary large room. The room was lined with small bookshelves along the walls, piled high with books, tapes, game cartridges,
and the like. The walls were covered in anime posters, making it seem rather closed and cluttered. In the innermost corner of the room, a little boy about 10 years old was concentrating on playing B. Xu Jing looked around.
He had spent a lot of time in the archives looking at videos. This room was naturally familiar to him. This was where Holiday had grown up. Holiday did not explain his identity. He pointed at the little boy and said, that was when I was very young.
I liked having him around. Xu Jing's mind scanned the area and discovered that the other party was just a program. He realized that this was an NPC created by Holiday based on his own childhood. Come and see.
Holiday turned and walked to the wall next to the door. He pointed to a square metal pad on the wall. In the center of the pad was a large red button. This button, If you press it, the entire OSIS will be shut down.
And the worm will wipe out all the backup servers. You now have the power to shut down the OSIS permanently. Do you understand? Xu Jing stared at the red button and nodded. He was extremely skeptical, but he didn't ask any more questions. Take this Easter egg.
The game is over. Halliday walked back to the computer desk. He lowered his head. Easter egg. Where's the Easter egg? He took out the sundries under the table one by one and started searching. Xu Jing remained silent.
The system hadn't yet prompted him to complete the third task. He was afraid that if he spoke, he would reveal his flaws. So he waited patiently. Halliday kept talking as he searched. Finally, after clearing the contents from under the table,
he finally pulled out a giant golden egg that glowed with golden light and contained a mysterious semi-fluid substance. This golden egg is slightly larger than a standard rugby ball. He stared at the golden egg for a few seconds.
Then he stood up and walked towards Xu Jing. He said, "It's yours." Xu Jing stretched out his hands. He hesitated for a moment. Then he held it. The substance within the golden egg continued to flow. A strange energy suddenly emerged and passed through his body.
His level was increasing rapidly. All of his attributes were skyrocketing, surpassing the player's maximum limit. Simultaneously, a dense array of spells and skills appeared behind the skill items on his personal dashboard. At the same time,
what excited Xu Jing was that the amount of origin points that could be converted upon his return was also growing rapidly, breaking through 5 digits in the blink of an eye. "I hand over the OSIS to you." Andrew Halliday waved.
The little boy who had been playing games put down his controller and joined him. The two of them walked to the gate. Turning back, he looked at Xu Jing and said, "Promise me, use your power wisely, okay?" Xu Jing happily agreed.
"Then this castle will belong to you from now on. This room, only you have permission to enter." Halliday gave a final instruction, opened the door, and walked out with the little boy in his arms. In a flash he was gone. Xu Jing breathed a sigh of relief.
Almost at the moment Halliday disappeared, the mission completed notification finally rang in his mind. But before he could rejoice, a powerful devouring force emanated from his soul.
The energy flowing from the golden eggs suddenly surged into his soul like a river merging into the sea, then vanished. The golden egg in his hand was shrinking at a visible speed. In the blink of an eye, it was only the size of a cantaloupe.
MP Xu Jing watched his attribute panel drop madly. The previously convertible return to origin points were reduced to a fraction. He felt completely unwell. Fortunately, the system hadn't absorbed all of it yet. It finally stopped at this point.
Xu Jing sighed helplessly. He should have known there wouldn't be such a great bargain. He opened his inventory and looked at the various artifacts and legendary items he had obtained. After completing Mission 3, he could materialize one item and bring it back.
He had already considered which one to materialize. Of these artifacts, he was most inclined to bring back Hayata Tsujima's transformation device or Mechagodzilla.
The key was that these two artifacts were both powerful and had no restrictions on who could use them. In other words, he could then hand them over to Xu Maozong as the Xu family's trump card.
He kept traveling through time and space in pursuit of the power to protect his family. If he could give his family the strength to protect themselves, that would be the best option. After looking back and forth between the two artifacts,
Xu Jing finally made a decision and selected one. After making the choice, he didn't return immediately. Regardless of Halliday's true intentions, if he just walked away and allowed OSIS to continue like this, it would be doomed sooner or later.
He thought for a moment, then opened the OSIS livestream. Using his permission, he sent a message to every user. "Hello everyone, I'm Andrew. You know me as the Andrew who's ranked first in the standings. I've already got the Easter egg.
But I have to say this, I have no interest in OSIS. So I've decided to pass Halliday's legacy on to the second-placed player." That's it. Wade was second on the standings, since he was the protagonist of this original world.
He must have met Halliday's expectations. Xu Jing felt most at ease leaving OSIS to him. After finishing his words, Xu Jing ignored the outside world's commotion. With a sudden thought, he opened a portal. Then, Wade's character, Parsifal,
was brought before him by an irresistible force. "OSIS is up to you." Xu Jing sent out a thought, conveying the method of shutting down the OSIS and controlling the authority to the other party. He then pressed the Easter egg into the other party's hand.
After extracting 100,000 origin points, he immediately chose to return. Wade's mouth dropped open as he watched Xu Jing vanish into a white light. His face was dazed. It took him a long time to recover. Chapter 382, Heirloom. When Xu Jing woke up,
it was already daybreak outside. He stood up, opened the window, and let the golden sunlight bathe him. This warm and gentle feeling made him feel particularly happy. System. After stretching, he summoned the system. With this return, the origin point,
which had been strained for nearly 2 worlds, had finally recovered. Origin point 28539. Xu Jing glanced at it and then turned his attention to task 3. This time the reward not only includes the soul upgrade, but also the artifact he chose when he returned.
A large amount of cool air entered his mind, strengthening his spirit by about 20%. The maximum scanning range reached a diameter of 200 meters. At the same time, a powerful light shone from his palm, almost visible to the naked eye.
Hayata Suzuma's transformation device condensed in his palm. This was Xu Jing's final choice. He had originally been leaning towards Mechagodzilla because it could be summoned for an unlimited time. However, there was one problem. If Mechagodzilla was damaged,
he wouldn't be able to repair it. But Ultraman is different. If something goes wrong, he can still be saved by just getting some sun. He looked at the transformation device. It was exactly the same as he remembered.
He remembered it was called the Beta Magic Wand. Just press the red button in the middle and you'd transform into the original Ultraman. Although Xu Jing wanted to try it, he held back. This newly exchanged transformation device was currently unbound.
The first person to use it would be bound to the magic wand. He immediately walked out of the room and rushed to Xu Maozong's residence. Xu Maozong was practicing martial arts in the courtyard. Seeing Xu Jing coming, he stopped and asked, "Jinger,
you look so happy. Is there any good news?" "I guess so," in front of his family. Xu Jing certainly did need to pretend. He said bluntly, "Uncle, I have something else for you. Let's go out of town for a while."
Xu Maozong had recently gotten used to Xu Jing occasionally bringing out something. He said, "Okay, let's go." The two immediately went to get their mounts, left the Xu residence, and departed Annie City. Led by Xu Jing, they entered the Lufeng Mountains.
Right here, before him lay a valley surrounded by several high peaks. Xu Jing's mind scanned the surroundings. After confirming there was no danger, he stopped. Xu Maozong felt a little puzzled. He couldn't figure out what Xu Jing was going to give him this time.
Why did he have to come here? Xu Jing didn't keep the secret any longer. After placing his mount outside the valley, he took out the Beta Magic Wand and handed it to Xu Maozong. "What is this?" Xu Maozong took it in his hand and examined it. The Beta Magic Wand,
from its material to its style, was something he had never seen before. He naturally noticed the red button, but he didn't dare press it. Xu Jing began to retreat quickly. He shouted, "Uncle, lift it up and press the red button. You'll know."
Xu Maozong had immense trust in Xu Jing. Upon hearing this, he raised the transformation device high and pressed the button without hesitation. A dazzling light flashed, and the sky was instantly illuminated in a crimson glow. Xu Jing looked intently.
He saw Xu Maozong surrounded by a spiral of flashing light. Then, in the next second, he transformed into an Ultraman over 40 meters tall, red and silver skin, oval eyes, a glowing alarm on the chest. Everything was exactly as he had imagined.
Xu Maozong seemed stunned by his own transformation. Bewildered, he looked down at himself. Then he looked at Xu Jing, who looked as tiny as an ant. "Uncle, think carefully. The answer is in your mind." Xu Jing sent a telepathic message.
When the transformer was redeemed, the system prompted the user to receive information about various skills. Xu Maozong quickly calmed down. Not long after, he crossed his arms in front of him, forming a cross, and pointed at a mountain peak to the right.
Suddenly, a white energy wave shot out from the edges of his arms, impacting the peak. With a loud rumbling sound, a huge gap was instantly blasted open in the mountain, and a large amount of rubble rolled down. Spatium Ray!
Xu Jing immediately recognized the skill Xu Maozong used. He felt a little excited. After all, this was Ultraman. It was his most profound childhood memory from his previous life.
He still remembered how he had transformed himself with a plastic transformation device, acting like a child. Then, he'd play with a few friends from the orphanage, shouting out various skills and attacking each other, trying to see who was the most powerful.
Who would have thought that he would have the chance to see and even possess those things that he could only imagine in the past? Xu Maozong also seemed to be getting excited. He then used skills such as the 8-point light wheel and ultra-attack ray.
The entire valley roared continuously. The surrounding peaks were all in tatters, nearly collapsing from the various attacks. Finally, he flew up into the sky for a while. Only when the light on his chest began to flash did he return to the ground.
Xu Maozong regained his human form. He ran over to Xu Jing and grabbed his shoulders. He was so excited that he couldn't speak. Xu Jing smiled and grabbed Xu Maozong's arm. He said seriously, "Uncle,
this will be our family heirloom from now on." Having just witnessed the original Ultraman's strength, he had a rough idea in his mind. He wasn't sure if he had reached Class A, however.
If they were like the 3 high-class Beowulf demons that had come to him earlier, then Xu Maozong, transformed into Ultraman, would definitely be able to handle them. However, Xu Maozong calmed down and showed hesitation on his face.
"You don't have to worry about me. I don't have the strength to use this." Xu Jing understood his concerns, and this treasure has already recognized you as its master. If I'm not at home in the future, everything will depend on you. Maozong thought about it.
He recalled the information he had received during the binding process. Finally, he decided not to postpone it any longer. He said firmly, "From now on, the safety of our family will be left to me." Xu Jing smiled, but a weight of relief also fell from his heart.
After all, his family was planning to move to Liangdu, and he had to stay in Lishansek to oversee the situation. Going there was out of the question. No matter how safe it sounded, he was still a little worried. Let's go.
We'll talk about the rest on the way back. He had some other things to note about using the transformer that he planned to discuss with Xu Maozong. Although Xu Maozong had received the instructions, his understanding was still not as good as his.
Then the two returned to the valley entrance, took their mounts, and headed back to An City. On the way, Xu Jing told Xu Maozong everything he knew, and the latter took it all in his mind. After returning home,
Xu Maozong went to deal with various matters related to the move, while Xu Jing returned to his residence. He had already mastered some of the various physical training techniques he had been practicing these days. He had also reached the second level.
6th level of the Xuanhuan Gong. Thanks to his Yujinjing training, now it was time to continue improving the Luyan Hufeng Xuandian. Ever since he had obtained the memories of Zhao Wuji, the founder of Daliang, he had never considered changing his technique.
The reason for this was because it involved a secret. Chapter 383, The Evolution of the Alien. Ever since the fire phoenix that protected the Dalian kingdom was reborn, the Zhao family has been seeking a way to revive it. But Zhao Wuji,
the son of fire and wind, knew that the fire phoenix would be reborn. Once awakened, it would become even more powerful. But it would also completely sever all ties with the past and embrace a new life. He was terrified of that possibility.
The thought of humanity falling into the Dark Ages again, or Fire Phoenix ignoring them, tormented him deeply. During his constant struggle, a crazy and painful idea emerged in his mind to replace it.
Zhao Wukai possessed all the qualities of an outstanding emperor, but he was also ruthless and merciless. After making his decision, he began planning. He first created a method for those with bloodlines to cultivate the glazed flame phoenix mysterious Canaan,
and promoted it vigorously among the black evil guardian fire, attributed demon cultivators. The phoenix is male, the phoenix is female. His original intention in creating this technique wasn't to enhance the black evil guard's strength. Instead,
he intended to use the technique's unique characteristics to sacrifice accomplished practitioners through special means to disrupt the fire phoenix will in nirvana.
His descendants only knew that this method of sacrifice could help their ancestor wake up the fastest, but they had no idea of the truth behind it.
The reason why the fire phoenix has not awakened yet is because the Zhao family has continuously sacrificed practitioners of the Luyan fire phoenix mysterious classic. Unfortunately, before Zhao Wuji could even begin the second phase of his plan,
he encountered the Demon King who had attacked again, forcing him to fight to the death. Even after his death, his obsession persisted. Besides his concern for the fate of humanity, he also harbored a reluctance to accept his own fate.
Xu Jing now felt a sense of dread when he thought about this. He was extremely thankful that he didn't have enough merit. Otherwise, if he had exchanged for the second part of the Luyan Huahuang Xuandian,
he might have had to face the Zhao family masters who came looking for him. But now that he knew of Zhao Wuji's plan, and the first step had already been implemented for so many years, he certainly wouldn't give up.
It would be a shame to miss such an opportunity to reach the top overnight. After Xu Jing returned to his residence, he summoned the system.
He selected the various physical training techniques from his personal list that he wanted to integrate into the Xuanhuan Gong. Then, with a thought, he issued the command to integrate them. Buzz! The system interface vibrated continuously.
Various bodybuilding techniques, including the dragon subduing golden body, became blurred. Correspondingly, the gray plus sign behind the myriad combinations technique gradually turned white, indicating an upgrade. After a while,
all the skills he had chosen disappeared. Xu Jing immediately focused his attention and clicked on the enhanced plus sign of Xuanhuan Gong. The system interface flashed. A large amount of original energy merged into his body, circulating along the blood.
At the same time, he took the initiative to practice the Yi Jin Jing. As expected, just as he had imagined, the Yi Jin Jing's all-encompassing nature took effect. His body no longer expanded and shrank as before.
Everything was perfectly controlled. Xu Jing felt warm all over, just like basking in the sun in the morning. After completing a set of movements, Xuanhuan Gong completed its advancement, reaching the 7th level of the second stage.
The plus sign at the end remained white. He continued to work hard, strengthening his power until he reached the 9th level. Only then did the plus sign turn gray again.
The 9th level of the second stage. Xuanhuan Gong raised his physical strength to the 9th level of the second stage. This had already reached the high B level, only one step away. His physical strength would be able to enter the A level realm.
Xu Jing wasn't worried about the next step up. He had obtained the Arhat golden body from the great country temple in the A Chinese ghost story world, and he still had 2 other techniques he hadn't yet mastered. Furthermore, in the Tianlong world,
He had also acquired a large number of body-building techniques. After these trainings, it is enough to advance the fusion of Xuanhuan to the A level. Xu Jing glanced at the remaining origin points.
He had used up 30,000 origin points to reach the third level of Xuanhuan. After thinking it over, he decided not to rush to upgrade his Luyan Hofeng Xuandian to the corresponding level. After all, his strength was sufficient for the time being.
It would be better to save a few more origin points as a precaution when entering the next world. After making the decision, he shut down the system and began practicing at home. 3 days later,
The convoy outside the Xu family residence stretched an entire street, compared to their previous, disastrous escape from Gishui City. This time everyone appeared remarkably calm. Furthermore, since their destination was Liangdu,
every servant and guard in the family was willing to follow, resulting in a considerable convoy. Xu Jing was riding on a tall horse at the front of the entire convoy.
his handsome face and extraordinary temperament attracted the attention of some passing women. Not far ahead of him, Xu Maozong was saying goodbye to Lin Yuanqing. His father, Xu Maji, was in charge of the team at the rear.
As for his mother and 3 younger sisters, they had already boarded the carriage in the center of the team, seeing that everything had been arranged, and it wasn't too late. Lin Wanqing patted Xu Maozong on the shoulder and said, "Junior brother."
Xu Maozong nodded and said, "Brother, take care of yourself too. I'll take my leave now." Lin Yuanqing bowed, a look of reluctance on his face. It was all because the world was changing so quickly. Anhe City was no longer a safe place.
The Xu family was no longer alone in moving away. Xu Maozong returned to the team. The convoy immediately set off, heading towards the city gate. Xu Jing nodded at Lin Yuanqing and looked away.
He only intended to escort his family for a short distance. He would return. For the time being, he felt no sense of parting. The convoy left An City and took the official road, moving forward at a leisurely pace. The official road was lined with lush,
tall trees and weeds in the distant mountains and forests rose. Xu Maozong rode beside Xu Jing. Perhaps because he was in a bad mood, he seemed a little depressed. Xu Jing remained silent, leading the entire team forward silently. At the same time,
he focused a little of his attention on communicating with the 3 alien queens who had entered the Lufeng Mountains. For the past 3 days, besides practicing, he had been observing the aliens, under the command of 3 alien queens.
The aliens were developing well. Currently, the 3 queens are distributed in a triangular pattern around the outskirts of the Lufeng Mountains. They are expanding towards the center of the mountains, and each is developing its own specific tribe.
Xu Jing also made a new discovery. The aliens hatched from the alien eggs laid by the 3 queens also possessed the ice, attributed demonic power of the eternal night wolf demon. While parasitizing,
they could also adapt themselves to the host genes. As a result, the demonic power that originally had only ice attributes actually underwent various changes during repeated adjustments, giving rise to different demonic powers. During this process,
powers stabilized, ultimately acquiring healthy bloodlines and genes. Others, however, became overly violent, causing their newborn aliens to either die in the womb or explode after birth. Chapter 384, Traveling Through Time in Just 3 Days.
The 3 alien queens each developed nearly 100 different aliens. These aliens all possessed demonic powers, reaching D-level strength upon hatching. The most powerful were even approaching C level. Xu Jing was rather disappointed.
Although the alien queen could collect various data on the incubation of aliens and compile them into a gene library, she lacked the ability to adjust her genes for further evolution. Maybe it's the lack of mental strength.
He thought of the pioneers of the Pacific Rim. They could use their mental powers to proactively adjust their genes. Of course, this was a gift only possessed by a very small number of pioneers. Before returning to the ring world,
Xu Jing specifically captured several pioneers for interrogation. He obtained the information he wanted. A factory that manufactures monsters. It was created by pioneers gifted with special psychic powers. It can also split and reproduce.
This result made his idea of bringing the technology back fail. After Xu Jing thought about it, he passed on all the spiritual power cultivation methods he had learned or summarized from his previous travels to the 3 alien queens.
Whether changes can occur depends on whether they can cultivate and produce results. The convoy wasn't moving fast. Traveling from An City to Liangdu without stopping would take about 2 days. Considering the often unsafe conditions at night,
the route and speed Xu Mao had planned would actually take about 5 days. Before setting off, Xu Jing had already made arrangements at Lishan Sect and brought with him 20 aliens hatched from bison.
These alien armors are very thick and possess considerable attack power. More importantly, they can use demonic energy to bless any object, granting them greater strength and enhanced defense. With the assistance of these aliens,
The D-level missions assigned by the Black Evil Guards were not difficult to complete. Even if problems arose, he could obtain the details in a timely manner through the telepathic connection. Uncle, please go back to the carriage and rest. I'm here.
Xu Jing saw that Xu Mazong was still in a bad mood, so he spoke. All right, Xu Mazong didn't force it. He agreed and went to the rear carriage. The journey that followed was tedious and dull. We walked all day, stopping at night.
We also encountered a rainstorm along the way. Although we encountered no danger, it still took us 2 days longer than planned to reach Liangdu. At this point, Xu Jing didn't plan to move forward otherwise, if his hidden strength was discovered.
The situation would become even worse. After saying goodbye to his family one by one, he sent a message to his contacts via his identity jade token. Then, he found an excuse and headed back to An City. He traveled day and night on his way back.
And it took him just over 2 days to reach An City. The entire Su mansion was silent. Xu Jing didn't care. After making some food, he returned to his room. This was the first time since he'd traveled through time that he had his own space.
He didn't need to worry about whether it was day or night. He could travel whenever he wanted. He didn't need to worry about time. Although I felt a little lost when I was separated from my family, I also felt inexplicably excited. It wasn't even noon yet.
He locked the door and collapsed onto the bed. Then he summoned the system and chose to enter the world of 10,000 origin points. Xu Jing had a very long dream. In the dream, he was a being that terrified everyone, whether human, elf, or dwarf.
He possesses a massive body yet soars high into the sky. His flames can burn the very earth, instantly reducing a city to a sea of fire. Wherever he goes, destruction and death follow. He loves treasure and plunders everything. He is the famous Smog.
Descendant of the Black Dragon and Caligan, he has been called many things: the Great Smog, the King under the Mountain, Smog the Golden, Smog the Tyrant, and Smog the Great. He came from the north, armored with hard scales.
He was invulnerable to swords and spears. Single-handedly, he conquered the prosperous dwarven kingdom of Erebor, seized all the treasures accumulated by those scumbag dwarves over the years, and destroyed the human-built town of Dale below.
He claimed the entire Lonely Mountain as his own territory. From then on, the once lush, vibrant Lonely Mountain became barren. No birds or animals were left, only charred tree stumps remained, a desolate land.
And he began to sleep in the dwarven city in the mountains. Countless gold and gems were his bed. He knew every single gold coin like the back of his hand. Xu Jing suddenly opened his eyes, shook his head, and began to look around. After a moment of surprise,
he quickly realized that everything he had experienced before was not a dream. This time he really traveled through time and became Smog. His massive dragon body shone with a golden, red light, illuminating everything around him. His limbs and tail
were covered with all kinds of gold, silver, and jewelry. The surrounding walls were hung with chain mail, helmets, axes, swords, spears, and halberds fit for dwarves. System. Xu Jing summoned the system and looked at the interface.
You can choose to return at any times. Currently 42. 300 origin points can be converted. Identity: Smog. Length 141 meters. Abilities: Fire Breath, Scaled Defense, Smiza. Missioner: you've been silent for too long.
The world aid objective: destroy a town. Remind people of the fear of being dominated by a dragon. As origin points 20. Zelazer's mission: Tuza as a dragon. Treasure alone is not enough. Go to the elves' territory and snatch a princess. 30,000
origin points. Mission 3. Obtain the One Ring. Announce it for at least 1 year. Cell enhancement. Hint 1. Your abilities increase with your size. Your pursuit of gold, silver, jewelry,
and all things glittering is an innate instinct woven into your genes. The stronger you become, the more greedy you become. The hosts will can resist, but it cannot be altered.
Tip 20. Every 500 points of essence can increase the body size by 1 meter. Every 10 years, it will naturally increase by 1 meter. Damn the system. Xu Jing finished reading the missions. He was completely upset. None of the missions this time satisfied him.
It looked like they were going to make enemies with the entire Middle Earth. As for taking possession of the One Ring, doing it covertly wouldn't work. This would obviously offend his potential ally. Sarn, he snorted.
2 streams of burning black smoke erupted. Then he spread his wings slightly. His limbs rose to their full height. He stretched his neck. Perhaps it was because he had slept for too long. Xu Jing felt stiff all over. The mountains of gold, silver,
and jewels beneath him made a rustling sound as he moved, and this melodious sound was so beautiful to him. This damn instinct, Xu Jing cursed inwardly. But as he looked at each of the gold coins around him, he felt a sense of pleasing sight and joy.
Chapter 385. Prophecy. Xu Jing had traveled through so many worlds, but this was the first time he had encountered a situation where his instincts were so strong that they affected his will. Oh, no.
He almost forgot about the pheromones that the strongest female snake emitted during his first time traveling through time. They also made him almost uncontrollably want to run and mate. This feeling, It's like saying no with your mouth.
But your body is being honest. Xu Jing looked at the gold, silver, and jewelry around him. His huge pupils couldn't help but reveal a deep fascination. They even began to glow. These are my treasures. He grabbed a handful of gold coins.
Then he opened his claws and listened to the rustling sound. Everything seemed so beautiful. But he soon broke free from this obsession. His strong and resilient spirit, coupled with his repeated experiences of traveling through time and space,
made him no longer as vulnerable as he had been the first time. Xu Jing refocused his attention on the task and began to think. When he was in the world of Ready Player One, he had crammed most of the movies, TV shows, and books he read.
He had a pretty good understanding of the current world. The current world is called Arda. It was created by the high god Iluvatar in the void. Furthermore, before he created the world, he also created the gods in his mind. These gods are the Einar.
After Arda was created, many of the strongest and most beautiful of the Einar left Iluvatar and entered this world. From that time on, they were inseparable from this world, their power restrained and bound until the end of the world.
Of the Einar who entered Arda, the powerful were called the Valar. The lesser ones were called the Maiar. These were the chief and lesser gods. The Maiar were the assistants and servants of the Valar. There were 15 Valar, however.
One of them gave in to greed and became corrupted. He was better known as Morgoth. He also corrupted a number of Maiar. One of them was Sauron. It's worth noting that when Iluvatar created Arda, he also created elves and men, as the firstborn.
Elves are immune to disease and immortal, destined to live until the end of the world. If they die unexpectedly, their souls will travel to the halls of Mandos. This is not the case with men. Death is a gift from Iluvatar to men.
As for where their souls go after death, no one including the Valar knows all. One of the Valar created the dwarves. The corrupted Morgoth tortured the elves, twisting them into orcs. He also bred trolls and numerous dragons.
After Xu Jing traveled through smog, he knew clearly that he was a descendant of Ancalagon, the most powerful and largest black dragon ever. After Morgoth fell into evil, he waged war against the Valar for countless years. Ultimately, however, he was defeated.
He was bound in chains and cast into the void. His most capable lieutenant, Sauron, escaped judgment and reappeared in the Second Age. He deceived the elves of a region with a benevolent appearance and forged 19 rings of power.
But he secretly forged the one ring in Mordor, the one that could rule over all the other rings. However, his plot was soon discovered by the elves. He fell out with them and declared war on them.
The elves fled upon hearing the news and rescued 3 of the most powerful rings. The other 16 rings were traded by Sauron to those in Middle-earth who desired to possess the secret power to transcend and rule over their fellow beings.
And the dwarves received 7. Humans proved the easiest to control. One by one, the owners of the 9 rings were enslaved and became the ringwraiths. But the dwarves were resilient and untamable. They hated being controlled.
Their bodies could not transform into dark wraiths, yet the rings corrupted the dwarves' minds. Their possessors could no longer suppress their lust for gold, and their madness grew. This was the case with Thor, the dwarf king of Erebor, influenced by the ring.
As the dwarves continued to dig for ore, they eventually discovered a luminous gem. This gem was named the king's jewel, the Arkenstone, or the heart of the mountain. The Arkenstone became a symbol of the king under the mountain's rule.
And all the nearby kings came to pay homage, including the great Thranduil, king of the woodlands. However, in Erebor, Thranduil saw the treasure of the past. It was a necklace that Thranduil asked the dwarf craftsman to make for his wife.
Thranduil claimed that the dwarves had taken the necklace out of greed. The dwarves claimed that Thranduil had refused to pay a proper reward. This marked a rift between the dwarves and elves.
The ever-increasing wealth of gold and jewels in Erebor finally attracted the dragon Smog, who also coveted gold. Smog burned down the human city of Dale near Erebor and captured Erebor, although Thranduil's elven army was present at the time.
They chose to stand aside and watch. Ultimately, the dwarves suffered heavy casualties and began a life of exile, becoming homeless. Even Thor's grandson, the dwarf prince Thorin, became a blacksmith. Xu Jing combined what he knew from movies, stories,
and memories from his dreams to sort out his thoughts. He had now become Smog. Although he enjoyed endless treasures, he was also coveted by countless people. There was a prophecy among the dwarves, when the birds of old once again flew to Erebor.
The reign of monsters would finally end. Similar prophecies were prophesied among elves and men alike, and without exception, they all had the same meaning. He had slept for too long. 60 years had passed since he last appeared before the world.
Although no one told him about the outside world, he knew everything about it from the movies he had seen. Many things in this world, the fate of a creature or race,
were already determined when Iluvatar and the Einar played the great music before the creation of the world. So prophecies are often not groundless. During the recent period when Xu Jing was asleep, The signs of the prophecy had already appeared.
Many outsiders who had been interested in the treasure had discovered it. Rumors had begun to spread. People of all races looked toward the lonely mountain, northeast of Middle-earth. They surveyed it, pondered, assessed the risks,
and speculated about the situation within Erebor. Xu Jing looked at the first task assigned by the system. Destroy a town. Remind the world of the horror of being dominated by an evil dragon. For him, this task wasn't difficult.
But now was not the time to complete it. As normal, Thor's grandson Thorin, with the support of Gandalf, is organizing an adventuring team to go to Erebor to retrieve the Arkenstone. This would have been fine, but their team was missing a thief, so
at Gandalf's suggestion, they found Bilbo Baggins, a hobbit from the Shire. After initially refusing, Bilbo was tempted to take risks again, so he quickly followed the dwarves and began his adventure. During his adventure,
Bilbo found the One Ring in the Goblin Cave in the Misty Mountains. Xu Jing asked himself if he could find the One Ring required for Mission 3 by himself. Furthermore, the underground cave where Gollum, who currently possessed the ring,
was located was simply too large to accommodate his massive body. Instead of wasting time, it is better to wait for the One Ring to come to you. Of course, that's on top of the fact that he continues to disappear from the public eye. Otherwise,
if he scares the adventure team into not wanting to come again, then forget it, go back to sleep. When you wake up, Bilbo will be here. He made a decision in his heart, after rolling comfortably on the mountain of gold, silver, and jewels.
He folded his wings and slithered into the gold mountain like a snake. Soon, he fell into a deep sleep. Chapter 386. Sauron arrives. Gandalf was a Maiar, one of the 5 Maiar sent by Manwë, the leader of the Valar,
to Middle-earth to aid the elves and men in their fight against Sauron. After arriving in Middle-earth, he took the form of an old man, dressed in grey robes and a pointed wizard's hat. His real name was Oloin, but the elves called him Mithlander Min. Dwarves
and hobbits called him Gandalf. He was the wisest of the 5 Maiar who came to Middle-earth. Even upon arriving at the Grey Havens, Círdan the shipwright, leader of the Teliried, predicted his future greatness and gifted him with the Ring of Fire,
one of the 3 rings of the Elven Lords. Ever since Smaug conquered Erebor, Gandalf had been plagued by anxiety. He feared that one day Sauron would unite with Smaug from north to south, conquer the entire east,
and form a strategic system capable of mutual support and coordination. After realizing this, he decided to take the initiative and eliminate Smaug to resolve the hidden danger. As a Maiar, he naturally knew the prophecies concerning Smaug.
Whether it was dwarves, elves or humans, all prophecies foretold the dragon's death and the return of the king under the mountain. Gandalf didn't know exactly how Smaug would die, but he knew the time had come.
So he sought out the dwarf prince Thorin Oakenshield and persuaded him to go to Erebor and retrieve the Arkenstone. The 7 kings of the dwarf clans had sworn fealty to the Silmaril. In his vision, with the Arkenstone, Thorin,
possessing the blood of King Durin, could rally all the dwarves, march to the lonely mountain, slay Smaug and reclaim Erebor. He had been preparing for this day. He had used the same excuse to persuade Thorin's father Thorn, although Thorn refused.
He left behind a map and key to the secret door to Erebor. Thorin, having lived in exile for so many years, had long desired to restore his kingdom. He and Gandalf immediately struck up an alliance and formed an adventuring team. 13 dwarves in total,
along with Gandalf and Bilbo, set out on their adventure. At the northwestern tip of Middle-earth, there is a vast underground city running through the Misty Mountains, Moria. This was once the most powerful kingdom of the dwarves,
thriving due to the vast amount of mithril found underground. But the mithril eventually ran out. The greedy dwarves dug too deep and eventually unearthed a terrifying Balrog. Balrogs were once Maiar creatures. They were seduced and corrupted by Morgoth,
and corrupted by the power of darkness, becoming these terrifying creatures. This Balrog in Moria survived the war between Morgoth and the Valar and was the most powerful among them, unable to kill or even drive away the Balrog.
The dwarves of Durin were forced to evacuate the city. The ancestors of the dwarves of Erebor were one of the dwarves who left Moria. Since the dragon Smaug conquered Erebor, the descendants of Durin were once again forced to flee.
King Thor ignored the advice of others and attempted to retake Moria. However, Moria had already been conquered by the Gambada orcs. Their leader, Azog the Destroyer, was enormous and immensely strong. He beheaded Thor, and Thor's son Thorn
became mad with grief and disappeared. At that time, the leaderless dwarves were being decimated by the orcs. At the crucial moment, the dwarf prince Thorin stepped forward, fought Azog fiercely, severed his arm, and led the dwarves to victory.
The remaining orcs recaptured Azog and retreated to Moria. Although the dwarves had won, they had also suffered heavy casualties after that battle. Unable to attack again, they began their life of wandering exile. At this moment, the underground city in Moria,
once illuminated by crystal lamps, seemed particularly gloomy. The bridge of Turin, a slender stone bridge, no railings, a vast abyss below. A strong orc, much larger than the other orcs, with pale skin, a hammer in his right hand and a hook knife in his left,
was pacing back and forth. He was a Zog, the chieftain of the Gumbaldo orcs who had beheaded Thor. The dwarves thought he had bled to death, but he wasn't. All these years, not only was he still alive, he was constantly searching for Thorin's whereabouts,
wanting to avenge his broken arm. But right now he had more important things to do. He sensed a dark aura. Furthermore, orcs living elsewhere had brought him a message. The terrifying creature from legend had returned, and would come to him today.
The surrounding light suddenly dimmed. A terrifying, massive shadow suddenly pierced through the rock wall and appeared before him. "He is really back!" Azog trembled all over. It took him a while to regain his composure, after hesitating for a few seconds.
He knelt on the ground and said, "Master." A dark shadow drifted around Azog several times. A deep, cold voice spoke, "Excellent. A wise choice. As a reward, I will tell you the location of your enemy. You can take his head." When Azog heard Thorin mentioned,
he immediately lost control of his anger and stood up and asked, "Where is he?" "Your enemies have marched from the Shire. They will march eastward, through the misty mountains, towards the lonely mountain." A fiery pupil flashed in the darkness, and a terrifying,
oppressive atmosphere instantly spread. Azog shuddered and lowered his head. "Thank you, Master. Go ahead. Once you've killed your enemy, I have more important things for you to do." The shadows drifted toward the rock wall.
"But be careful of the grey-robed wizard in their ranks." As soon as the words fell, a dark shadow suddenly penetrated the rock wall and disappeared. Iluba, inside the Golden Mountain, Xu Jing opened one eye and fell into a deep sleep.
This was his natural state. As a dragon with a lust for gold and jewels, he would protect his treasure trove even in his sleep. If any thief thought they could break in and steal while he was asleep, they would be gravely mistaken.
He had an extremely sharp sense of smell and was extremely sensitive. Every piece of treasure had his scent on it. If anyone else touched it, he would be immediately alerted. Now Xu Jing not only received these instinctive talents,
but also possessed a powerful soul. Even the undead could not hide from him and enter here. He had originally thought that when he woke up again, he would wait for Bilbo to arrive, but it turned out that his previous idea was completely wrong.
The first thing that came here was a shadow with a terrifying aura. Sauron, the Golden Mountain collapsed. Xu Jing's enormous dragon head emerged from the gold, silver, and jewels that had buried him.
It fixed its gaze on the dark figure that had just penetrated the mountain wall and entered the treasure hall. Boom! The shadow suddenly erupted. Blazing flames blasted outward. A humanoid figure emerged from the flames. It approached from afar. Then,
it transformed into a terrifying vertical pupil staring intently at Xu Jing. "Smog, your doom is near. Surrender to me. Only I can save you." As he spoke, overwhelming pressure was released, enveloping Xu Jing. Chapter 387, get out! As for Sauron,
he never thought of forming an alliance with Smog. Dragons are merely tools created by Morgoth. For example, would you form an alliance with your boss dog? Even if the dog is smart and strong, it is still a dog. Sauron was of Maiar descent.
He was a leader among them. How could he possibly be on equal footing with beings whose status was far inferior to his own? Unless Smog reached the level of Glorung or Ancalagon, he would never look upon him. Even though he had lost his body,
most of his power was infused into the One Ring. He was not afraid at all. He controlled fire. Even Smog's most powerful flames could do no harm to him. As for physical attacks, they were a joke to him, now a mere spirit.
The prophesied day of Smog's death draws ever closer. Now is the perfect time for him to conquer him. Add to that the countless orcs scattered across the misty mountains. His power is growing. Sooner or later, war will begin.
Then will be his time to reign supreme. Surrender to me, or wait for death. Sauron made no secret of his ambition. A powerful pressure like a mighty mountain descended upon Xu Jing. A howling wind suddenly erupted in the sealed underground city. Flames raged.
The gold, silver, and jewels covering Xu Jing's body were swept up by the wind and spread all around, completely revealing his massive body. Facing Sauron's pressure, Xu Jingming's yellow eyes gradually narrowed.
Then he raised his head and looked at the other person carefully. After having that dream during his time traveling, he also learned the common language of Middle-earth. Naturally, he could understand what the other party said.
Although he sensed that Sauron possessed a soul more powerful than his own, and that even without his physical body, his strength remained formidable, he could not submit to him, even if it was just a pretense.
Because the other party didn't take him seriously at all. That arrogance and disdain, not even a hint of concealment. It was like looking at a stray dog, offering charity and pity, waiting for him to wag his tail and beg for mercy, and then tame him.
Xu Jing felt deeply insulted. A cold light flashed in his eyes. He opened them suddenly and Rore dream on boom. A raging flame burst out of his mouth, burning towards Zoro. He didn't expect the high-temperature flames to harm the other party.
As expected, Zoro didn't dodge at all. The flames burning towards him seemed to blend into his surroundings, only increasing his power. Madness. He stood still, he didn't fight back either, he just sneered.
Smog could do nothing to him. However, with his newly recondensed soul, he was no longer capable of threatening his opponent's life. Furthermore, his most skilled tactics of bewitching him were ineffective against Smog. Get lost, swung his body.
His long tail slammed down like a sledgehammer. Boom! The tail hammer pierced Soren's soul and smashed into the ground. The entire hall trembled slightly, and a large amount of rubble fell from the surrounding walls. You will regret it.
The flames surrounding Soren instantly died out, and he transformed into a black shadow. With a gust of wind, he flew towards the mountain wall and then instantly penetrated it. Xu Jing snorted coldly. He watched Soren disappear, not taking his words serious.
He was no longer the original Smog. The prophecy of his doomed death had already become inaccurate when he traveled through time. Judging from the system's prompts when he entered the Tianlong world, if nothing went wrong, the moment he entered this world,
the system would have sealed off Ada's connection with the creator god Ilvatar. It's like Ilvatar is the landlord and built a house. But the system sneaks in, changes the locks, and locks the other party out.
It also uses special means to cut off the other party's connection to the house. Unless the other party is willing to break into the house, there will be no other way in the short term. Xu Jing now had to be wary of Ammon,
the continent across from the west coast of Middle-earth. There lived 14 Valar, as well as a large number of Maya and ancient elves. These Valar and Maya were like tenants living in a house.
As long as he didn't do anything like destroying humans and elves, or destroying Middle-earth, and kept a low profile, there wouldn't be any problems. And through Sauron's strength,
he also had a clear understanding of the power of the so-called gods in this world. Only a third-order soul could materialize, mobilize the vital energies elements of heaven and earth, and be extremely difficult to destroy. Clearly,
Sauron had reached this level. The other party was merely a Mire serving the Valar. Similarly, the strength of those Valar in every aspect was definitely stronger. Some might even have reached the fourth level of their souls. This world is truly dangerous.
Better improve yourself first. Xu Jing didn't feel like sleeping anymore and directly summoned the system. He currently has 88,539 essence points remaining, based on the calculation that 500 essence points can increase his body size by 1 meter.
It would be enough to increase his body size by another 177 meters. Adding to his original 141 meters, his body size would reach 318 meters. He didn't know how big Ankara, the so-called largest city,
but he had some idea of it from the books he had read. When the other party died, they fell from the sky, crushing the tallest mountain in Middle-earth. That mountain was taller than Mount Everest.
It was obvious that the other party was definitely more than 300 meters tall. Xu Jing turned his head and looked at his body. Although he was tall, his body was very slender. Without his wings, he would look like a four-legged snake with a dragon head.
His 141 meter body was half occupied by his tail. As far as he knew, Ankragang's size wasn't just reflected in his length. His body was also massive. With his wings spread out, he could cover the sky and the earth. He was not only the largest dragon ever,
but also the most powerful. I still lack strength. Xu Jing understood the direction of his evolution. Height was certainly important, but strength also determined the extent of his body's expansion. And then there was his strength.
He then lowered his head again, looking at his chest and abdomen. For any living creature, the chest and abdomen were the softest parts, and he was no exception. The scales on his chest and abdomen were lighter in color than those on his back.
However, because he had long slept among piles of gold, silver, and jewels, a large amount of gems and gold had become lodged in the gaps between the scales on his chest and abdomen, rendering him virtually invulnerable.
But he still had a fatal weakness. That was a gap in his left chest, where his heart was. A piece of scale armor was missing. There's a cliched story about a missing nail, a lost horseshoe, and the loss of a war and the destruction of an empire.
In both the film and the book, Smog's fate was determined by the lack of this scale. During the attack on Lake Town at the foot of Lunley Mountain, he was killed by Bard, a human sharpshooter and descendant of the King of the Vale.
With his only remaining dwarven black arrow, the arrow penetrated the gap, pierced the flesh and pierced Smog's heart. But I am not the original Smog. Xu Jing stared at the empty space in his chest, muttering to himself. Chapter 388.
Glorong's bloodline activated. Dragons are naturally endowed with powerful bodies. However, the stronger the body, the harder it is to recover from injuries.
These missing scales were shot off by a large number of black arrows when Smog attacked Daletown at the foot of the Lonely Mountain 170 years ago. So many years have passed, and I still haven't recovered.
Xu Jing could feel a small piece of armor growing back from the base of his armor. But it wasn't enough to protect his heart. It would take at least another 100 or 200 years for it to fully grow and return to its original state.
He immediately thought and clicked on the plus sign after body length. In an instant, a surge of original energy spread throughout his body, merging into every part of his body. Along with a slight tingling sensation, his entire body underwent slight changes.
The most obvious change was his height. It had grown exactly 1 meter, no more, no less. Secondly, the color of his scales darkened slightly, while his strength had increased. It noticeable.
As for the vital area of his chest that he was concerned about, the scales at the base of the gap had also grown a little. Continue. Xu Jing knew what was going on. He began clicking on the plus sign for strengthen one after another. 1 meter.
As he grew taller, the changes in his body became more and more obvious. The originally light reddish gold scales gradually transformed into a deep reddish gold. The gaps between the scales also became tighter and tighter at the same time.
New scales finally emerged from the inside of another scale. Then, at a speed visible to the naked eye, they slowly covered the gap, when his body length grew to 174 meters.
The gap in his chest was finally completely covered by a complete piece of scale armor. Come again. Xu Jing glanced around. The dungeon built by the dwarves was magnificent, with a vast space. Furthermore, his body had grown in length.
And while his sturdy increased somewhat, it wasn't noticeable. Therefore, it didn't affect his movements at all. With a single thought, he began strengthening again. 176-177, as his body continued to grow longer.
His long tail unconsciously coiled around himself in a circle. Just when Xu Jing had strengthened his speed to 200 meters, a system notification sound suddenly rang in his mind.
He temporarily stopped strengthening and looked at the prompt that popped up on the system interface. Glorong's bloodline activates. As the host's body length grows, its strength and size also increase in direct proportion. Xu Jing was surprised.
He had already guessed why his body only grew longer but not thicker. He had even made preparations to actively use his strong willpower to ask the system to help improve his strength, but he didn't expect that his body also possessed Glorong's genes.
After reaching 200 meters, the ability to increase strength was automatically activated, but he changed his mind and felt that this was an ideal. Glorong was the world's first dragon. He was massive and stout, yet wingless later.
Morgoth created Ancalagon to fight against Thorondor, the Eagle King of Mand. It's most likely that during the creation process, Glorong's blood was fused into Ancalagon, endowing it with wings, something no previous dragon had possessed.
Ancalagon not only has wings, but also possesses a body larger and stronger than Glorong and even greater strength. As a descendant of Ancalagon, Xu Jing's bloodline is primarily Ancalagon, followed by Glorong. A thoughtful look appeared in his huge eyes.
Then, without further thought, he looked at the new enhancement. After activating the Glorong bloodline, the required origin points for each meter of growth has now increased to 1,000. Give it a try. Xu Jing tried to click the enhancement plus sign.
The next moment, more source energy merged into his body and then continued to flow rapidly through every cell. He turned his head and saw his skin bulging. His entire body was growing longer and expanding rapidly, clearly visible.
But it only lasted a few seconds. The strengthening ended, and the expansion trend stopped. The expansion from this one enhancement was actually comparable to the results of the previous 10 enhancements. Really good. Xu Jing was satisfied.
His keen mind intuitively felt the increase in his own strength continue to improve. He kept focusing his mind on the plus sign. Waves of primordial energy continuously poured into his body. His muscles trembled, and his body began to expand horizontally.
Swelling continuously, Xu Jing's body became twice as large as before. He felt his whole body filled with explosive power. Not only that, his armor became even harder and thicker. The pale reddish gold exterior had transformed into a darker gold,
even turning a bit black. Even the armor on his chest and abdomen was as hard as the armor on his back before it was strengthened. The gaps between the scales became almost invisible.
And all the gold jewels that were originally embedded in the gaps were squeezed out. For him, this kind of external protection is no longer needed. Roar! Xu Jing opened his mouth and roared at the top of his lungs. A thunderous roar echoed through the dungeon,
shaking the entire lonely mountain slightly. He lowered his head and looked towards his chest and abdomen. Starting from his neck, a thick, fiery red line, like flowing magma, spread all the way to his lower abdomen, and in his lower abdomen,
there was an organ similar to Godzilla's atomic furnace, emitting endless light and heat, 235 meters. This is Xu Jing's current body length. Although the second growth was not as good as the first, the effect it brought was a world of difference.
He could help but exude a powerful aura of oppression. The pressure brought on by his changed size was several times stronger than before. That's enough. Xu Jing glanced at the remaining 39 points of essence and decided not to continue increasing it.
His current size made the dungeon's space almost insufficient for him to move around. The treasure hall was fine, but other places, with their wide doors, were almost impossible for him to enter. Even in this treasure hall,
his wings could no longer be fully extended. Bang bang bang! Xu Jing immediately started wandering around, knocking down or knocking open doors one by one. He even tore apart some rooms. As he continued to walk back and forth,
The ground seemed to be struck repeatedly by a giant's hammer. The rumbling vibrations spread through the mountain walls and down the mountain. The valley town at the foot of the mountain had long since become a ruin. However,
the remaining humans had all moved to another town further south, Changhu Town. Changhu Town was built in the center of Changhu Lake. To the north, the lakeshore abutted Lonely Mountain, when drought struck and the lake receded.
People could vaguely see the remains of the ancient town on the north shore. This was also a town built on trade with dwarves and elves. After the destruction of Dale, it became even more prosperous every day. Numerous ships, loaded with gold and supplies,
traveled between the Deepstream River and the Long Lake. It was noon and the town was bustling with activity. But at that moment, a thunderous roar suddenly erupted from the direction of Lonely Mountain. Then the lake surged and churned.
And the streets and houses built on the lake began to sway slightly. Earthquake. The street, which was as noisy as a market, suddenly became quiet. Everyone looked at each other in bewilderment. No, it's smog! Someone suddenly let out a terrified cry. Then,
like a nightmare, everyone turned pale with fear. Chapter 389. Darkness spreads. The misty mountains stretch from north to south, starting at Mount Gambada in the north and ending at Mount Masidras and Midras in the south. The total length is 1 feet,
making it one of the most important geographical landmarks in Middle-earth. East of the Misty Mountains, east of the river Anduin, there is a very large forest. It is called the Greenwood. This forest occupies most of the eastern land, Lonely Mountain,
Long Lake Town, and the forest elves occupy only a small area in the upper right corner of the forest. Between the Greenwood and the Anduin River, on the great wilderness along its banks, stood an oak forest surrounded by thorns. Within the forest,
a great wooden house stood. The owner of the cabin is a human who can transform into a giant bear. His name is Born. No one knows where Born came from. He is a vegetarian with a kind heart. He is very protective of animals,
and the animals he raises are highly intelligent. However, he is very wary of strangers and has a deep hatred for the goblins of the Misty Mountains. Even in human form, he possessed the strength of an ordinary bear. Strong, fierce, terrible.
Orcs and wargs alike dared not venture into his territory. Gandalf knew of Bjorn's existence, but Bjorn didn't recognize him at all. Under normal circumstances, he wouldn't have ventured into the territory of such a powerful human. But on this day,
12 months after the adventure began, he finally arrived here with Thorin, 13 other dwarves, and Bilbo. For the past 12 months, their adventure had been anything but smooth. Shortly after leaving the Shire, a half-orc wolf,
having gotten the news from nowhere, appeared near them and began to hunt them down. They also encountered trolls. The dwarves nearly became their dinner. Thorin later disagreed with him.
The map Thorin left behind was written in the ancient dwarven language and contained hidden secrets. It can now be deciphered. Only a few ancient elves remain in Middle-earth. However, the stubborn dwarves of Durin deeply grudged Thranduil,
the elf king of the Woodland Kingdom, for not rescuing Erebor. Therefore, they also had no good feelings towards the elves of Rivendell and refused to seek help. Gandalf used some tricks and finally led the dwarves to Rivendell. Ultimately,
to restore his kingdom, Thorin, despite the other dwarves' dissuasion, took out the map and gave it to Elrond to interpret. After receiving the clue, they were about to continue on their journey. However, Elrond, through deciphering the map,
learned the dwarves' purpose and informed the other guardians of Middle-earth. Queen Galadriel and the White Wizard Saruman arrived in Rivendell and convened a meeting of the White Council. At the meeting, facing Saruman's questioning,
Gandalf expressed his fear that Smaug would ally with the enemy, but Saruman insisted that Sauron had been destroyed long ago. In desperation,
Gandalf told the bad news he had received from Radagast the Brown-robed wizard. On his way here, an evil force emerged from the Greenwood. The descendants of Ungoliant the spider roamed the land. They spun their webs through the forest, spreading darkness.
Now the inhabitants of the Greenwood have renamed it Mirkwood. Tracking these giant spiders, Radagast traveled to Dol Guldur. There he discovered a dark energy never before seen. This energy summoned the undead, and there was also a hidden necromancer.
Due to Radagast's unreliable character, Saruman still didn't believe it. But at Galadriel's suggestion, Gandalf took out a sword that Radagast had brought from Dol Guldur. This sword is a relic of Mordor, forged by the Witch King of Angmar.
It was buried with him in the Tomb of Rudor. A powerful spell has been cast upon the depths of the cemetery, sealing it from the light of day. This impossible object left Saruman speechless. However, he still disapproved of the dwarves' risky action. However,
during their meetings, who had already noticed something was wrong, quietly left Rivendell. Thorin, the dwarves, and Bilbo entered the Misty Mountains. On a rainy night, they encountered a battle between giant mountain giants.
They were nearly killed by a cliff. Then, while sleeping in a cave, they were captured alive by goblins in an underground cavern. Only Bilbo escaped. From the goblin leader, Thorin and his companions finally learned the truth about the orcs' pursuit of them.
They had thought the mutated pale orc, Azog dead, was still alive. A bounty had been issued for Thorin's head. When their lives were hanging by a thread, Gandalf finally caught up with them, rescued all the dwarves,
and led them to escape to the east of the Misty Mountains. Bilbo is missing. Thorin is furious. He thinks Gandalf has hired a thief who is unreliable and has already escaped. However, Bilbo was hiding nearby.
He heard their conversation and decided to show himself. He regained everyone's trust. No one knew. While escaping, he fell to the bottom of the goblin cave near the underground lake. There he encountered a short and ugly monster.
He received a ring from the other. It was a ring with strange magical powers. Whoever wore it could become invisible. It had a will of its own. It rejected its original owner and chose Bilbo. The group set out again. They were then overtaken by the orcs.
Azog himself appeared and forced them onto a cliff. In this critical moment, Gandalf used Must to find the descendants of Thorondor, the Eagle King. The eagles led everyone across the Anduin River and reached the eastern shore.
But the orcs continued to chase them on their wargs. With no other choice, Gandalf led everyone into Born's territory. They took advantage of Born's transformation into a giant bear and wandering in the wild to break into his home and lock the door.
As expected, the orcs did not pursue them again. They spent the night safely. At daybreak, Bern, now in human form, was chopping wood outside the house.
Gandalf intended to negotiate with him and repeatedly warned the dwarves to stay home and wait for his signal, but he obviously overestimated the intelligence of the dwarves, and the good plan ended up in a mess. Fortunately, Barn was kind-hearted.
Although he hated the dwarves and their greed and blindness, he hated the goblins even more. Upon hearing that they were fighting the goblins, he offered them his help and told Gandalf everything he knew.
Taking advantage of the daytime when the goblins were afraid of the sun and dared not come out, Gandalf and his companions continued their journey, riding the horses provided by Born. They arrived at the edge of Mirkwood before night fell.
Gandalf finally saw with his own eyes the changes in the forest. Many of the vibrant green trees had died. Darkness almost enveloped the entire forest. His suspicions grew. Bjorn had told him before.
Orcs hidden in various places were gathering towards Dol Guldur. All that was corrupted was drawn to the evil there. They were gathering in ever-increasing numbers, including the waste of Rudor. There the undead appeared.
Gandalf sensed the seriousness of the situation. This kind of situation had only occurred during the Dark Ages of Morgoth and Sauron. And we also know that the one buried in the barrow of Rudor is Angmar, who once held one of the 9 rings of mankind.
It's a ringwraith, combined with the news of Radagast the Brown. If everything is true, then Angmar has obviously gone to Dol Guldur. Gandalf took a breath. If this was true, it could only mean one thing: Sauron had returned.
And he was most likely hiding in Dol Guldur. Only Sauron could summon the ringwraiths. He made a judgment in his mind, yet he could believe it. While feeling terrified, he resolutely decided to confirm his suspicions.
So he bid farewell to the adventuring team and prepared to visit the Rudolph Mausoleum first. Chapter 390. The dwarves arrived. Xu Jing continued to destroy various buildings in Iluba. He tore down palaces, halls, and rooms, leaving them all in tatters.
He then swept the ruins into the mine. In this way, the empty dungeon could finally accommodate him to move freely and no longer feel crowded. Of course, he hadn't removed the stone staircase leading to the secret door.
Although it was extremely hidden and had a deceptive spell cast on it, it couldn't escape his spiritual detection. As for the front door, it was his way in and out of Erebor, every time he came back to sleep.
He would habitually dig up a pile of boulders and block the door. This would prevent any thieves who coveted his treasure from entering while he slept. Although no one could steal his treasure while he was around. Who wouldn't want a good night's sleep?
The destruction lasted for several days. During this time, the earthquakes caused by Xu Jing's running back and forth caused panic throughout Chang'u town. However, he was completely unaware of this. Even if he knew, he would not care.
Are the dwarves coming soon? His spirit ventured out of the underground city, scanning the lonely mountain. He felt the desolation of the outside world and the increasingly cold weather. He formed a judgment in his heart.
He resisted the urge to break through the door and escape. He didn't continue to sleep. He simply stayed at the other end of the secret passage. He sharpened his mind through daily meditation and scanned the outside world from time to time.
Another half-month passed in the blink of an eye. At noon that day, a small boat came into the long lake at the foot of Solitary Mountain. Bilbo, Thorin, and 10 other dwarves, fully armed, boarded the boat.
After enduring countless hardships, they finally arrived at their destination. After parting with Gandalf, they followed the elf road into Mirkwood. The dense forest was thick with miasma, a potent source of hallucinations. Unknowingly,
they strayed from their path and became lost in the woods. They then fell into a web woven by a pack of terrifying giant spiders. While battling the spiders, they encountered a woodland elf, who was patrolling and clearing out hidden dangers. However,
These elves weren't as friendly to them as the elves of Rivendell. Bilbo, thanks to the ring's invisibility, remained unharmed, but the elves captured the dwarves and took them to the Woodland Kingdom.
King Thranduil of the Woodlands offered the freedom of Thorin and his men in exchange for the return of the Whitestone necklace, a family heirloom. After the lonely mountain was recaptured,
Thranduil angrily denounced Thranduil's betrayal and rejected the offer outright. Thranduil was furious and imprisoned all the dwarves in the dungeon, intending to keep them locked up until they died of old age. Bilbo, invisibly, rescued all the dwarves.
Under attack from orcs, they rode on elven wine barrels, sailed down the forest river, and entered the Long Lake. On the lakeshore, they encountered Bard, a descendant of the King of the Valley, who had come to buy their catch. With his help,
They entered Long Lake Town, because they had escaped from the elves' territory. The residents of Long Lake Town, who had long traded with the elves, would certainly not welcome them. They might even arrest them out of fear of offending the elves.
Although Bard was cautious and had supporters from Riverdale as cover, he was eventually discovered. However, after learning of Thorin's origins,
The prophecy of the king under the mountains return and the golden rivers flowing through it spread like wildfire throughout Lake Town. Thorin took advantage of the situation and gave a speech, making all sorts of promises.
this caused all the residents to cheer loudly, almost losing their minds. The mayor of Lake Town, though cowardly, was also extremely greedy. He certainly wouldn't miss this opportunity to win the hearts of the people and potentially gain treasure.
So he lent the dwarves their best weapons and armor, provided them with food tools, and a ferry, and let them enter the lonely mountain. Throughout this process, Bard was the only one who objected. He deeply regretted helping the dwarves.
He resented their concealment of their origins and feared it would bring ruin to Lake Town. Unfortunately, none of the fanatical residents believed him anymore. He was even imprisoned by the mayor. Bilbo looked around at the ruins of Dale.
He recalled the hardships along the way. A wave of emotion welled up in his heart, from his initial refusal, to his impulsive following, to his repeated hesitations and attempts to withdraw, and now.
No one was more determined than he to see this adventure through to a successful conclusion. He looked around and said, "Where is Gandalf? Didn't he say he would wait for us at the lookout?" "Don't wait for him." Thorin looked at the ruins. Sadness filled his eyes.
The sun is almost overhead. We still have to find the secret door. We only have half a day. We don't have time now. The moon writing on the map his father had left behind said it clearly: when the thrush strikes, stand by the grey rock. The setting sun,
In the afterglow of the Turin day, will shine through the keyhole. Durin's day is the first day of the Dwarven New Year. It's the day when the last rays of the autumn moon and the first rays of the winter sun meet in the sky. It's today. Come on.
We still have this mountain to climb. The grey rock must be there. Thorin pointed to a statue of a long, bearded dwarf ancestor carved from the mountain ahead. He knew there was a hidden platform on one side of the statue's top.
That was most likely where the secret door lay. Bilbo had no choice. Thorin was the leader of the team. Although he had proven himself through his actions and gained trust along the way, he could not influence the other party's decision at all.
They immediately began climbing the mountain. After spending most of the day, they finally reached the platform before sunset.
It must be here!
Thorin walked quickly toward the cliff face. He took out the key and turned back to say,
"Let those who doubted us remember this day." The dwarves cheered loudly, as if they had already obtained the Arkenstone. Then, using the last rays of the sun, they began searching the area where the light shone. If they could find the keyhole,
they would be able to open the secret door, but the sun set lower and lower. No one could find the keyhole's hidden location. Thorin even ordered the mountain wall to be broken through, but the place was magically enhanced. Sparks flew everywhere.
The mountain wall was stronger than steel. This further solidified his belief that this was the location of the secret door. However, when the sun's rays completely disappeared, they still couldn't find any keyhole. Silence fell upon the scene.
The dwarves' hope was extinguished as the sun vanished. "No!" Thorin roared in frustration. "What have we missed?" One of the dwarves, Balin, a white, bearded man, shook his head. "We've missed the daylight. It's too late. We only have one chance. Let's go." "Brother."
The dwarves looked disheartened. One by one, they turned and left. Only Bilbo stood quietly to the side, feeling very depressed. He did not leave. He was more unwilling than anyone else to accept this. Chapter 391. Are you looking for this?
Xu Jing's spirit passed through the winding and deep passage. Through a stone door with a strong seal, he could see the situation outside clearly, but his main concern was not the dwarves, but Bilbo. Although hobbits are about the same height as dwarves,
their appearance is closer to humans. After all, they are originally a variant of humans. All the dwarves began to descend the mountain, but Bilbo did not give up. He called out to them, but no one listened. Even Thorin threw away his key and map.
He turned away dejectedly. Xu Jing felt a surge of admiration. One shouldn't just focus on the protagonist's luck and cheats. Successful protagonists often display some striking qualities at crucial moments. He was very patient. He had waited for so many days.
A little while longer wouldn't hurt. Bilbo racked his brains for the clues on the map. He muttered to himself. He tried to find the keyhole, but he found nothing. Just as he was feeling discouraged, a crescent moon appeared on the horizon.
Intertwining with the setting sun, its silvery white light shone on the limestone cliffs. Snap! A thin piece of rock fell from the mountain wall, and a small hole suddenly appeared 3 feet from the ground. A keyhole. Bilbo was overjoyed.
He immediately ran to the cliff edge and shouted to the dwarves climbing down. "Come back!" It was the moonlight. The late autumn moonlight. Everything went smoothly. The dwarves quickly returned. Thorin took the key and opened the stone door.
Everyone's faces were filled with holy nostalgia. They carefully entered the passage. Above the gate at the entrance to the passage, a dwarven throne was carved. Above the throne was a prismatic object, surrounded by lines indicating that it was emitting light.
"What's this?" Bilbo was very curious. The Arkenstone. Thorin turned back. "Mr. Snitch, this is what you came here for." All the dwarves looked at Bilbo, waiting for his answer. Bilbo's breathing quickened. He knew exactly what he needed to do.
Thorin added. The others remained silent, looking at Bilbo, waiting for his answer. Balin, his face covered in white hair and a white beard, sighed. Pulling the dazed Erbo to the corner of the passage, he said,
"I don't know what you'll encounter down there. You don't have to go if you want. There's no shame in giving up." "No, Balin." Bilbo came back to his senses. His face was serious. "Since I have promised, I think I should give it a try."
If he hadn't gotten that magical ring, he would have definitely backed down. But now he had great confidence. "This surprised me." Balin was both delighted and astonished. After a moment's thought, he said, "Go ahead. Then, I wish you all the luck in the world."
Bilbo took a deep breath and walked down the steps. "Bilbo," Balin whispered anxiously, "if the dragon down there is sleeping, don't wake it." Bilbo stopped dead in his tracks. A sudden fear seized upon him as he thought of the dragon, who might not be asleep.
He was about to say something when he looked back. Balin had disappeared around the corner. He had no choice but to walk down the corridor. Xu Jing silently retracted his head and entered the Golden Mountain.
At the end of the secret passageway was the Golden Mountain Hall where he was. Bilbo went down, growing more and more nervous. He soon emerged from the dark passage and came to the entrance of a hall. "Hello," he whispered, tapping the wall with his fingers.
A trembling, crisp sound was heard. Then he quickly hid in the passage. Xu Jing laughed inwardly, but made no sound. He was like a hunter setting a trap, waiting for his prey to fall into it, if he wasn't careful.
Bilbo might actually escape back into the passage. He didn't want to cause any complications. As a hunter, he was very patient. Bilbo listened intently for a long moment. Finding no movement, he breathed a sigh of relief.
Then he tiptoed out of the passage again. "It's not home," he said to himself. He encouraged himself, "It's not home." Good, good. He walked along the corridor to the end. He turned and looked down at the hall. Suddenly, he was stunned.
Bilbo had heard many songs about dragon treasures. He had also heard the dwarves describe how rich Erebor was in the past. But the glittering display of gold, silver, and jewels before him was beyond his imagination. The hall,
over 1,000 meters long and wide, was filled with countless treasures. The glittering light of various gold, silver, and jewels almost illuminated the entire hall. He forgot to breathe. His heart was filled with an uncontrollable desire.
He even forgot that there was a terrifying enemy here. It seemed like an eternity before Bilbo finally came to his senses. He swallowed hard, then tiptoed down the steps into the treasure and began to search. The family heirloom. Where is it?
He would pick up any gem he saw and examine it carefully. But the gems he found were all very similar. He didn't find any gems that could be recognized at first glance. Moreover, this treasure house is so huge, even if there is no evil dragon guarding it.
If he is allowed to search it at will with his own strength, it is unknown how long it will take to find it. Just when Bilbo was at his wits' end, the gold, silver, and jewels on top of the mountain suddenly began to tumble and fall violently.
The noise was so loud that his heart nearly jumped out of his chest, and his body froze with fear. But his legs felt like they were filled with lead. They were too heavy to move. He could only slowly raise his head and look up at the Golden Mountain.
"Are you looking for this?" Xu Jing's entire body gradually emerged from the Golden Mountain. From his mouth, he spat out a dazzling, sparkling gem. With a hint of playfulness in his eyes, he fixed his gaze on Bilbo. The moment Bilbo looked up and saw Xu Jing,
his whole body trembled and his scalp felt numb. His entire body began to tremble violently. His chest heaved. He was filled with fear. The dragon before him was even more terrifying than he had imagined. It was unimaginable, even.
It was countless times larger than Thorin and the others had described. Just the sheer force of its presence made him almost unable to stand. His legs gave way. He glanced at the precious diamond that Xu Jing had spit out not far in front of him.
He immediately knew for sure that this was what he was looking for. This gem was truly unique. It looked like a sphere with 1,000 facets. It shone with a dazzling silver light, like a lake reflecting sunlight. It looked like snow beneath the stars.
Bilbo tried hard to suppress his fear. Facing Xu Jing's terrifying, intimidating gaze, he swallowed furiously and trembled. I am not here to steal. Smog, who possesses immense wealth. I just want
to witness your majesty with my own eyes, to see if you are as great as the legends say. A few steps behind him stood a thick pillar. As he spoke, he nearly collapsed to the ground. Finally, he stumbled and leaned against the pillar.
Sweat dripping from his body like rain, Bilbo reached into his pocket with a trembling hand. Only when he grasped the ring firmly did he finally feel a sense of confidence. Chapter 392. Discovery of absorbable energy. Xu Jing stared at Bilbo.
He had intended to burn him to ashes with a single breath of dragon's breath without a word. But for some reason, listening to the other person's words, even though he knew that the other person was a thief who coveted his treasure,
he instinctively suppressed his anger and wanted to chat a few more words. Is there a hidden instinct of being a chatterbox? Xu Jing was shocked. After so many journeys through time,
this was the first time he'd encountered such a situation with so many problems with his body. If it weren't for his soul, which was almost approaching the 3rd level, and his unwavering will, he would have found it difficult to resist.
He suddenly thought of something else. That was when he first crossed over. Before he strengthened himself, the number of origin points in his transformable body had already reached over 40. This was more than 4 times the 10,000
points of transmigration origin he had spent, and that didn't even include the cost of the system's transmigration and the severing of the connection between Ada and Elevator.
Could it be that the system is losing money and hasn't dealt with the after effects of possessing smog? Xu Jing muttered inwardly. Feeling contempt for the system, Bilbo finally regained some composure. He stood up straight and said seriously, indeed.
Those stories and songs really do not describe you as a great smog. His mind suddenly became active again. He glanced at the Arkenstone and his brain was rapidly thinking about how to get it. Xu Jing's eyes flickered with amusement. For him,
as long as he could get the one ring, killing Bilbo didn't matter. After careful consideration, he decided to keep him alive. Perhaps he would have a chance to return here in the future. Just chat for a few minutes.
Xu Jing thought that the problem of being a chatterbox might be that smog had been holding back for too long, and that if had influenced him in that dream, maybe if I release myself, the after effect will disappear, Xu Jing thought to himself.
He looked down at Bilbo and said, yes, you have good judgment. Those who spread stories and songs are just hearsay. Who has truly seen my power? Lucky little one. Let me show you how powerful I smog am. He shook himself gently.
The entire dragon emerged from the golden mountain. Then it circled around Bilbo, encircling him. Do you see? My scales are like 100 layers of steel shields. My fangs are like the sharpest swords in the world. My claws are like divine spears.
Mortals are shattered into pieces, reduced to pulp. With a slight flap of my wings, sand and stone fly between heaven and earth. My breath is enough to bring death. After finishing his lines in one breath, Xu Jing felt refreshed.
It was as if he had been holding back for a long time and finally released it. He felt relaxed all over. Bilbo's heart sank. He looked around and saw that he was completely surrounded by Smog's dragon body.
The height of his body seemed to him like an unreachable mountain. It's over. It's really over now. He lamented inwardly, regretting not using the ring to escape from the beginning. Now he was completely trapped. Smog, greatest and noblest of beasts.
I find your might beyond words. Not even the gods of the West can stand against you. As he spoke, he finally made a decision. He slipped the ring on his finger. Then, mustering up his courage, he ran around behind the pillar.
He had no intention of climbing onto Smog's body. That would be a trap. He simply hoped that Smog, upon noticing his disappearance, would move to search the surroundings. That would give him a chance to escape. But to his despair, Smog didn't move. Instead,
he simply turned his head, then moved behind the pillar, still staring at him intently. Is my baby losing its function? Bilbo's eyes widened. Terror filled his heart. He sank to the ground. All his strength seemed to have gone out of him.
Xu Jing let out a deafening laugh. He said disdainfully, "Don't think you can escape with your life by flattering me and letting me down my guard. Do you think I don't know what you're relying on? You carry a special object made of gold.
But it's not something you should possess. Come out of the shadows, give it to me. Perhaps it'll spare your life." As he spoke, his spirit vibrated, penetrating Bilbo's mind with a powerful allure. Bilbo's brain buzzed. He covered his ears and closed his eyes.
A look of pain crossed his face. And then a burning pupil suddenly appeared in his mind. With a bang, his mind went blank. He nearly lost consciousness. No! He instinctively felt that if he didn't resist, he would be in great trouble.
Using almost his last bit of strength, he roared, pulled out the ring, and threw it away fiercely. The moment he was thrown out, Bilbo emerged from the shadows, but his face was full of resentment. He rushed out in pursuit. "My darling!"
He seemed to have lost the most important thing. His expression was extremely ferocious. Even when Smaug was in front of him, he showed no fear. The One Ring! Xu Jing's eyes lit up. He didn't care about Bilbo anymore. The dragon's head turned, opened its mouth,
and swallowed the flying ring into its stomach. Boom! Sauron's terrifying demonic eye blazed in his mind, its overwhelming power nearly wiping out his consciousness. He snorted coldly. If it had been Sauron in his prime, he would have been no match for him.
But now he was facing only the ring he had created. While the ring possessed much of Sauron's power, the will that controlled it wasn't as strong as he had imagined. To be precise, Sauron only infused a portion of his soul power into the ring.
Although this will reach the 3rd level, it was not complete. Although Xu Jing's soul hadn't yet reached the 3rd level, he could sense that he was very close to that realm.
Perhaps with 1 or 2 more upgrades and the complete digestion of the soul energy absorbed in the Tianlong world, he would be able to break through that barrier and achieve another transformation of his soul. Regardless, he now had no fear of the ring.
He might not be able to destroy its will, but it certainly couldn't devour him either. But just as Xu Jing was preparing his spell, intending to teach the ring a profound lesson, a system notification suddenly rang out in his mind. Absorbable energy discovered.
Convert to origin point. He was slightly startled, but then realized what was happening. The will of the ring was equivalent to Sauron's incomplete soul. It was entering his mind and causing trouble. Wasn't that like fat meat being delivered to his door?
Xu Jing almost wanted to laugh out loud. He chose the yes option without hesitation. In an instant, an invisible pulling force acted on the expanded vertical pupil in his mind. Tear. He seemed to hear a tearing sound, accompanied by a terrified scream.
The vertical pupil didn't even resist. It was torn into 2 pieces. One part was grabbed by the system's power and instantly digested and absorbed. But what surprised Xu Jing was that the remaining part actually broke off by nearly 2/3.
Then the rest of it disappeared from his mind in the blink of an eye. The supreme ring he had swallowed flickered twice before becoming just an ordinary ring, sinking into the darkness without a trace of movement. Chapter 393. To destroy it.
Xu Jing hadn't anticipated what had just happened. But the outcome was even better. Although a small portion of the will within the One Ring had escaped, it likely wouldn't dare stir up trouble again.
He felt happy and cast several suppressing spells in succession, fiercely hitting the One Ring. The One Ring, which had just been quiet, began to vibrate and hum, but it was clearly powerless to resist. Finally,
it was enveloped by layers of seals and fell silent once again. Xu Jing seemed to hear a roar of extreme resentment and anger. However, the outcome was already decided. The One Ring could no longer stir up any trouble in his hands. Even if Sauron
tried to recall it, it would be impossible, unless he was killed and taken by force. As far as he knew, Sauron had just re-condensed his soul. Without enough time, he wouldn't be able to recover his strength. Therefore,
there was nothing to worry about. After finishing these, Xu Jing turned the faucet and looked at Bilbo, taking advantage of his opportunity to deal with the One Ring. Bilbo, realizing that it was hopeless to retrieve the treasure, grabbed his scales
and ran desperately towards the stairs. Xu Jing opened his mouth. A stream of fire gushed out, then it exploded, transforming into a wall of fire that blocked Bilbo's path. "Did I let you go?" He stood up on all fours.
With a few rumbling strides, he caught up. His massive body blocked the entrance corridor to the secret passage. He looked down at Bilbo. Bilbo's face was filled with despair. He had lost his treasure. It had caused him great pain.
And now even his life was in danger. Incomparable Smaug, I'm sorry to have offended you, but you also have my treasure. Perhaps you should release me. That would be a sign of your magnanimity. He raised his hands. He swallowed hard, but his throat felt dry.
As if he had walked in the desert for a long time, he was furious. "You want die. I want kill you." Xu Jing crouched down, moved closer to Bilbo and spoke slowly. "Call!" Bilbo breathed a long sigh of relief, but then he asked in confusion, "Mighty Smaug,
why are you still blocking my way?" Xu Jing turned his head and glanced at the passage behind him. He said, "I just want to give you a piece of advice. Dwarves are not worthy of your trust." "Dwarves?" Bilbo feigned surprise. "No, there are no dwarves here."
"You are mistaken," Xu Jing said disdainfully. "You smell like a dwarf. It's Thorin Oakenshield. He asked you to come find the family heirloom, right? But have you ever considered that he asked you to risk your life?"
"I'm sure he values the heirloom more than your life. If you return empty-handed, he'll force you to come down again. You trust him, but deep down, he may not trust you." "No, no, no!" Bilbo shook his head vigorously.
"I don't understand what you are talking about." Suspicion grew in his heart. He recalled his relationship with the dwarves along the way. Aside from Balin, the other dwarves, especially Thorin, had always lacked sufficient trust in him, don't deny it.
I already knew everything, but it doesn't matter. Xu Jing's dragon tail deftly lifted the Arkenstone and placed it before Bilbo. Listen carefully, I can give you this gemstone, it's your reward for the ring. But you must give Thorin a message for me.
Tell him that if you're not afraid of death, you can come with the dwarf army. Smaug, the king under the mountain, awaits him. He had obtained the One Ring. His quest required him to publicly announce it. He would soon become an enemy of Sauron. But before that,
he didn't want the dwarves to worry about it. The Arkenstone is the dwarven's heirloom, symbolizing supreme power. Even without Thorin, the other dwarven tribes might have had their own ideas.
The purpose of his giving the jewel away was that if Thorin really had the ability to gather the armies of the 7 tribes of dwarves, then it would be a good opportunity to deal with the dwarves all at once. Bilbo looked at Xu Jing in disbelief.
He said in surprise, this is really for me. Take it. A trace of pain crossed Xu Jing's face. It felt as if his heart had been cut. But he stopped looking. You'll see Oakenshield suffers deeply. A bloodline of madness runs deep in his family.
The heirloom will destroy him just as it destroyed his grandfather, Thor. It will corrupt his mind. It will drive him mad. His revenge is doomed to fail. The dwarves will surely be destroyed because of him. Bilbo trembled.
He tried to get closer to the Silmaril. Then he picked it up.
Xu Jing made way, get out of here! If you dare to come again, he'll eat you!
Bilbo glanced at Xu Jing and then bolted towards the passage.
He could see Xu Jing's reluctance to leave and was genuinely worried that he might go back on his word. After Xu Jing's spirit sensed Bilbo entering the passage, he swung his tail and slammed into the passage fiercely as if to vent his anger. Boom!
After a deafening roar, the lower half of the passage collapsed and was completely blocked by huge rocks. Outside the secret door of grey stone, the dwarves gathered at the door, staring into the dark passage. They paced back and forth,
each one looking extremely restless. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted from the passage. All the dwarves' faces changed. They knew that the sleeping Smaug might have awakened. Oli asked. The other dwarves looked at Thorin. Thorin,
with his back to the door, said without hesitation, give him a little more time. Why give him time? Balin suddenly said dissatisfiedly, killed. Thorin paused, turned around and looked at Balin and said, are you scared? Yes, I am afraid.
Balin met Thorin's gaze fearlessly. He even raised a finger, pointed at Thorin. Worry and fear were on his face. He said in a deep voice, I'm worried about you. There's a disease hidden in that treasure. That disease, it drove your grandfather mad.
I am not my grandfather. Thorin turned his head and looked into the distance. You are not yourself either, Balin said disappointedly. The Thorin I know would go in without hesitation. Thorin, as if caught in a weak spot,
interrupted. I will not sacrifice the expedition for a thief. Bilbo. Balin's disappointment grew. His name was Bilbo. Boom! At this moment, a loud noise was heard. The entire lonely mountain shook slightly.
All the dwarves were startled and looked into the passage. What happened? Oh no, something must have happened down there. Bilbo is in danger. Go down and take a look. We can't abandon him. But Smaug awakened. The dwarves talked among themselves.
But their opinions were not unified. At this moment, hurried footsteps suddenly sounded in the dark passage, and Bilbo's disheveled figure appeared around the corner. Are you still alive? Thorin stepped forward. What happened down there?
Did you find the family heirloom? Bilbo was running out of breath, his face filled with fear. But when he heard Thorin's words as he emerged, he froze in his tracks. He remembered Xu Jing's words.
What made him even more disappointed was that Thorin actually drew his sword and stopped him, asking again, have you found it? Bilbo gasped. He stared into Thorin's eyes. He couldn't believe it, but Thorin refused to budge. He pressed on.
After hesitating for a few seconds, Bilbo took the Arkenstone from his pocket and handed it over. Family heirloom! Success! Well done, Mr. Snitch. The dwarves were extremely excited. They cheered loudly. Then they surrounded Bilbo,
praising him constantly and even throwing him up. Bilbo smiled, but his heart was filled with dejection. Thank you. Thorin patted Bilbo on the shoulder. I apologize for what I did to you before, he said with some regret. Bilbo forced a smile.
Then he said seriously, this Silmaril was actually given to me by Smaug. He told me to tell you that if you have the ability you can take revenge on him. But you are doomed to fail. Humph, Thorin said angrily, I will kill it! He paused and continued.
Although the gem was given to you by the evil dragon, I will still pay you your reward. Bilbo nodded. After seeing the mountain of gold Smaug possessed, he felt nothing for the small reward. He recalled Thorin's madness in the face of the Silmaril.
His mind was filled with Smaug's words. He couldn't help but worry about the future of the dwarves. Chapter 394 Sauron, your uncle dragon is here. Southern Mirkwood. Dol Guldur. A wooden cage hangs on the edge of a tall fortress cliff. In the cage, Gandalf,
his face covered in blood and his body in disarray, collapsed powerlessly. Below him, countless orcs, fully armed, marched out of the city in groups. The war has begun. Gandalf peered through the gap and looked at the enemy army below.
He felt panic in his heart. After separating from Bilbo and the others, he first sought out Radagast the Brown. Together, they journeyed to the waste of Rudor. There they confirmed their suspicions that the Ringwraiths had been summoned.
In order to obtain more intelligence, he entered Dol Guldur alone again, but this time, even though he was prepared, Sauron's appearance still caught him off guard. He was ultimately defeated and imprisoned here. Gandalf now understood.
Sauron had appeared despite being exposed. It was probably because he sensed the fire ring he was carrying. The reason he was still alive was because the Ring of Fire was hidden by his magic power, and the other party did not find it. However,
under the suppression of this dark magic, his vitality was weakening. The Ring of Fire would soon be unable to hide. Hopefully, Radagast will be able to notify Queen Galadriel in time. He was now extremely anxious.
He was also concerned about the situation at Lonely Mountain. If the situation he feared most came to pass, all of Middle-earth would be in turmoil. The orc host left, and Dol Guldur soon became empty. Gandalf had no idea where these orcs had gone.
But it was clear that his situation was going to be very bad, because a tall and strong mutant orc was slowly approaching him, holding a sharp scimitar. Just when he was in despair, Radagast's voice suddenly rang in his mind.
His sight seemed to penetrate the vast distance and see the other person. Queen Galadriel, Saruman the White, Elrond, the Elf Lord. Gandalf listened to the whispering words in his mind, and a hint of color gradually appeared in his eyes. The goblins approached,
grabbed the wooden cage, and slammed it to the ground. The cage rolled over, shaking the already weak Gandalf dizzy. No spell can save you this time, old man. The goblins opened the cage and savagely snatched Gandalf out and lifted him up. You have something.
My master wants it. As he spoke, he slammed Gandalf to the ground again and continued, where is it? One of the 3 elven rings. Gandalf fought hard, but his strength was gone. His struggle was in vain. The orcs continued to torture Gandalf. Finally,
a glittering ruby ring gradually appeared on Gandalf's finger. The Ring of Fire. The orc's eyes lit up. He dragged Gandalf to the stake and placed his ring-bearing hand on it. He raised his finger scimitar high. Where were the others? Gandalf remained silent,
but suddenly turned his head and looked behind him. The orc turned around and saw a barefoot, blonde elf in white clothes walking towards him gracefully. I come to find Mithranda. I will take him with me. It is none other than Galadriel, Queen of the Elven One.
She tried to stop me. I will destroy you. This was Dol Guldur, under the spell of Sauron. Every second, she had to expend a great deal of energy to fight him. The orc's eyes flashed with murderous intent. He threw Gandalf aside, roared,
and fearlessly slashed at Galadriel with his knife. Boom! A holy light suddenly emanated from Galadriel. With a wave of her hand, the orc's flesh and blood vaporized. Their armor exploded. The light didn't dissipate,
but continued to spread outward in the form of a shock wave. Unfortunately, the dark sorcery blocking the sky remained unaffected. Time is running out. Galadriel picks up Gandalf and prepares to leave Dol Guldur. However,
when she reached the central square of the fortress, 9 auras of death surrounded her, locking her firmly in the center. The elves of the world forged 3 rings, and the dwarves of the underworld received 7.
The nightmare that once terrified countless people did not appear, but the familiar voice was lingering over Dol Guldur. Longevity is fixed. Mortals receive the 9 precepts. Galadriel looked around. She saw 9 ghostly servants of darkness,
armed with various weapons, approaching her. They were the 9 Ringwraiths. At the same time, the witchcraft hill that enveloped the sky suddenly sank. A terrifying invisible yet tangible energy force fell heavily on her. Galadriel stumbled back. Finally,
unable to bear it any longer, she sat down on the ground with the dying Gandalf. You can fight the evil shadow. Your vitality will be exhausted. Like a faint starlight, alone in the darkness, Sauron's voice came from all directions,
carrying strong hints and threats. Galadriel raised her head and said calmly, I am not alone. As soon as he finished speaking, Elrond and Saruman appeared from 2 passages respectively. The Ringwraiths then realized what was happening.
They turned back to intercept. They were immortal and could walk between reality and shadows. Battle erupted instantly, but Elrond and Saruman were no ordinary men. One was a high elf, possessor of the Ring of Air.
The other was the leader of the 5 Maiar who had come to Middle-earth. The 2 of them each fought off 4 or 5 Ringwraiths. Although they killed and blew up the Ringwraiths again and again, they were unable to completely destroy them.
Galadriel transferred some of her energy to Gandalf, and Radagast also controlled the chariot and rabbit cart to arrive in time. Gandalf finally woke up slowly. His eyes were filled with fear. He said with all his might, he has returned.
Yes, Galadriel looked sad. Darkness had returned. She is a Noldor of the noblest blood. She is also a princess of the Noldor. She was once one of the leaders of the Noldor who rebelled against the gods and left Aman.
She is also the most powerful elf left in Middle-earth. No one present could feel the power of the evil that enveloped Dol Guldur more than Galadriel. From the moment she entered, she had been fighting against this power.
Without her protection and restraint of Sauron, Saruman and Elrond, how could they fully exert their strength at this time? But just when she was about to let Radagast take Gandalf away first, a huge roar suddenly came from the sky. Boom!
A red light suddenly lit up. Then it began to spread and burn, blazing from the north all the way to the south. Finally, it ignited the entire sky, transforming it into a sea of ardent fire. The flames illuminated the earth.
The ringwraiths that appeared let out terrified cries and fled desperately to the dark corners of the fortress. This sudden scene stunned everyone on the ground. It's Smaug. Saruman recognized the person from their silhouette and frowned.
Somewhat confused as to what was going on, Galadriel felt her entire body lighten. The pressure Sauron had exerted on her dissipated. Her face was filled with uncertainty. She looked down at Gandalf and said, "Mithlander."
Didn't you say Smaug and Sauron were allied? Gandalf opened his mouth wide. He was shocked and said, how could this be? Squeak. The darkness that covered the sky like a curtain was torn in two. High scorching flames burned the darkness.
And thick smoke billowed out. Xu Jing finally appeared before everyone's gaze. Flames erupted from his mouth. His massive wings flapped, bringing with them a fierce wind that swept in all directions, scattering Sauron's dark magic. However, his size,
which covered the entire sky and earth, almost shrouded the earth in darkness again. Is this really Smaug? How did it get so big? What exactly happened? Everyone on the ground looked at each other in dismay. Fear filled their hearts.
And they even thought of Ancalagon. Although Smaug hadn't reached that level yet, Middle-earth wasn't as populous as it once was. Xu Jing dispelled the dark sky. It hovered high in the sky, almost blocking out the sun. He unleashed his dragon might,
locking onto Dol Guldur Castle.
He roared, Sauron, get out! Chapter 395. Magic Eye, get out here!
Xu Jing breathed a dragon's breath at Dol Guldur, after he had strengthened to this level.
The flames were so intense that even Maya wouldn't dare to withstand them head-on. Furthermore, they were extremely difficult to extinguish. After understanding Sauron's strength, he lost his awe of the Maiar ultimately.
The Maiar were merely a group of powerful beings. At most at Class A, some might not even reach Class A like Radagast below. Even the Valar might only possess strength beyond Class A in the current world. After all,
they have integrated into Arda and are inseparable from it. This situation was just like what Xu Jing knew about the He Dao. Without the support of the world, a drop in strength was inevitable. The only true god could be Ilvatar,
the one who created Arda and gave birth to the Valar Maiar in his mind. Xu Jing flew back and forth around Dol Guldur, his spirit scanning the area wantonly. The flames from his mouth seemed endless, transforming the entire fortress into a sea of fire.
Of course, he intentionally avoided the location of Galadriel and her group. After all, they were considered the strongest in all of Middle-earth. Even if he wanted to deal with them, he would have to wait until he dealt with Sauron.
Galadriel and the others gathered together. Elrond used the Ring of Air to cast a barrier that blocked the intense heat of the flames. For the time being, all was safe. What happened to Smaug? This scene completely overturned everyone's cognition.
The evil Smaug, not only did he not ally with Sauron, he actually became his enemy. They looked at each other, and no one knew why. But this was good news for them. Otherwise, if Smaug really joined forces with Sauron,
everyone present today might have been wiped out. Especially now that Smaug is so powerful, it's completely beyond everyone's expectations. Let's wait and see what happens. Galadriel made a decision. The destruction of Sauron's dark magic was a good thing for them.
At least their strength would no longer be suppressed. And in Gandalf's current weakened state, he no longer had to worry about his life force being continuously drained. Sauron, I'm not afraid to tell you, your One Ring is with me now. Take it back if you can.
Xu Jing roared. He had calculated the time. He had come all the way to Dol Guldur just to wait for such an opportunity. The people present below, besides the hidden Sauron, also included 2 elven leaders and 3 Maiar.
Although the era of the elves was drawing to a close, before that, the fate of Middle-earth was still determined by them. Thus, Xu Jing achieved his goal of publicizing the ring's possession. He also had another goal.
If he had the chance to snatch Galadriel away, he would never give up. That would also fulfill his second mission. He openly revealed a secret that was considered shocking to others. This immediately caused a commotion among the people present.
They cried out in surprise and looked skeptical. Xu Jing flapped his wings and swooped down from the sky, landing on a tall tower not far from Galadriel and the others. Boom! The tower collapsed on the spot. Fortunately, the ground below supported his weight.
Still not coming out, Xu Jing opened his mouth slightly, revealing the supreme magic ring curled on the tip of his tongue. Do you feel it?
Your supreme magic ring! It really is the One Ring!
Galadriel's expression changed. She glanced at Elrond.
They were wearing elven rings. At such close range, they would naturally sense each other. What puzzled them was that the One Ring seemed to have lost its spiritual power. Even with Sauron hiding nearby, it only emitted a faint light boom at this moment.
Not far in front of Xing, a shadow suddenly emerged, then it exploded into flames.
Give it back to me!
Amidst the flames, a massive, humanoid figure emerged. His eyes were two balls of luminous white light. Around him, 9 ringwraiths swirled around him.
A surge of dark power erupted, pressing towards Xu Jing. You wish. Xu Jing swallowed the One Ring. Then he opened his mouth. The furnace within his abdomen radiated a dazzling light and heat. Overwhelming flames swept toward Sauron. Flame against flame.
But the flames released by both sides were different. Xu Jing's flames were extremely hot. Their scorching heat melted and burned everything, destroying everything. Sauron's flames, while not as hot, carried a corrosive, dark and corrupting power. Boom!
The flames from both sides collided with a roar. The energies that erupted were like raging waves, surging in all directions and engulfing most of Dol Guldur Fortress. You can't hurt me. The flames spewed out of Xu Jing's mouth continuously,
burning all the dark energy in Sauron's flames into wisps of black smoke. The 9 ringwraiths surrounding Sauron all roared in pain, then twisted and disappeared. Ignorant dragon, no one can take away what belongs to me. Sauron roared, give me back my ring.
The flames around him suddenly subsided. All the shadows condensed into a humanoid form. Then, they suddenly exploded, transforming into a giant, burning demonic eye. Boom boom boom. The demonic eye erupted continuously,
and the destructive energy directly enveloped the entire Dol Guldur. Elrond's face was pale, he was trembling. The protective barrier he had cast through the ring of air was about to fail. Fortunately, Saruman intervened in time.
He slammed his wand to the ground. The gemstone inlaid at the top of the wand shone brightly, and a new barrier was erected. Xu Jing, on the other hand, had no protection at all. His body was almost immune to fire damage,
and the impact force couldn't even damage his armor. The moment the demonic eye appeared, the ring within him began to vibrate violently. The remaining will hidden within began to wreak havoc. Countless images flashed through his mind.
But this didn't affect him in the slightest. The will of the ring, already ripped apart and devoured by the system, dared not reappear. At most, it could only rely on the ring's own power to release these disruptive illusions. Furthermore,
after being weakened by layers of seals, even a person of ordinary determination could easily withstand them. This demonic eye is merely an abstract reflection of Sauron's powerful will. His soul lies hidden within it, and that is the vertical pupil.
On to his target, he roared, stomped his hind legs hard on the ground, spread his wings, and opened his bloody mouth. He pounced towards the demon eye. How is that possible? Sauron was utterly shocked.
It was at that moment that he realized his connection to the ring had become extremely weak. It was as if it was no longer his own.
No, I'm gonna kill you!
He roared in anger. The huge demonic eye rushed towards Xu Jing as he approached. Chapter 396.
Xu Jing was secretly delighted. Everything was just as he expected. Sauron's external attacks couldn't penetrate his scaled armor. The eye's attempts to activate the ring had no effect. Now,
it was clear he was planning to invade his body to defeat him, but that was exactly what he wanted. The stronger the soul, the greater the control over itself. At his current level, if the enemy is a soul like Sauron,
who wants to directly invade his body to cause trouble, the two sides will inevitably engage in a battle of wills. Sauron's soul had only been recondensed. His strength hadn't yet recovered, although the quality was higher.
His total amount wasn't necessarily stronger than Xu Jing's. Furthermore, Xu Jing had the system in charge. The two imitations each had their own calculations. In the blink of an eye, they collided head-on. Is Smog crazy?
Galadriel and the others watched in shock. In their opinion, Xu Jing's behavior was unwise. He was even courting death. But what happened next left them dumbfounded. Smog fiercely bit off most of the eye, and Sauron, with a scream,
unexpectedly resorted to severing his tail in a desperate attempt to survive. As if Smog's mouth held immense terror, he desperately escaped, and without a backward glance, he fled southeast, looking at Sauron's condition.
It seemed as if a piece of his soul had been gnawed away. The remaining part could only barely maintain its form. It was obvious that his vitality was severely damaged. What exactly happened? Galadriel and the others were completely shocked.
That was the Lord Sauron, the one who so terrified countless people, and yet he had escaped like that. What's in Smog's mouth? So scary. Can even spirits be eaten? Even if Ankara just gave birth, she can't do it. They stared at Xu Jing blankly,
their minds full of questions. Xu Jing smacked his lips. Sauron had escaped too quickly. He hadn't been able to catch up, and it looked like he'd fled to Mordor. But that didn't matter anymore. He believed that after this lesson,
Sauron wouldn't be able to recover within a year. Even if he did, it was doubtful he'd dare to appear before him again. If they were plotting something behind the scenes, Xu Jing could easily guess what was going on.
It was nothing more than trying to instigate humans, elves, or dwarves to deal with him. Morgoth used this tactic to stir up conflict between the Noldor and the Valar. He also used it to stir up conflict between humans and elves.
The human empire of Nen Menna, which dominated the Second Age, was corrupted by Sauron's instigation. It attempted to challenge the Valar, attack Valinor, and gain eternal life. Ultimately,
the entire continent on which the empire lay was sunk directly into the abyss by Ilúvatar. Xu Jing only wanted to complete his mission. He had no desire to dominate the continent or challenge Vera. With his current strength, as long as he kept a low profile,
a year would be enough for him to get by safely. As for Sauron's schemes and plots, we will deal with them when the time comes. Whoever wants to deal with him must be prepared to endure his wrath.
He stopped thinking and turned his gaze to Galadriel and her group. Everyone except Galadriel was startled. They were terrified. Smaug, king under the mountain. Galadriel then stepped forward. Are you going to block our way?
Her tone was neither humble nor arrogant, her face was calm. The sapphire inlaid on her water ring glowed faintly. She was clearly prepared to fight at all costs. Xu Jing sized them up and lied. It's my nature to pursue beautiful things. Gold is like that.
Frankly, your beauty captivates even me. I mean no harm, I simply wish to invite you, Queen, to visit Ilúvatar for a while. How dare you? Galadriel didn't answer. Her son-in-law, was livid with rage. You servant of Morgoth.
You want to harm the queen? Ask the elves first if they agree. He unsheathed his magic sword with a clang and stood before Galadriel, his face filled with rage. Besides him, Gandalf also had a grim expression on his face. However,
he was extremely weak at the moment. After struggling for a few times, he could even stand up. Saruman, on the other hand, said nothing. His expression was gloomy. It was unknown what he was thinking. As for Radagast, this guy was just a bystander.
Xu Jing glanced at him and simply ignored him. The furnace in his body throbbed. A flame in his abdomen grew brighter. He ignored the others. He fixed his gaze on Galadriel. He threatened, tell me. Your decision. He carried the might of defeating Sauron.
He now erupted in anger. The air seemed to freeze in an instant. Everyone's expression froze. Panic seized them. But soon, when Galadriel spoke, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. You'll keep me safe, right? Xu Jing assured him, don't worry, I won't hurt you.
And maybe in a few days, or a few months, but at most a year you go. I Smaug, keep my word. Galadriel remained calm. Very well, she said. It is said that Smaug possesses the greatest treasure in the world. I would like to see it.
Xu Jing laughed heartily. He said, you'll see it soon. Come with me. Wait a moment. Galadriel said, I need to explain something to them. Sure. Xu Jing doesn't need that much time. Not long after, Galadriel finished her conversation with Elrond and the others,
and then calmly left with Xu Jing. She didn't look threatened at all. Instead, she seemed to be invited to a friend's place, leaving Gandalf and his companions helpless. Elrond, though unwilling, listened to Galadriel's words and declared to the others,
Sauron has fled eastward. He has most likely gone to Mordor. We must pursue him immediately and seize this opportunity to annihilate him. We must also inform Gondor and have them guard their borders. No, Saruman suddenly said.
I think we should find a way to deal with Smaug, not Sauron. He has lost the One Ring and suffered a severe blow. He is no longer able to pose a threat to Middle-earth. The biggest threat now is Smaug. But these are Queen Galadriel's orders.
Saruman shook his head and said. Smaug was present. She felt threatened. How could she have told us to deal with Smaug in public? Is that so? Elrond was unsure. Are you serious? Gandalf frowned and hesitated.
I don't think the Queen wants to be an enemy of Smaug. We can even try to make Smaug an ally. Gandalf, Saruman's face darkened. Your strength is exhausted. You should rest now. Don't worry about these things. He looked at Elrond and said,
Inform Celeborn of Lothlorien as soon as possible. Also, Thranduil, king of the woodlands. I'm sure he'll be very interested in the necklace found in the dragon's hoard. We can also unite with the dwarves. As for Sauron, leave it to me.
Gandalf and Elrond looked at each other, speechless. Radagast, knowing that he was not well liked by Saruman, remained silent. Go. Saruman turned and left Dol Guldur on his own. Chapter 397. The Orc army was attacked just after setting out.
East of Lonely Mountain there is an iron hill. After the Balrog appeared in Moria, a group of Durin dwarves came to the Lonely Mountain and founded the kingdom of Erebor. The king called himself the king under the mountain.
Another group of dwarves established a settlement in the Iron Hills east of Erebor. Because the Iron Hills are rich in iron ore, they are also known as the Iron Mountains. The current lord of the Iron Hills is Thorin's cousin, Dane Ironfoot.
Among the 7 dwarf clans, the Longbeard clan is considered the noblest of the dwarves. This is because their ancestor Durin was the first dwarf to awaken. He is also the longest-lived dwarf and is even known as the Undead Durin.
His descendants are considered by other tribes to possess divine blood and hold absolute power. The legitimate descendants of Durin remain the rulers of all dwarves. Thorin is a descendant of Durin. He is now full of vigor and ambition.
Having obtained the Arkenstone, He immediately brought all the members of his adventuring team to the Iron Hills. Dane welcomed Thorin's arrival and expressed his loyalty without hesitation when Thorin took out the family heirloom.
While dwarves possess numerous flaws, they also possess strengths not found in humans. These noble dwarves possess a strong sense of national pride, extreme loyalty to their king, and a warm devotion to family, friends and fellow tribesmen.
Especially the Durin clan. Thorin achieved his desired outcome, but he didn't stop there. Instead, he dispatched his men to the other dwarven tribes, summoning them and preparing to begin the battle to slay the dragon. During this process, Bilbo, who hadn't left,
Worried about Thorin, he finally told him how powerful Smaug was in Erebor, and how different it was from the rumors. However, Thorin refused to listen. He seemed like a completely different person, even a little crazy. It's no use. Inside the room,
Balin said to Bilbo, "He's in this state now. I've seen it before. That look, that thirst for power and wealth, that violent, jealous obsession, it drove his grandfather mad." He was in tears. He felt sad. Bilbo thought of Xu Jing's words.
the blood of madness ran deep in Thorin's family. After receiving the heirloom, Thorin seemed increasingly unfamiliar. "You'd better leave here. Go back to the Shire." Balin patted Bilbo's shoulder. "Don't get involved in the rest of this." Bilbo nodded.
But he had no intention of returning to the Shire. Instead, he planned to go find Gandalf. He thought that perhaps only a magical wizard could help. Iluber. When Xu Jing left, he deliberately chose the dark of night and blocked the door again after leaving.
The miser gene was deeply ingrained in him. If he left without blocking the door, he would feel uneasy. He would always think of a thief stealing his treasures while he was away. Even if the door is blocked, this worry and anxiety can only be alleviated,
Not eliminated. The first thing Xu Jing did when he returned to Erebor with Galadriel was to rush open the door and into the hall to check his treasure. After reading it, he felt relaxed and relieved. All his worries were gone.
He turned back and called out to Galadriel, who was following behind him. "How is it? My treasure is rich, isn't it? I can clearly tell you everything here. If a treasure is missing, I will know it immediately." Galadriel surveyed the hall.
Seeing so much treasure, a touch of emotion crossed her face. However, she had lived a long life, a princess of the Noldor, and had lived in Valinor, the land of the Valar. Soon, smiling, she said to Jing, "Is this a warning to me?"
"Of course not. I believe that you, the broad knowledge, will not care about these mundane things." Xu Jing denied it awkwardly. However, his words did contain a warning, a hint of boasting. But that was all due to the influence of his current body.
If he didn't say it, he would feel inexplicably uncomfortable. So in order to avoid feeling uncomfortable and frightened, he spoke without hesitation. "Of course, I felt much better after I said it." Galadriel still smiled, as the bearer of the Ring of Water.
She possesses several special abilities, including a mind-reading ability. She can always see through the minds of those of lesser strength. While she cannot see through the minds of those of greater strength, she can still sense and judge good and evil,
And discern their alignments. And it was precisely because she sensed that Xu Jing was not entirely evil that she took the risk and accepted the invitation to visit Ilubo. Besides, the One Ring was still in Xu Jing's possession.
Galadriel intuitively felt that if she came, she might gain something unexpected. She didn't mention what happened just now. She looked around and said, "All the rooms here have been demolished. Where am I going to live? It's up to you. Just don't leave."
Xu Jing summoned the system and looked at the task interface. Unlike before, tasks 2 and 3, while still incomplete, each had a countdown. Task 2's countdown was 3 months. Now, only task 1 remained unfinished.
Xu Jing was in a good mood. He then said to Galadriel, "You can leave in 3 months. During this time, do not leave the lonely mountain area. As for the food problem, I will take care of it." Galadriel looked directly into Jing's eyes. After a long,
She nodded and said, "Okay." She could tell Xu Jing had some ulterior motive for keeping her for 3 months. The pursuit of beautiful things he'd mentioned in Dalgard was just an excuse. But while she was curious, she did intend to ask directly.
she believed that after 3 months of observation, she would definitely find some clues and learn the truth. Xu Jing continued, "I'm going out for a while. You stay here. I'll be back soon. Also, I believe you will guard the treasure for me, right?"
There was a dangerous glint in his eyes as he stared at Galadriel. Galadriel looked at Xu Jing calmly and nodded. "I will." Now that she was here, she had no intention of leaving quietly, nor would she covet these treasures.
Because if she wasn't sure she could eliminate Xu Jing, it would definitely bring destruction to the elves. "You are a smart person," Xu Jing observed Galadriel. He believed in her wisdom and her ability to see through people's hearts.
She wouldn't do anything foolish. After saying this, he left Erebor again and flew high into the sky. The northernmost point of the Misty Mountains, Mount Gunbada. After the War of Wrath, Beleriand was destroyed and sunk.
Morgoth's servants and orcs bypassed the icy bay of Froka and landed in Middle-earth. These dark forces are spread across Middle-earth, and one of them, the Orc forces, is entrenched in Mount Gambada. Mount Gunbalder is a strategically important location.
To the northeast lie the mountains of Angmar, to the south the Misty Mountains, and to the west the Grey Mountains. These three mountain ranges are the most important in the north of Middle-earth. To the southwest lies Mirkwood.
It also serves as a gateway to the Woodland Kingdom. Mount Gangbada is steep, rocky. A massive gate, forged of black iron, stands in the southwest. Beyond the gate, walls are built of massive black rock. These walls connect to Mount Gangbada,
Forming a massive and sturdy fortress, within Ganbada, a vast underground city was formed by a dense network of caves, mines, secret passages, and halls. This underground city was bottomless and interconnected in all directions,
even extending to the Misty Mountains, the mountains of Angmar, and the Grey Mountains. Over countless years, no one knew how many people the Orcs had bred in the dungeons. Yet, the entire northern Middle-earth was threatened by the Orcs.
The once powerful kingdom of Angmar was founded behind Gambada at this moment, atop a barren rocky mountain 1,000 meters away from the walls of Gangbada Fortress. Two elves, a man and a woman, hid behind a boulder, gazing out at the terrifying fortress.
There's light. I see figures flickering. It's the blonde-eyed male elf among them who speaks. He carries a longbow. His face is as sharp and angular as a sculpture. He looks incredibly handsome. That's an evil place. Tao Lear, 500 years ago.
My people fought there. His voice suddenly grew low, tinged with sorrow. After a few seconds of silence, he said, "My mother died there. My father never spoke of it. There's no grave, no memories."
The female elf known as Taulia had long red hair and wore the elven uniform of the Woodland Kingdom. As she listened to the other person's words, a hint of pity flashed in her eyes, but she quickly hid it.
She was the captain of the Elven Guard of the Woodland Kingdom. Her parents were killed by orcs when she was young. She was adopted by Thranduil. She and the man before her had been childhood sweethearts. But it was impossible.
Because he was the prince of the Woodland Kingdom, Thranduil's son, Legolas Greenleaf, and she was just a grey elf. Thranduil would never allow them to date. Legolas sighed. He had feelings for Toriel and was well aware of the obstacles that stood between them.
Yet, he didn't give up. He even continued to call himself a forest elf. They had been chasing the orcs who were attacking the dwarves all the way from Mirkwood. He was worried about Tao Lear and was about to persuade him to return.
But he was persuaded by her and agreed to come here to investigate. We'll take action after dark. Legolas said this with a sharp eagle-like gaze as he gazed at Mount Gambada. Tao Lear shook her head and said, "No, if we want to act, we should do it now."
As she finished her words, a resounding explosion erupted from the Gangbada fortress. Following this, countless flapping wings and shrieking cries echoed. A visible black cloud surged into the sky. The two were horrified and quickly hid their bodies.
Those flying into the sky were all giant bats, almost covering the sky and the ground. Legolas' face was grave. He looked towards the Gambada fortress and said gravely, "These bats are bred for one purpose."
Tao Lear was a little frightened and asked, "What's the purpose?" "War," as Legolas answered. Heavy drumbeats echoed from within the Gambada fortress, and the earth began to rumble and shake. The massive black iron gates of Gangbada slowly opened inside.
At the foot of the mountain, the cave entrances leading to the underground city were lined with neat formations. A large army of fully armed orcs appeared one after another like a long dragon, then gathered together and marched out in a mighty force.
Boom, boom, boom. In the center of the orc army, there were also a large number of gigantic trolls. They were also heavily armed, some holding huge weapons, while others carried trebuchets on their backs. There are also countless wargs.
These cunning and cruel creatures either serve as mounts for strong orcs or follow the army, led by the alpha wolf. In just a few moments, the valley outside Gangbada fortress was filled with all kinds of enemies.
Tens of thousands of them stretched out in a continuous line. "We must leave as soon as possible. Send the information back." Tao Lear's face paled. She had been the one who had led the dwarf adventuring team back then. Of course, she knew their purpose.
The prophecy of the king's return was spreading more and more among the forest elves and Lake Town, especially after Thorin obtained the family heirloom.
Everyone knows that the dragon-slaying armies of the 7 dwarf tribes will soon march on the Lonely Mountain. If the prophecy comes true, Smaug will surely meet his demise. The Woodland Kingdom is also looking for opportunities.
Thranduil has always been obsessed with the lost white stone starlight necklace. What Tao Lear hadn't expected was that the orcs of Gambada had already completed their deployment. They might even be out in full force. Looking at their strength,
it was simply breathtaking. Rivendell, the Woodland Kingdom, Lothlorien, the Shire, and even Gondor, no one had the strength to stop the other. The age of orcs is coming. No one can stop us. Azog the Destroyer climbed to the top of a small hill.
Brandishing his hook knife and roaring continuously, he looked around. Suddenly, he saw Legolas and his companions fleeing. A cruel look crossed his face. "Kill them," the warg beneath him howled loudly. In a blink of an eye,
Dozens of wargs rushed out from the orc army and gave chase. Hurry! Legolas took a deep breath and ran towards the Mirkwood with Taulir. The wolf was very fast. Before long, it had caught up to them. Dozens of meters behind. You go first. I'll stop them.
Legolas turned, unsheathed his longbow and unleashed 3 arrows in rapid succession. The 3 wargs in the foremost instantly screamed in agony and tumbled to the ground, dead. But in just a moment,
the rest of the wolves had already surrounded him and rushed to his side. He finally shot 2 arrows. Then he drew his 2 swords and rushed forward. But at that moment, the sweet sound of a bowstring came from behind him.
2 wolves that rushed in front of him were shot dead on the spot. "Why are you back again?" Legolas slashed at a charging warg with his sword, and at the same time spoke anxiously to Taulir, who had returned. "I will not abandon my companions."
Taulir drew his long sword and rushed forward. The 2 men stood back to back. In a blink of an eye, they were surrounded by the wolves and fell into a brutal fight. Soon, more than a dozen wargs lay on the ground.
Legolas and Tauriel were in a state of disarray. Panting heavily, they watched the orc army draw closer, but the number of wargs surrounding them only grew. "You should have come back. There's no point saying this now."
Seeing that the wargs were about to pounce again, they both felt a little desperate. But at that moment, the charging wolves suddenly stopped their attack and looked towards the distant sky in fear.
The bats flying around the army also screamed and descended to a low altitude, circling anxiously. Legolas and the other man were stunned and looked back. They were both stunned. It's Smog. All the orcs showed fear on their faces.
They stopped advancing and a huge commotion broke out. Azog stared at the sky stiffly, his whole body fixed, and a great panic welled up in his heart. Where is the Demon Lord? Where is the Demon Lord? He had followed Sauron's orders completely,
preparing to head to the Lonely Mountain area and wait for the dwarves to attack before launching a surprise attack. But what was happening was completely different from what he had planned. "Let's run!" A rare look of panic appeared on Legolas' face.
He dragged Taulir towards the edge of the cliff. Roar! Almost immediately, a scorching hurricane, accompanied by crimson flames, descended from the sky like a torrential rain, following Smog's flight path.
It burned from the valley entrance to the main gate of Gambada's walls. Chapter 398. The dragon is coming. On his way to Dol Guldur, Xu Jing encountered an army of tens of thousands of orcs. These orcs came from Moria and the Misty Mountains.
They were marching towards the Lonely Mountain under Sauron's command. Clearly, Sauron was planning to seize the initiative. Once the prophecy was fulfilled and word of his death spread, these orcs would attack the Lonely Mountain. In response,
Xu Jing immediately set fire to all the orcs he encountered and burned them to ashes. However, he knew that the real force attacking Lonely Mountain was the orcs of Gangbada, so he came here. As expected, all the orcs of Gangbada were deployed to fight.
Thinking that these orcs were also coveting his treasure and territory, he felt an inexplicable rage surge in his heart. He wanted to destroy them immediately. Roar! Xu Jing opened his mouth. Amidst the orcs' roars and screams,
he spewed out a continuous stream of scorching flames. He flew from the valley entrance all the way to the walls of Gangbada, turning everything in his path into a sea of fire. Woo, woo, the long, rhythmic horn finally sounded.
The panicked orcs seemed to find their bearings. They drew their bows and spears and launched a frantic attack into the sky. "No one can hurt me!" Xu Jing roared, soaring back and forth under the hurricane force winds of his wings.
Most of the arrows were blown back to the ground. The rest struck his hard scales, shattered, and scattered. Others were incinerated by the flames he exhaled, becoming fireballs that fell back. Before long, the entire valley was engulfed in flames.
The most threatening ogres were turned to stone by the sunlight as soon as the bats were dispersed or devoured by the flames. Despite their sharp fangs and immense strength, the wargs were powerless against the flames falling from the sky.
They fled in all directions, and those who were little slower were burned into torches. Xu Jing's gaze locked onto a nearby mountain. There, Azog, the orc commander, wore a gloomy expression, using banners and horns.
He was still organizing the remaining orcs scattered across the mountaintops to launch a counterattack. "Go to hell!" He flapped his wings, circled, and dived down toward the mountain where Azog was. Seeing that the situation was hopeless,
Azog immediately controlled his wolf, turned around and fled towards the foot of the mountain. But suddenly, a huge shadow enveloped him. He turned around, his face filled with fear as he looked towards the sky. Finding there was no escape,
he roared and swung his hook knife fiercely. Tiny reptile, affected by his body, Xu Jing couldn't help but mutter. But inwardly, he felt very refreshed. Then, he retracted his wings, extended his front paws, and fell heavily to the ground.
Facing the flash of the knife, boom, the small mountain peak shook violently. A large amount of broken rocks fell down. Azog was completely helpless and exploded under the pressure. Xu Jing lowered his head and blew out a mouthful of flames.
All the flesh and blood turned to ash. He then turned his head and looked towards the valley. After seeing Azog killed, The remaining orcs finally lost their will to fight and desperately fled towards the gate of the Gangbada fortress. Where are you running?
Xu Jing roared. He spread his wings and swooped down towards the fortress gate. He shook his head and tail, and opened his mouth to spit out blazing flames, burning the surrounding mountains soon.
He was blocking the fortress gate and started to clean up the fleeing orcs. Under his soul scan, except for the first one who fled when he saw the situation was bad, all the other orcs who hid were killed by him without a single one left.
After clearing out the orcs, Xu Jing turned around, his long dragon tail sweeping towards the fortress wall. Boom, boom. After a series of tremors, the sturdy walls and gates of the Gangbada fortress collapsed, burying the armory hidden within.
But that wasn't the end. Xu Jing's gaze shifted to the deep passages carved into the mountain wall. These passages connected to the underground city, but after all, they were too small for someone of his size to enter.
Thinking that there might be some treasure inside, but he couldn't get it, he felt as if he was scratching an itch. Boom, boom. He tried to destroy the mountain, but soon gave up. The Gangbada mountains stretched endlessly.
The tunnels dug by the orcs led underground. They were deep and long. Even with his soul scan, Xu Jing couldn't find the end. It was conceivable how long it would take to reach the underground city. By then,
the orcs inside would have already escaped through other tunnels with their belongings. In desperation, he smashed all the passages to pieces, then blocked the entrances with huge rocks. Only then did he feel less depressed. After doing all this,
Xu Jing spread his wings and flew high into the sky. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared into the clouds. Shortly after he left, Legolas and Tauriel emerged from their hiding place on a slope several thousand meters from Mount Gambada.
Gazing at the still burning valley, they remained speechless for a long time. I don't know how long it took, but they finally came to their senses, let out a long breath, and relaxed. It's horrible. We're still alive. Tauriel's face was filled with fear.
If Smaug's first target hadn't been the arrayed orc legions, they would have had no hope of escaping. Let's go. Let's get out of here. Legolas' face was solemn. We must report back here as soon as possible.
The woodland elves had accurate intelligence records regarding Smaug. After all, when Smaug attacked Erebor, Thranduil and his elven army were nearby. Legolas himself had witnessed Smaug's might from a distance.
But now it seems that the intelligence from that time is no longer accurate. Smaug has undergone a drastic change and become even more terrifying. Legolas knew that his father, Thranduil, was preparing to march to the Lonely Mountain.
Looking for an opportunity, his immediate task was to bring back all the intelligence that had unfolded there as quickly as possible. Tauriel had no objection. The two of them quickly left Gangbada and headed back towards the Mirkwood, on the other side.
Xu Jing did not return to Gushan, but flew to Changhu Town. It was nighttime, and many people in Changhu Town had already retreated to their homes. A bitterly cold wind would blow from the east that evening. However, some still enjoyed walking the streets.
Watching the stars twinkle in the sky above the lake, looking north from Changhu Town, Lonely Mountain is mostly obscured by hills, making it particularly inconspicuous. The area has long been shrouded in an evil aura.
Only on clear days can the summit of Lonely Mountain be seen. Ever since Thorin entered the Lonely Mountain and obtained the family heirloom, the people of Lake Town have been eagerly waiting for the prophecy to come true.
Thorin Oakenshield promised to share the treasure among them. On the street, some people kept looking toward Lonely Mountain. Their constant conversation was about dividing up the treasure. The king of the mountain has been away in the east for some time.
It won't be long before he returns with the dwarf tribes. Some say the prophecy will soon be fulfilled. Don't dream. Bard appeared on the street. His face was gloomy. He shouted, Thorin is not the king under the mountain.
The fire dragon is the only king under the mountain we know. The conversation on the street suddenly stopped. Everyone looked at Bud. Someone complained. Can't you think of something positive? You're always like a Jing.
Either there's a flood or the fish are poisonous. At this moment, a dazzling light suddenly appeared in the northern sky, illuminating the entire Changhu Lake with golden light. The river was shimmering with golden color. The scene was exactly as predicted.
Itga's the king from under the mountain. The people cheered and shouted, it must be the king from under the mountain who has returned. People were so excited that they opened their doors and rushed outside desperately. Then, at that moment,
a deafening roar suddenly rang out. Amidst the bright light on the horizon, a massive shadow appeared, obscuring the stars and rapidly approaching Changhu Town. It's a dragon! Bud's face changed drastically. Be alert! Be alert!
In an instant, the people's cheers stopped abruptly. Then they turned to fear. They screamed and cried and ran away. Chapter 399. I saw endless fire and destruction. The warning horn sounded in Long Lake Town. People jumped onto their boat.
But it was too late. A distance of several thousand meters. For Xu Jing, it took only a few breaths to fly over Changhu Town. Amidst screams of terror, The flames of death were brought to the residents of the town.
There was no sympathy. Most of the people here were descendants of the survivors of Dale. They held a deep-seated hatred for Smog. These people coveted his wealth, hoped for his death, and feared his power. Different positions.
There was no way Xu Jing would give up the treasure or his life for them. He roared as he flew back and forth around Long Lake Town. His mouth opened wide, spitting out blazing flames. It burned from east to west, from south to north, and again.
He swooped down, razing every house to the ground. Under the hurricane of his wings, the lake surged, capsizing every boat that tried to escape. House after house was set ablaze, crumbling in the intense heat.
The trees planted along the lakeside were reduced to golden pillars of fire, dying in the flames. Those who had previously praised the dwarves now wept bitterly. Some even began to curse them.
Even the most foolish knew that the so-called prophecy was completely wrong. Many people jumped into the freezing cold lake in a panic, thinking they could escape with their lives. Xu Jing sneered inwardly at this. Before his strengthening, this deep, cold,
dark lake would have been enough to daunt him. Because of the power of the water, even he wouldn't dare fall into it easily. It would extinguish the flames in his body and make him lose his strength. But now, he was no longer afraid.
He immediately dived into the lave. Then he spun into the air, spewing flames onto the surface. The cold lake water didn't extinguish his flames. Instead, they began to burn. Vapors of steam rose,
turning into a thick fog that obscured the sky. Those who jumped into the lake screamed and wailed. They struggled to their death and sank to the icy bottom. The whole town was ablaze, lighting up the night with a brilliant light.
But within the flames of Changhu town, one man remained steadfast. He circled the rooftops of one burning building after another, repeatedly drawing his longbow and piercing Xu Jing's vital points. He also carried a spear-like arrow on his back.
It was pitch black, its tip razor sharp, gleaming with a black light. Its shaft was spiral-shaped. If it were to penetrate any living being, the swirling force would be enough to shred its organs. Black arrow. Xu Jing's gaze grew colder and fiercer.
A fire burned in his eyes. Although it was his first time seeing it, he was absolutely certain it was the dwarven black arrow that would kill him in the movie. As for the person carrying the black arrow, it must be Bard, a descendant of the king of the valley.
Meanwhile, Bard was desperately climbing the tower in the center of Lake Town. At the top of the tower, there was a piece of equipment specially made for Black Arrow, the dwarven spear launcher. Legend has it that when Smog arrived at the Lonely Mountain,
the first town he attacked was Dale. In the burning town, Lord Girion of Dale gathered his archers and fought back with all his might. But Smog's scales were too thick. Ordinary attacks could do no damage.
Only black arrows fired from dwarven spear launchers could pierce the dragon's scales. However, black arrows cannot be mass-produced because they are made from meteorite materials. This type of meteorite weapon has a special purpose. At this critical moment,
Girion personally ascended the tower with all the black arrows. He used the launcher to fire at Smog again and again, but in the end, he still failed to kill him, according to the tales passed down by the dwarves.
All this tragedy happened because Girion's archery was too poor and he failed to hit Smog. However, Bard, a descendant of Girion, knew otherwise. His grandfather had used attack after attack to knock off a scale on the left side of Smog's chest.
Right at his heart. One arrow was all it took to kill him once and for all. Although Girion didn't get the chance to shoot the last arrow, he saved the last black arrow and gave it to his son Bane. When Bane died, he passed it to Bard.
Carrying this black arrow, which embodied the faith of his father and grandfather, Bard climbed the tower in the center of Long Lake Town. He wanted to wash away the shame of his family, although it was his first time operating this launcher.
As a skilled archer, he mastered its use after just a few glances. After a few minor adjustments, he loaded the black arrow into the launcher and then moved it back and forth, aiming continuously at Xu Jing. Who do you think you are?
How dare you stand in my way? After Xu Jing recognized Bud, he immediately turned around and circled around the tower like a cat playing with a mouse. His eyes were filled with amusement. He flew lower and lower,
even exposing his left chest to the other man's gaze. Bud's eyes suddenly froze, his
Expression frozen, ha!
Xu Jing laughed triumphantly. What? Are you surprised? Are you delighted? He was now certain of victory. He didn't want to suppress himself.
He simply released the aftereffects of Smog's personality that had been influenced by his dream. Bard was completely stunned. He hadn't even been born when Smog attacked Dale. He had learned everything about Smog from his father.
The dragon before him was larger and more powerful than he had imagined. But he still believed. His grandfather had struck down the scales at its heart. His father wouldn't lie to him. But now the facts were before his eyes, making him feel so desperate.
Where to shoot? His mind went blank. He was at a loss. What a shame. Sorry to disappoint you. The furnace organ within Xu Jing lit up. The temperature in the air rapidly rose. Then he opened his mouth and a long flame shot out towards Bud. Go to hell!
The flames exploded with a bang, instantly engulfing the entire tower, including Bard on top, watching Bard into a torch, and the blazing Changyu town. Xu Jing's pupils gradually erected. An increasingly dangerous aura emanated from him.
He suddenly felt an inexplicable excitement. He even had the urge to continue, to destroy the forest, to destroy the earth, to destroy everything. Smog has serious health problems. He suppressed his excitement and impulsiveness.
He no longer cared about the humans who might have survived. He simply swallowed the boatload of gold, silver, and treasure that the mayor of Changyu town had taken out during his escape. Then, he spread his wings and flew towards Lonely Mountain.
When he returned to Erebor, Galadriel was standing at the gate, looking at him calmly. Evil is corrupting your mind. I see in your eyes endless fire and destruction, the death of all things. As she spoke, a holy white light emanated from her palm.
She raised her hand and touched the corner of Xu Jing's mouth. At the same time, the white light slowly began to spread, spreading towards Xu Jing's body. Chapter 400. Do you want the One Ring?
Xu Jing's eyes narrowed as he watched Galadriel's hand reach out towards him. But he didn't try to dodge or resist. Instead, he allowed the white light to envelop and spread throughout his body. Sizzle, under the illumination of the white light.
Wisps of evil aura emanated from him. Xu Jing's face showed a trace of pain. He had guessed it. Dragons, as creatures created by Morgoth, still carried an inherent evil aura in their genes even after several generations of reproduction.
But the cleansing lasted less than a minute. Galadriel's body collapsed. Her face turned pale. She said, "You are too powerful. My power is limited. I cannot eradicate the evil within you." The white light she emitted dissipated uncontrollably.
Clearly, she had expended a great deal of energy. She had already exhausted all her strength. It's all right. Thanks a lot. Although the purification was not complete, Xu Jing felt a sense of relief.
His desire to destroy everything was extinguished. Galadriel was now as fragile as a petal swaying in the wind. She barely managed to stand. Her gaze passed Xu Jing, toward the distant south. She spoke slowly. The One Ring controls all the rings.
The One Ring seeks all the rings. The One Ring guides all the rings. He imprisons all the rings in darkness. She looked back at Xu Jing and said, I can feel it. The One Ring has suffered a severe wound, just like Sauron.
But the darkness is only temporarily lurking. Sauron's power is inextricably linked to the One Ring. As long as the ring survives, he will not die. You must be careful. Xu Jing glanced at the water ring in Galadriel's hand. He understood.
While the 3 rings of the elves were not forged by Sauron and never touched by him, they were still inextricably linked to the One Ring. Their prosperity was shared by all, their loss by all. They were all governed by the One Ring.
When Sauron possessed the One Ring, the elves would never wear the 3 rings. This would prevent them from being tainted by Sauron's power. But now Middle-earth is growing gray and old. Without the 3 rings,
all the good things the elves created would be lost. I know. Xu Jing stretched out his front paws, holding Galadriel. Then he entered Erebor and returned to the treasure hall. He set Galadriel down and spit out the shipload of gold, silver,
and jewelry had obtained. He continued, I understand your concerns. But as long as I am here, Sauron will not stand a chance. The One Ring cannot affect me. And the orc army he deployed from Gambada
originally intended to take advantage of the dwarves' attack on me, to capture Lonely Mountain. But I have already destroyed them. Galadriel was stunned upon hearing this. Then a look of shock crossed her face. She could sense that Xu Jing was not lying.
She felt a mixture of joy and worry. The good news was that the Gambada orcs had been severely damaged. This eliminated the greatest threat to the entire northern Middle-earth, and also cut off a major arm of Sauron's support.
What worried her was that she had witnessed Xu Jing destroy Changyu town. Now she was confused about which side Jing was leaning towards. On the one hand, he openly opposed Sauron, while on the other hand, he was destroying towns and robbing treasures.
Galadriel pondered, considering how to ask. But at that moment, she heard a sentence that almost made her lose her mind. Do you want the One Ring? As Xu Jing spoke, he directly spat out the supreme magic ring to him.
The One Ring's sole purpose was to complete his mission. No matter how good it was, he couldn't take it with him. Furthermore, in his opinion, the ring's power was just that, not some extraordinary artifact. But for the elves, this was an unimaginable temptation.
Obtaining the One Ring would not only grant them greater power, but also allow the 3 rings to continue functioning, maintaining the appearance of the elven stronghold and preserving all that was good. Xu Jing held the supreme magic ring in one claw.
He examined it for a moment and said again, Do you want it? If you want it, I can give it to you in a year. Galadriel's eyes were fixed on the ring, unable to move. After hearing Xu Jing's words, a huge wave of shock surged in her heart, regardless of.
She still held back and said, You're giving it to me without any conditions. Xu Jing's gaze shifted from the ring. Perhaps he had been tricked before. When he looked at the One Ring, it wouldn't release its power to tempt him, much less allow him to use its power.
It was like a beautiful woman, When facing other people, she would take off her clothes and seduce them in every way, but when facing him, she would wrap herself in thick clothes, not even daring to show her face. Pooh, you really need to give me strength.
I don't want it yet. Xu Jing cursed inwardly. While he could tear the opponent's clothes and forcibly seize everything, he would also inevitably be tainted by the dark forces. The evil within his genes would grow even more in serious cases.
After all, Xuanhuan was, after all, a third-level soul being. There are conditions. Facing Galadriel's question, Xu Jing said directly, you can exchange it for knowledge, all kinds of knowledge,
including the various languages you master. Many skills are always a burden. He had traversed many worlds, and some of his knowledge was universal across other worlds. And Galadriel, as the oldest of the elves, had seen the Valar and the two trees,
and had lived through countless ages. Her knowledge was truly immense. Galadriel was stunned. She finally turned her gaze away from the ring and looked at Xu Jing. Your choice really surprises me. Xu Jing laughed a few times and said, what's your choice?
I admit I long for the One Ring. Galadriel's gaze returned to the ring, filled with desire. She reached out her hand. She took 2 steps forward, then suddenly stopped. But I wasn't ready. She looked like she was struggling. After a moment's silence, she said,
A year. I need to think about it, but I can teach you first. Very good. Xu Jing flicked his claws, sending the magic ring flying. With a flick of his tongue, he swallowed it back into his stomach. But first, I have to go to the dark forest.
Those forest elves don't seem to be very quiet. Learning was a very important thing for him. It meant extra gains in the current world. Like forging or jewelry making, it was already a form of refining. But the dwarves would be arriving soon, and before that,
he planned to eliminate Thranduil's threat. This would provide him with a good learning environment. Galadriel's expression changed slightly. She said, you want to deal with Thranduil. Regardless, we were all from the same race of elves.
Although there had been many instances of killing, that was now a thing of the past. Don't worry. Xu Jing strode into the Golden Mountain and began searching through the treasure chests against the wall. I'm only going to give Thranduil a warning.
The reason he's so obsessed with my place is nothing more than a piece of jewelry. The stingy and greedy dwarf wouldn't give it to him. I can trade it to him. After all, you live here, you need food and drink, right?
He found the box containing the white stone starlight necklace. There were many treasures within the hoard that rivaled this necklace. But to Thranduil, this necklace held a special significance. With this necklace, Xu Jing could exchange for more treasures.
Thranduil would definitely be willing to pay the price, and he could also make him provide Galadriel with food regularly. He calculated carefully and felt that he was not at a disadvantage. Galadriel was relieved and said, let me go with you.
Xu Jing thought about it and agreed. He immediately left Erebor with Galadriel and flew to the Woodland Kingdom.
The audiobook for chapters 351 to 400 of this issue has concluded. Please subscribe to this channel, turn on notifications, share and leave your comments. I will continue to update the subsequent content.